What up, bro?
You're looking like champagne coffee.
I can always count on you to say something nice.
Yeah, right? That's the nicest compliment I could give you. I would take you over Drake in a fight, actually. If you guys actually fought.
Appreciate it. Appreciate it.
Mhm. Yeah.
What you
Yeah.
up to today?
Today, so you know how this, I wouldn't say it's a weird thing, but you know how we have all of these fucking crazy ass motherfuckers coming into the space? You're like, hey, how's it going? What do you do?
Yeah.
Oh, I fly nuclear weapons. I was like, oh, well, my name is Mike. So I've been interviewing these folks over Zoom or just taking this Twitter space format and then like editing up into like a coherent interview. So like, that guy Ken Granville from Mind Active?
No, I don't
Not
know
sure
who
if
that
you've
is.
seen it. Yeah, just former Air Force guy that's doing computer stuff. So I interviewed him, and then I think you've been here when we talked to Dr. Wetzel, from Scobie, and so I interviewed him, and now I'm just kind of putting together the edited episodes. So adding music, cutting everything together. I'm exporting some stuff now.
Nice.
Yeah. So
Yeah, man.
let's
I
bring
saw
it
some of those
together.
interviews that you did. They were cool. What got me rolling was that dude that said, I think I messaged you. He
Mm-hmm.
was like, I think the dude's a Chinese American. Well, he's from one of those Chinese speaking countries.
Yeah, right. It's you encounter the childish dude. Like, imagine so the first version is like I'll send the copy to people, and people are like, oh shit, we got to cut that out. I'm like, really? He's like, yeah, because this and that. I'm like, oh, okay, right. So,
No, those are the best. The ones where
right.
they say shit that they don't.
Oh, dude, there's moments. So like, hey, can I ask you about this? Uh, right. It's really interesting. It's fucking fascinating. And I didn't realize like I'm Guyanese and Dr. Wetzel's wife is from Guyana as well. Because I see this guy, I see this white guy drinking fucking coconut water. I'm like, what the hell are you doing with coconut water? Right? Like literally. I'm looking at I'm looking at the tall can and like who brings coconut water, let alone drinks it while they're camping? He's like, where my wife's from, right? I'm like, no, he's like Guyana. I'm like, fuck off. And I think his wife's family has the same last name as I do. So you never freaking know. Small ass world.
Yeah, straight up small world. Well, shit, bro. I just thought I'd pop in. I saw you in here. I don't have my Bluetooth today, so I'm gonna have to. I'm
Oh,
washing the car.
that's tough without the Bluetooth.
Yeah, I'm washing the car, so I'm gonna let you go. But man, it was
Yeah.
good talking to you, bro.
All right.
Hopefully we could chat it up another
We can
time
figure
or
it out.
something.
Yeah, man.
All
All
right,
right.
then, bro.
Wicked. All right.
Take it easy, man.
Take good ease.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right. Let's figure this out.
And so we make it to another day of the SquareSpace, Degen conversations in a broadcaster voice.
Voice. Voice. Voice. That's the thing.
Time.
Square. I'm gonna send you. I mean, working. You know, when you have this content, it can be flexed in any myriad of ways. Like with the Dr. Wetzel, the Ken.
It's like a bunch of clay. There's an infinite number of things you can mold it into, right?
Yeah, that's all it is. It is clay, right? And so you're like, I'm gonna do this. Oh, that's good. Well, what if I? And then yeah, I'm just gonna do the. Oh, hold on. This is one of those things. So now I'm just adding some music to it.
It's so interesting because for you, it's only imagining what you want it to be as the obstacle versus most people, I think, the mechanics of actually doing it is what prohibits them from progressing.
Yes. The tool, the creating what I want isn't the problem. It's deciding what I want. Right? Which is one of those good problems. The M2 laptop is coming this weekend, so I won't have to wait to render anymore.
Nice. I mean,
right?
What does the rendering typically take? Like 5 hours?
Dude, it can take. The thing is, if I want to do what I really want to do, it'll take a long time.
We're talking weeks?
Like, almost impossible to render. Does that make sense?
Wow. Okay.
Because of the time it takes, and then, like, when you're rendering, you're just waiting, and your computer's slow, right? So that you're just sitting there and nothing's happening, and right? But now, if I can render at the speed of editing, then I can, do a whole course and then export 200 videos overnight, and they're prepared, right? Because the rendering times are so quick.
Man, that's crazy. All right. Well, dude, right tools for the right job, right? Match the right tool to the job, and you're gonna have a good time.
I'm gonna send you a piece of this one with Dr. Wetzel. It's just the opening. But now that the cool thing is, like, the music we create ourselves, right? So that's our music.
Right.
That's my voice, right? It's all us.
Have you ever done like any producing of music?
Yes. The terminology is different for different people. So because I know music and I know music theory and I've been playing music for so long.
Yeah, I'm talking about
right?
like putting it through a scrubber for the voice and
Yes. So there's a software called Isotope RX8. And all you do is drag the music file in or the dialogue file, and you click on Repair Assistant, and it does it all for you.
Wow. That's awesome.
And you just walk away,
I mean, kind
and you
of
come back.
horrible,
Oh,
but
look,
awesome.
all the pops and all the pops and scratches and everything is gone.
See,
it's all gone. It's all gone. And so the process is get the interview, get the interview in some sort of file format, right? Whether I'm just watching my own interview and recording my screen off my mobile or downloading the MP3, right? So now I have the MP3. I have to bring the MP3 in, and then what I do is I auto-transcribe
and is
everything.
It an import, or are you just saving it to... Okay.
Right, so there's two things. Like, there's a thing called Flow in Spaces, which converts all of your Twitter Space recordings to an MP3 that you can download.
Oof.
Is that crazy?
That is crazy.
So you record the episode, you download the file, you import the file into your video editor, and here's the magic. Before you start editing, you use the Adobe AI automated captions to caption the whole show.
Oh, wow.
So instead of listening to it, I'm just scanning through the text. I mean, like, Department of Defense.
That's...
Paul Mulger up
That's so awesome.
Isn't that crazy?
That is.
So now I can pinpoint without having to listen to everything. and that's where the editing begins. So it's like, oh, okay.
That's cool.
And then little things where it's like, okay, my audio is at 25%. I need to boost it up. So,
Dude, so topic switch for a second.
mhm.
So reached out to a couple of my hardcore DeFi Degen friends and asked them to look at Metafirm Labs and CoinView Cap. There are some really thick links between them and the Saitama Shill pump artist. There's a whole culture of people who, in an organized fashion, pump distressed projects, right?
You talk about digital parasites.
Yes.
There is a market. The jungle includes all animals.
That's exact right. Thank you. Yes. Yeah, the links between them are strong. Like it makes it likely. I am been holding spaces and reaching out to people that I see that are spending time in there. Pac-Man, I feel so fucking bad for that guy. Dude, he's got a decent chunk of money stuck on there, and he's going through the emotional charge of it, and he's going through the cycles, and he's starting to open up his eyes. But I asked him, I'm like, hey man, I was listening to you speak the other day, and you were kind of like promoting the whole CoinView Cap project. How did that come about? Oh, I just looked at his profile. He never says anything about it, but I got curious. I did my own research, and I'm like, so you read an advertisement, and now you're talking about the advertisement, right? Well, yeah, but that did. Oh, I'm like, yeah. Oh, that's the point. That's the whole point to all this. Gain the audience, drain their liquidity. Get them to invest in your project because look how helpful I am on yours.
Good morning, guys.
Good morning, Gabba. How you doing?
I'm doing all right. Thank you for asking. Yourself?
Decent. Actually, yeah, decent. I'm about to go to the park with the family. They've actually got a
Awesome.
park's kids pool, like a splash pad. It's like 1 foot deep.
It's like only
Oh.
one. It's like
Top
an
by you
inch.
today?
Say again?
It's like an
Said
inch
top
or
by
one.
you today?
I'm so sorry. Hunter, hey, Bubba, hold on 1 second, okay?
Oh
No,
I'm sorry,
Cap,
brother.
it's
Go
all right,
ahead.
buddy. I just couldn't hear you. What'd you say?
Oh, I'm sorry. No, I was asking if it was hot by you.
Oh, hot? Yeah, it's supposed to be a pretty warm day, and it's looking pretty sunny so far. Yeah, so far so good.
You sounded like a one of those weathermen. You could be a weatherman. All you got to do is say, "Yeah, it's looking like it's gonna be a warm day, sunny so far,
It's
most likely sunny."
looking like it's going to be a pretty warm day.
You should do the crypto forecast for the day.
Oh man, that'd be sick. Were you guys talking about It sounds like I was
Dad,
trying to grab
it
the
might
context
be
in the convo.
an inch or two.
Were you guys?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
No, you're alright, but stop apologizing. Um, freaking short circuit. No, I'm just kidding. But
It might
CoinView Cap?
be an
were you,
inch or
were you guys talking
2
about
meters.
engagement farming?
Yes, that is exactly right. Yes, engagement farming. I like that.
Dude, as soon as I stepped back from spaces, right? As soon as I stepped back from, and I met a lot of good people, and I guess I can't really say good people because I don't know them outside of their avatar and voice. Um, I've noticed that, like, only a handful of people um, really even keep in contact with me. I even keep in contact with. And I've noticed that a lot of those situations, a lot of the people I've had connections with, so to speak, I kind of fell back and realized what was going on.
All of a sudden, you realize that they weren't necessarily interested in getting to know you so much as they were in getting to know how you can help them show their projects.
Oh yeah, dude,
Yes.
it's insane, man. I'm seeing, I and it's all cloaked under the, it's all
Oh
hidden
yeah.
under the cloak of friendliness, right?
Oh
Oh,
yeah.
we're all friends, right? Quote unquote friends. I thought I was pessimistic in my interpretation, but it's actually quite reassuring that you've noticed the same.
Yeah, I like to call it the silent shill. You can have links to your project without ever talking about your project, to the point that you never talk about your project, that it makes people curious about your project.
Oh yeah, I used to go into these spaces and people used to be like, "Oh, tell us about your project." I'd be like, "What project? I don't have a project. I have some hand-drawn NFTs, some crocodiles, but it's not a project." You know what I mean? I think we need to keep the term strict in the sense of like what a project is, what utility is, and you know what I mean. I just think that utility has became like the like you could just slap any adjective before it, and now it becomes it's sports utility. It's a apparel
So
utility.
there's
It's
this thing in my industry called predatory lending and predatory marketing,
mm-hmm.
and I would say the marketing and advertising here is of a predatory nature.
Oh yeah, you have no idea. I mean, at
Oh,
the
I
end of the
do.
day, no. Oh no, not
I know.
you,
I'm just kidding.
not
I'm just
not
kidding.
yeah, not you particularly. More so generally speaking, like I sat in those NFT spaces for so long that I kind of know the shield like the back of my hand. And when I got into it, I was like, wow, it's just like so positive, bro. And then the more I started to listen to the same shit almost repetitively, pardon me, but it kind of just got annoying. Like it was like, okay, is anybody here making like is anybody here actually like providing value, or are we all just saying we're good people without really knowing each other?
Yeah, I don't need to buy an NFT to have friends. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
no. I haven't bought an NFT from you. I haven't bought an NFT from Michael. I haven't bought an NFT from Matt. I haven't bought an
But
NFT
wait,
from
I
Dave.
got a referral code for you though. There's a great platform called Voyager. You can get a couple $50. So
You
you just trade
affiliate
100.
sales motherfucker. I don't sell anything. I just recommend other people that sell things.
I get asked sometimes, like, how come you don't sell online? You never sell stuff. Like, it's because I've been selling for 20 years. I'm on spaces to meet people, learn things. I don't want to come here to work.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, at the end of the day, you end up developing a strong network of people, and I stopped hearing from most of the people that I went into those spaces with. I'm just glad I met my core group of people, and it's not all just because, dude, I'd sit in those NFT spaces, bro, and I'd be like, what am I doing here? Like, I'm like, quote
That's
unquote.
when you know. When you're sitting there, you're like, what? I've heard this all before. This is all repetitive. That's when you
Hmm.
know.
I'm slightly like, and it's no disrespect, but I feel like people really throw that fucking autism around and stuff like that. There's a small group of people that are genuine, good fucking people. Do not get me wrong. But I find that when you're just like, when you come up and you're like, basically, you should buy my NFT because I'm slightly autistic and I'm also slightly neurodivergent. I'm also borderline personality disorder. Okay, that's nice. You should probably get help. But why would I buy your product because of that? That's not. You're
Well,
not
that's
actually.
why the charity NFTs have such a bad name, because the reality is that if you want to do charitable work, you should do it direct while you're getting the tax break for it versus spending money through an NFT to pay somebody to give money to a
Yeah.
charity that you could do yourself. Yeah.
Yeah, amen. I mean, I think NFTs. Um, I think all of this is gonna go away when corporations start to bring real utility. And start to like give people access to things, and then people are gonna start holding separate projects to a higher standard. Um, and yeah, I think people are gonna get chewed out from larger
You actually
companies.
have,
And
yeah, there's some real meat in there, because if the consumer base demands value, quality, and they will not spend money without it, that's probably one of the only sure shot ways to make a change in the crypto sphere.
oh yeah, people are gonna start to see what real utility is, and not you know what I've noticed is especially in this space because it's so new, that there's like these clicks, right? And with anything that involves clicks, you have mob mentality, and people hoard over information and controlling the narrative. um, in a central way. In my belief, like you get a couple thousand people together, and you could destroy someone's project. You could also boost your own project if you have just a couple thousand retweets. You know what I mean? You're gonna challenge the algorithm. You're gonna give it a run for its money. It's just a shame to do that under the cloak of kindness.
Well, keep in mind that is ought paradox. Just because you know what is
I do
does
not know
not
what ought to
necessarily.
be.
Yeah, exactly, right? So we can describe, it's easier to describe a problem than to solve it.
Yeah, amen. I think like between people here, I think Immutable is going to solve that problem.
I mean, no, there's a deeper issue, though, which is the humanity itself, right?
Yeah.
And even when Immutable is launched, those spaces are going to keep happening. Those spaces are going to keep happening until the end of time. They're just going to be called a JFT this time, or a ZFT, or an AAFT. Does that make sense? This
Yeah,
speculation is this idolatry, because what you're seeing is idolatry, is always going to happen. People have replaced their religion with this idea of a blockchain that's going to do all of the godly functions and bring God back onto earth. That's what they're looking for.
The magic silver bullet, man. That's so on point.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Sorry,
It's the
Mark.
siren. It's the siren call of the DeFi. That is the siren call. Look how unjust the system is. DeFi solves everything.
And you know what? Even the smartest Greek tied himself to the mast so he wouldn't throw himself onto the rocks. So we could, you know what I mean? So there have been people in history that have figured out how to listen to siren songs, but it involves their crew tying them to the mast so they can't throw themselves to their death.
You know, when the world around you is incredibly unfair, and then the justice and righteousness is just kind of gone, and then someone says, "Look how shitty this is. Here's a solution. Leave that behind and come over here." That's the leap. That's the siren song. Ugh. Preying on somebody's pain and misery to get them to enact what you want them to do. Yeah, puke. For things like that, I prefer to farm it out to other more intellectually superior people, which is why I buy into Ruben's NFT. That's right. Ruben's NFT will allow you to purchase the power of the Ruben mind by the hour. As an NFT, it's almost skirting the rules like human trafficking through OpenSea. That's maybe a little extreme. But nevertheless, you can literally purchase someone else's time. This is the SquareSpace Degen Conversations in a Broadcaster Voice. I'd like to welcome Ruben to the stage. Hello, Ruben. Good morning.
Good morning, Casey, and I'm glad you brought that up because, I understand how you can sort of see the landscape of humanity as it slowly erodes and eats itself. And you might say to yourself, heck, folly, whoa, etc. But now that I'm here, you can, for 3 low payments of $19.95, I can solve your existential angst. What do you say? What do you reckon? You in?
I'm not only in, I'm balls deep.
Goodness.
I'm looking to be a well on this one. I'm going to buy all the hours there are. And when I can't buy any more hours, I'm going to go to my friends and family and have them buy all the hours.
Hey, space-time
All
is zero sum. At a certain point, I got 80,000 hours left. Okay, apparently, according to this American life expectancy, you buy 81,000 hours, someone's missing out. All right.
Well, this is only V1 of the project. V2 is going to be called Overtime.
Oh shit, that's not a
Sleep,
terrible name
sleep,
actually. I have been trying to think of
you
a
know?
name. Yeah.
Ruben doesn't need sleep. He needs overtime. Kind of like Enhanced Token and its concept with SafeMoon. Buy Enhanced and you get a rise in the reflections of your SafeMoon. Similarly, if you buy out the overtime NFTs, your hours will become more powerful than ever.
Yo, can I buy some?
Oh, yeah. You can buy them, you can buy them back, you can trade them with your friends. The power and potential is unlimited.
Feel like it's limited. I feel like it's quite limited. You know, they're all expiring too on January 4th, 2024. The remaining allocation is there's no room left. They can no longer be spent. It's
I
guaranteed to go
love
to zero.
I
Such a
love the basics on
conversation
this.
between
Ruben's
like
like, one
the
day I am gonna die.
it's
It's
like it sounds like there's like a VP of sales, right? And then you have the VP of operations, and the VP of sales is promising all this stuff, and the VP of ops is like, "What are you talking about? 2 weeks?"
totally, totally.
Hey boys, I'm gonna stay in the space, but if anybody talks to me, I won't be active for like 20 minutes. Gotta play with the good old German Shepherd.
Dingleberries? Oh, okay. Better
Oh yeah,
answer. Better
and it's
answer.
like 90 degrees today, so can't have him out for too long.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Dingleberries expire at a certain temperature. It's true.
Ruben, nice to see you, Ruben.
It's good to see you, Kappa.
All right. So
We,
how are we gonna how are we gonna incorporate this overtime?
dude, I'm trying to avoid selling as much time as possible. Like I'm not doing this because
Mm.
like I'm super excited about selling my fucking time.
Which is part of the reason why I want to push it so hard. Like, oh, Ruben,
So
what have
that
you
some
done? What have
some
you
of that
done, my friend?
the spite shell. I
A
like it.
spite shill. Oh, that is hilarious. That's wonderful. I'm shilling this out of spite. That's not it, but that's pretty damn funny. Uh, no, you launched the project. You did it. You put yourself out there by the hour.
You know there's a dude who bought a day. Immediately he subdivided it into 8 hours and 10x the price, which is
What?
yeah, yeah.
Wait, so he bought 24 hours.
He bought he well so
Uh,
these tokens can only be spent during Tuesday to Thursday, 9 a.m. to
Ooh,
5 p.m. Central Standard Time.
okay. Okay.
So there's only 8 hours in a day in this particular day, but
Right.
which means there's only like 2,500 slots or something overall, over a 2 year period. But which is enough for me to sell another 1,000 hours. Which, anyway, it's all in the contract.
Okay.
Um,
So he buys up 3 days worth of time, and then
he bought
he
one day.
bought one day's worth of time,
Yeah, yeah,
and then he's reselling those per the hour.
yeah. He subdivided them an 8 hour pack into individual hours and 10x the price, which is flattering.
That's great. Let that floor come up.
Well, that's what he said. He's like, "Yo, can you raise the floor real quick? Because like, I want to sell these fuckers. I appreciate it.
That's outstanding.
It's a start, right?"
Let the manipulation ensue because it's your time. You can do whatever you want with it.
Well, not if I have. I can't. So
Mm.
the truth is, I can.
Manipulate the shit out of it, Ruben. And
Well,
when
so
everyone is banking on you, rug them all.
look, if anyone gets rugged, it'll be their own damn fault. All right. There's limited windows. You know what I'm gonna do? As a service, as a fucking public service, is I'm gonna put a little timer on the site that just measures how many slots there are for allocation, and it just decreases as time goes on because I guarantee there's gonna be hodlers
Don't you need like a
on July
calendar
5th.
DAO? Don't you need like a calendar DAO to so people know? I guess it's already separated out in the NFT, huh? All right,
Yeah.
then. Yeah, all
Yeah.
right. Hmm.
As a as a symbol, I actually created 4,000 hours and then burned 2,000 because
Sure.
there's technically 4,000 hours in over a 2 year period of work hours.
Yeah.
So I figured.
Creating the scarcity. All right.
Well, mostly because like I might have to get a fucking job to pay for my other 1,000 jobs.
That's awesome. Well, you put it out there. I'm gonna pitch it at every given opportunity.
Well, that's very kind of you, Casey.
Oh,
Yeah, I'm open to trades too. So if you want to trade, if you want to look, nothing about what I'm doing. Look, I launched the whole fucking thing in a day. The whole thing in a day. Anybody could do it. Anybody. There's no proprietary anything.
Yeah.
So if y'all want to like make some Casey hours and pitch me for a trade, I might be down.
That's awesome.
Low key, this is a recorded space, so I guess it's alpha. But I actually use alpha in a sentence. I'm disappointed in myself in this moment.
Yeah,
it's fine.
It's okay.
I did a verbal. I got a verbal confirmation from Rob Scoble that he's willing to trade one of his hours for 2 of mine, and I plan to sell his, buy mine back, and give the rest of it to a mutual friend.
That's awesome.
Just to prove a point, you know.
just so there's a case study in action, you know.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, that's beautiful. Always so much fun with you guys. Always so much fun.
Hey, have you met UserMod and Himanshu down there?
No, but or actually, I'm following UserMod already. Himanshu Rawat. I'm massacring your name. I'm sorry.
Himanshu is a diamond in the rough, I reckon. He's like he reminds me of me a little bit, but like more organized. Significantly more organized and a much better manager by the sounds of things.
He reminds me of a younger me, just better.
Significantly.
Oh, that's great, man.
What's up, guys?
What's up? How you doing?
Oh, I'm doing awesome. I got up extra early this morning to listen to Lauren's space, and then I got tore to shreds by some Bitcoin maxi while I'm barely opening my eyes with a half-empty cup of coffee in my hand for speaking something nice and saying the truth, and he tried to tear my juggler out. It was so weird. I'm so tired of those guys. They're so toxic. You agree with them, and they'll start a fight with you.
You know, my dad told me this story about when he was working on the Alaska pipeline, and he had to take this like 6-hour drive with this guy, and the guy was a real prick. And my dad, for entertainment, just kept on pitching him softball questions that he knew would rile him up. And by the time they pulled into the station, the guy literally had dried spittle around his mouth. He was frothing. And my dad was still just laying out question after question for him.
Oh, well, that's epic. Well, so I have this ultimate payback that I do that someone listening in might hear this and get upset with me. I don't care. When someone really like screws with me and pokes at me. See, so I was diagnosed with Asperger's when I was like 7. And from the moment I was 7 years old, diagnosed with Asperger's, my mother, who is not a good human being, said, "You're a fucking retard. You're a fucking retard. You'll never be anything with your life. You're just a retard. You resemble a Downs baby. That's why you're stupid. That's why you'll never fit into society." So you know what? I've, in the last 3 days, had 2 of those Bitcoin maxis call me that, including the guy that was in the last space, at least close enough to calling me a fucking retard, to where now I have a collection of part of his life. I'm finding out exactly who he is, what he owns, what his addresses are, who he likes to visit. And one of the things that I do when someone personally pushes one of those buttons with me, especially calls me a fucking retard, I'm sorry, but I'm an engineer. I have an IQ off the charts, and I was tested as an autistic kid when I was young. It took me a long time to grow my cojones and become an actual man. But now that I'm an actual man, I stand my ground. And the last guy that screwed with me like that and actually hit me with a personal jab, it's going to take him the next 2 years to shovel out his front lawn from all the junk mail he gets, and he's not going to be able to get it to stop. I'm doing the same thing to this last guy that just screwed with me.
UserMod, First of all, one aspires. I have yet to be a man, and one day it's on the schedule. But like I'm busy,
I'm trying.
you know what it's like.
Yeah. Take a while.
But shout out. And then the second thing is that like I heard a fancy person say something this one time, and they said the magistrate considers no trifles. I said, "Oh, that sounds some fancy shit." And they're like, "Well, what's that about?" And it's like, "Oh, some old dead judge dude used to say it every time somebody brought some bullshit to the court. We're like, the magistrate considers no trifles."
Right.
And I like to say that when somebody starts beef, because they'd be like, well, "What do you mean you think the magistrate considers no trifles?" And then just keep saying whatever the fuck it was that I'm saying. It's fun. I recommend it.
It's like throwing random Monty Python sayings out there.
I enjoy rolling.
Wound.
I enjoy rolling with whatever ad hominem attack is thrown at me. You know, like, you're fucking stupid, man. You're fucking stupid. I'm like, I'm an idiot, dude. I'm the biggest fucking idiot you've ever met. I'm so fucking stupid. I can't believe you're getting wild up listening to me.
I'm
How is
stupider
it
than
that
your
I'm
mom.
so stupid? Yeah,
Bro, I'm gonna take your advice. I'm just gonna admit that I bow down to you. You are such a higher intellect than I am. I can't even hold a flame. That's what I'm gonna say next time.
Someone says, dude, you're fucking you're a bad person. Like, dude, you're right. I am a fucking bad person.
I'm not just a bad person. I'm the worst person.
I love it. Then how the hell did they start a fight with you if you're just agreeing with it? Well, no, Bitcoin maxis do that though.
But here, just and then now you have a source of entertainment. Now you've cracked the code, you have the formula, and you can employ it at will to a known outcome.
So I have made a few haters in the last week just because I was trying to catch up with Ruben, but he just decided to jump into the fucking pool without me. And on 4th of July Day, we were both going to tokenize our time.
Hey, I apologize. I actually have to bounce out. I got to go family stuff.
We love you, Casey.
Love you guys too. Bye.
Bye. So you're going to tokenize your usable time?
Well, yeah, I want to tokenize my usable time too, so that I can trade with Ruben and Robert. Robert's one of my besties too. I've been talking to him since I've been talking to Robert Scoble since like '99 on the fucking forums.
Oh shit!
Yeah.
The hot sauce guy?
Robert Scoble, the Scobleizer, dude.
No, I'm just joking. Scoble?
Yeah, Robert, the Scobleizer. He's badass.
What does he do?
He is a just.
What does he do?
He's a general all around tech nerd. He's obsessed with AI. He's obsessed with virtual reality. He's obsessed with.
He likes things. Yeah.
Yeah, he just likes things, and he's been talking about them ever since he used to be the mod for a forum back on his own website back in the day, or like 99, 2000, 2001, called the Scobleizer. That is Robert Scoble.
I never actually knew that.
Yeah.
I just thought he was I just knew that he was in AR and VR early. And I keep learning things about him. But apparently he's like, yeah.
Much like a lot of us, he's been obsessed with the bleeding edge. You know, what's right here, right now.
Yeah.
You know, ride it like a fucking wave.
You might even say he's an edgelord.
Right.
Aren't we all? Happens to the best of us.
But I mean, he's totally on board for the idea. I know a couple of other people like, dude, I'd do it just as a side project to trade my time for your time, and then we can fuck with it. We can manipulate it. We can do exactly what you just said earlier, which is sell it, resell it. You could go a 10x or 100x on each one, split them up, sell them to someone else. Who cares, right? Just to see how we can manipulate this shit, because we've obviously seen how NFTs and cryptos have been manipulated by asshats. I mean, let's just take this little experiment of ours and do the social experiment with each other, and then not have to worry about. We're still going to get yelled at, man. We're going to.
Of course. Yeah. First they laugh at you.
The last Bitcoin maxi told me I was an effing retard because all I'm doing is describing Bitcoin. So why don't I just buy Bitcoin? I'm like, what? Wait, what? I'm describing a process and tokenizing my time in one form or another. And I even told the guys, like, I was like, I'm not bashing on Bitcoin, dude. I was like, I was one of the early Bitcoin miners, man. I'm not bashing anything. I'm agreeing with every word that you say, and I'll even accept Bitcoin for payment. And then he just started an argument. It was kind of funny. So
That's so wild. So wild.
yeah. But what I'd like to do is, I'm being the way I'm being because I saw what you did with the NFT, and dude, you jumped in and just fucking did it, which is what you said you were going to do. And sir, I commend you for that. I tip my gray fedora to you. But I'm going to be a little more fastidious about my research. I'm still looking. I want to, instead of an NFT, I want to tokenize somehow or attach to a token somehow with a process. And I'm still not quite sure how to do this.
Yeah, I'm still working on the process myself. It doesn't work. There's no sustainability without trust. And so if there's no way to capture the reviews on the back end as to whether or not the person turned up and whether or not they did the things, then the whole thing falls over, right? So I'm thinking short term, maybe using Twitter, so that after the transactions, there's a mutual, both parties either make a tweet with their own accounts, or it's done through some sort of third-party account with no followers.
Sure.
Just as like a ledger, you know?
Okay.
And then eventually you can put it on something. I mean, it shouldn't need to be on any particular chain. It could be cross-chain.
Sure. And I'd like it. I actually wouldn't mind it being cross-chain. I even want to accept Doge. Why not? For my consulting time? Absolutely.
Well, Doge is so quick to transact, dude.
Oh, I know.
It's so great. To your point about like running into like maxis, because there's these maxi pads exist everywhere, right?
Yeah. Oh my god, I'm selling that.
Right? Right? It's all. Daniel called it's Protestants versus Lutherans versus Anabaptists.
Thank you. Yes, you're challenging the religion no matter what you say.
And you know what they do to pagans? Right? They crucify pagans. Right?
They what?
So they crucify pagans.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Like if you've ever read Wilhelm Reich, he talks about the murder of Christ, and his point in the book was, if Jesus Christ, blah blah blah, Bible, right?
Yeah.
He wasn't crucified; he was murdered, and you have to understand that distinction. So I don't actually expect any of these spaces to change their mind.
Sure.
I can, however, have fun with it.
Sure.
And when there are people at the bottom who know who you are, like you'll talk in these spaces like 60, 70 people, and they'll be shooting you laughs and like heart emojis, blah, 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 because they know what you're doing. But at the end of the day, like that's kind of why we set up SquareSpace, because we would have a lot of trolls, right? And the best way I found to deal with the troll is to you ever see that Jamie Foxx stand thing where he was trolling this guy who was on stage and he said the conscience, and it was just calmly asking this person questions until they talk themselves out, right? Because hurt people, right? So they're hurting inside. You don't know why. Probably because their banks are down. Probably because they leveraged in. Probably because all the reasons that have, taken down individuals and banks since the bank run, pre the Federal Reserve. So, a lot of people that use control don't show up anymore because they don't get the juice they want.
Yeah. Good point.
So I think I was lucky because I did stand up for a few years, and so I look at Twitter Space as kind of like an open mic where everybody has access to a microphone.
How? What side of the country do you stand up on?
I'm in Toronto.
Oh, you're in Toronto. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So when I did stand up, and then I realized, oh wait a minute, Howard does not know what to do with sarcasm. Like it was one of those things that left them like a headlight, and I learned that from dealing with hecklers on stage. I was like, huh, I wonder if I could deal with people disagreeing with me at work. I could go after.
Yeah.
And then I stopped doing stand-up and started doing sales, essentially.
Huh.
I just found out like a way to format my communications
Sure.
in a way that was powerful. Now, oftentimes I whistle the 58th minute of a 1 hour conversation to do it because I'm just gathering information. And so by the 58th minute, I'm like, so what you're saying is this, and this, and this,
Yeah.
and this, all of that truth. Have you thought about this? What do you mean? Well, if this and this and this is what you're saying are true, then won't that mean we'll run out of cash in the first 2 months?
Yeah. Yeah.
Right? But it's that patient, slow play, right? Because they want to be understood more than anything else. You kind of invest that time. You can
You're breaking up really bad, man. Anyhow, I did want to say something though. The reason that I'm still on Twitter, and the reason that I'm still joining these spaces, just so you know, is for people like yourselves. This is the reason that I'm on this platform. People like Ruben. I mean, these other brilliant, very empathetic, patient minds are the people that I'm searching for on Twitter. I'm not. I don't. I mean, those people that are so angry inside that they can't help but to say really hateful shit to other people. I'm sorry, but I I I don't have the patience for them anymore. To be honest with you, I was about to delete my account the last couple of days, so I'm still on the fence, but I don't want to lose touch with any of you guys. You've got good hearts and you mean well, and that's why I'm here.
we keep these spaces are purposefully small, right? We've done things like put hashtags in the top, like hashtag this, hashtag that, and we'll have 20 to 40 people in the room. But I've seen what the level of dialogue is like when the room gets over 10 people, and I stop getting value.
That's a good point. Yeah, I've noticed that too. If it gets over 8 to 10 people in the room, it just one or two of those individuals will start to just erode what's going on.
People have never been in front of an audience before, and so when they see a chance to be in front of an audience, they typically want to monopolize because, like, oh man, I get to talk in front of 1,000 people. This is what
attention.
I'm to do.
Yeah,
oh man, and you see it, and it's like, oh, you've never felt this before. I get it. You know what? Have your time in the sun.
Yep. Limelight. Agreed.
Have it. You want the video light? They used to joke around about that in dance hall songs. You know, the girl wants the video light on her, and she'll dance in ever more exotic ways just to ensure that the light is on her.
Correct. Yeah, I used to date a couple of those.
Very good dancer, right? Turn on the light.
Right. So,
yeah, I pity them more than anything else because you know how much hurt is there, right? And for intelligent people, like, they have some sort of a dictionary of terms, right? And most of it is what they've read from PowerPoint decks and white papers and YouTube videos, right?
Yeah.
And so it's almost like their Overton window doesn't allow them to consider what you're reaching for.
Yeah. Well, the last guy, Ruben, heard it. I was kind of beside myself. I had to shut up for a minute because I actually raised my voice. I don't yell at people, man. I don't do that. And whoever this guy is just grabbed me right by the nuts and just squeezed. So
what were you guys talking about?
No, I mean, my trigger moment, and I'm sure you might even be able to relate to this, and I bet Ruben can. I have so much information going through my head at all times on all of these multiple interests in parallel that I started mining Bitcoin back in 2009. My friends and I read the original white paper in the end of 2008 when it was leaked, and we built miners. We started fucking around with this shit. We started studying the math, started seeing how it works, looking at the complexity of this thing, looking at as the difficulty level changed, what we needed to do. I got into ASICs really, really early. I mean, like really early. I was beta testing Neptunes from KNC and actually giving them feedback and thermal results because they wanted me to overclock these things and run them to the limit. I was popping ASICs like Piccolo Pete's. They were shooting little flames out the sides under the heat sinks. Oh God, it was stinky. But this guy, the reason I got triggered is for the same reason that I had problems when I was younger in school, which is I can immediately come up with certain information about a specific subject. But if you ask me to recite a certain chapter or how many key words were blah, 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 blah in this and that, I fuck if I know. I don't remember. And I haven't. And I was actually thinking last night I need to bring the original blockchain or the original Bitcoin white paper back up so I can refresh myself on this. So when people do ask me very poignant questions, I don't just have to. I have to say, oh well, I don't know, or I'd have to go back through my notes. The problem is I don't. When I was a kid, they started sticking all these textbooks in front of me and said, "Here, memorize this, memorize that, memorize this, memory." I'm sorry, but I don't work that way. That's not the way my brain works. If you want to get into a serious concept, quote unquote, argument, like heated debate, let me sit in front of my computer and open up a couple of browsers, and then I can even explain the actual physical hardware architecture and the switching and the power consumption, all the other stuff that goes along with it. But I can't pull those facts and figures out of my head unless I'm sitting in front of my machine. Does that make sense?
Yeah, to me, because I look at Twitter Spaces like an open mic.
Yeah,
I look at multiple comedians having the mic, and this is kind of like a versus, right? It's like a rap battle, but we're talking about crypto, not about the hood.
right.
And so people, I'm not sure if you ever came across Pitch Anything by Oren Clough, but he said that people will use certain tactics to seize status. So they may use power to seize status. They may use their money to seize status. They may say, "Oh, I don't have enough time for you." They'll use their lack of time for you to kind of position themselves emotionally in this Hegelian master slave dichotomy.
Yep.
Right? And so what he talked about in the book is all of these just tactics to deal with this stuff. And I find that in the beginning, when I had these spaces, inevitably a troll would come in. And because I hadn't figured out how to deal with it yet, it would be a terrible experience. But then we figured out that we could have these degenerate conversations in a broadcaster voice. The people would be able to express themselves, but then they would eventually punch themselves out. So it's this judo, to me, is very fascinating.
It is fascinating. It is absolutely fascinating.
And I think if we can figure it out, right, it's a very powerful thing. And people notice it. Like they say the good manners is shown by the ability to deal with bad manners.
I know, and if I wouldn't have popped in the last room, I think I showed my cards.
Well, I think it's good that you did because it showed you how you would like to be in the future, which to me is a win.
Awesome. Well, on that note, thank you, by the way. I'm smiling. I wasn't smiling.
Yeah. So I learned this from a voice actor who taught a bunch of us voice acting. And some people got agents and some people went on to act and all that stuff.
Yeah.
But I found it was so much more useful because, with pandemic life, this is the way that we get face-to-face meetings.
Exactly.
Right? And so I find that by virtue of these things being recorded, and even if you look at the top, what I did was I took a recording that I was doing in real time of this space
Mm-hmm.
and recorded it on my phone, took it to Instagram, Instagram captioned it, and I brought it back here.
Mm.
Right? So, you know, to me, I know that there is a very, very, very small target market for whom these conversations are a lot of value.
Sure.
But most people will not want to have this nuanced conversation about the dilemma.
No.
You know what I mean? That's not sexy. That's not Jim Cramer, right? Jim Cramer could have a TV show, and essentially he's you think Jim Cramer is getting paid off by shorts? I thought that the other day.
Huh. That's an interesting thought. Yeah. Hey, Ruben, question for you, man. I mean, do I have a snarky tone of voice or something that sets these people off? What?
No, not at all, dude. Not at all.
No?
You're fine. Yeah.
Okay.
Pros before swine. The magistrate considers no trifles.
Exactly. That's what it feels like, And I think that if you can, I'm a headhunter, right? And so I know that there is only a small portion of the population who can do what they have on their resume. And I expect no more from Twitter Spaces. But if I can find these right people, to your point, you guys are tokenizing your time. Well, I have people that are eventually going to want to avail themselves of your tokens, And so just one of those things where I know we have a small community of practice. And at the end of the day, Jeff Bezos was right. Keep the team to 2 pizzas and you'll be fine. We have, Jay-Z said, less is more. There's plenty of us, right? Kanye West told Jay-Z, there ain't many of us. And Jay-Z goes, less is more. There's plenty of us. It's just how we complement each other. I don't know anything about cybersecurity or coding, but I can probably sell it if it's valuable.
Sure, absolutely. I mean, and not to bring up the last space again, but one of the points that I had made is like, listen, I'm a systems engineer, an IT guy. I was a wireless engineer in the Army. I build prototypes for large tech companies. I am obsessed with things on the component electronics level, right? That's what I do. And then I even said, I was like, if you want to get in a peeing match, we can go head to head, neck to neck on hardware engineering. And the guy just like, well, whatever. I'm right about Bitcoin anyhow. You're wrong. And I'm like, okay, whatever, dude.
Yeah. So that's a shutting down of the argument, right? It's one of those things, and I remember taking a jiu-jitsu class, and one of the few women in the dojo, invariably was one of the best players in the dojo, right? And I remember seeing her fight off her back, and she had one leg at like the crook of the knee, and the other one holding like the gi sleeve from the arm. And I told the sensei of the class that, wow, she's so calm on the bottom, even though she's like on the bottom and defending.
Yeah.
And he said, jiu-jitsu works like that. Jiu-jitsu, the better you get at jiu-jitsu, the better you are at being calm in more and more precarious situations.
Yeah.
So, I like to use an analogy in these environments. I forget. I think it was from like a Louis C.K. bit, but he was talking about how if you find yourself in an argument with a 4-year-old, you're always wrong. 100% of the time, you're wrong. You know why? It's because they're 4, right? If you're getting mad at a 4-year-old, like, come on. You're 100% always in the wrong if you're in an argument with a 4-year-old, right?
That is so good. Can you say that again?
That was epic.
I mean, it's not even mine. It was, I think it was Louis C.K. But he was talking about how he was having an argument with his kid, and the kid was like, "They're not fake Newtons. They're pig Newtons."
Right.
And he says, "Listen, the arrogance, arrogance.
I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah.
The arrogance of this toddler.
And anyway, I'm getting my information from. It's not like I'm making this up. I'm reading it off the fucking box. Where are you getting your information from?
Yep.
Anyways, but that's the thing. It's like if you're fighting with a 4-year-old, you're wrong.
Well, yeah, and at this point in this game in my life, man, the people that get in arguments with me or start shit or try to stir the pot. I need to resume my calm, which I'm normally good at, Ruben. I'm really good at my calm, and just I try to reaffirm to people we all have our superpowers. We all have our superpowers. Your superpower doesn't need to be the best superpower out of all of them because it probably already is. So instead of waving your hands up and down and striking out at other people and saying rude things because you need to make yourself feel like you're at the top of the heap, realize that we all have something that we are 10 times better at than the rest of you. All of us do. There's that one secret ingredient that each one of us have. And that's the only frustration that I've been having the last week. That's why I've been doing I don't know, should I dip on Twitter? Should I stay on Twitter?
Well,
And
see, to me, it doesn't even matter, right?
Yeah.
Like, one of the reasons I moved to America from New Zealand is that I don't want to be the smartest person in the room. How am I going to learn that way? You know? Like, I'm never going to be the best at anything in this country. There's 320 million people here.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, New Zealand, there's 5 million people and 25 million sheep, and the sheep aren't a lot of competition, you know? So, like,
Right.
you get good at something, and great. Now you're the best at this. Now, how do you, like, you gonna play rock, paper, scissors with yourself? I mean,
No, we lean on each other. That's my whole point. That's why I'm still in this community. I mean, bro, I feel very fortunate. I tip my hat to you. I'm glad that I have had the opportunity of meeting you, just human contact, meeting your mind, man. You're a brilliant guy with an empathetic heart. That is the reason, the sole reason that I'm here socializing is to find people like yourselves.
well, that's very kind of you to say.
Yeah, we can bounce ideas off each other's heads and make great shit.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I feel like people overestimate how useful being the best at something, or even being good at something is, right? Like, I remember there was a guy on I think it was Clubhouse, and he started a room, and the premise of the room was that we desperately needed to start what was it called? It was he wanted to call it he wanted to create a special status for geniuses, like a genius grant. Like, we must protect the geniuses.
Yeah, right.
There's some geniuses out there, and we gotta give them special privileges for their special genius brains.
I don't think so.
Like, dude, come on. Like, how do you, like, like, let's say you are a genius. Let's say you're like the genius of geniuses. Every test you tick all the boxes and you do all the things. Cool.
I don't even care about
now
it.
what?
I don't care about being a genius, man. I just don't want to be called a fucking retard anymore.
I hear that.
All right, so I put it to the top. So what I did is I took just like that 3-second joke from Ruben, recorded it, put it to Instagram, got the captions, saved it, and then embedded the little video into a tweet. So I think
that's epic.
Yeah, so I think with a lot of, again, with the comedians, I noticed that the 13-second videos were doing more for engagement than the 2 to 10-minute videos. So what I'm trying to do is, and I encourage anyone to do it, which is if there's something happening in the space, record it, and put it out there. And I think, I can see the value in a lot of these nuggets. And so, like, for example, if you type in tag, let's see, if I type in hashtag King Ruben, goes. Beautiful. So, yeah. So I have all of these unenforceable terms are immaterial. Right, so I have all of these nuggets from Ruben. Hashtag.
Nuggets. Man, I have so many nuggets. I have a nugget trove somewhere. Mostly dead dudes. Oh, there's a few dead ladies. One of my favorite dead ladies is Ruth Bader Ginsburg. Man, holy shit, the patience on this lady. She started fighting for women's rights and like doing all this bunch of because like there's like top down law, right, legislation, and there's bottom up law, there's litigation. Um, you know, it's like the inhale exhale thing. Legislation breathes in, litigation breathes out. In between, the fabric of precedence is woven. Um, and so if you want to change stuff like at the top, right? It's dangerous to run a case in a single jurisdiction because if you get overturned on the way up to the courts, then eventually you get to the courts and the precedent can be like, well, here are the amount of here are all the jurisdictions, and this one believes this. Like 6 out of 9 circuits believe this, and so they'll side in favor of the 6 circuits, right? And so she spent years, going into the different circuits and getting it just high enough to stay out of the Supreme Court, but setting precedent at the lower courts until eventually when they went for the big one and sort of advocated on sex like race is a form of prejudice, basically. Uh, she had a lower court majority on the opinions, which who's to say how much that sort of swayed the Supreme Court? But like, man, like, can you imagine starting a fight that like mechanically you can't win in less than 10 years, right? Wild. Yeah, and then she had another phrase which was fight for the things you believe in, but do so in a way that leads other people to join you, which I always thought was wise counsel.
I like that part. Yeah, it's my buddy. When I remember telling my buddy about something I wanted to do, and I kept talking about it, and he said, "Yeah, man, carry the torch," and I shut up.
Nice. Also, hey Kit, how you doing?
It's it can be lonely carrying that torch, and I think it should be, right? If you're really doing something, there shouldn't be that many people that agree with you. I remember seeing a peer to Mike McCulloch who was presenting new research, and one of the people in the audience said, as a compliment, the smart money is not going to bet on you.
Unpack that a little bit.
He said that I guess because of the blue oceanness or red, you know what I mean? Of what they were doing, that either the payback period or the lack of sexiness or the lack of funding for projects that, might jeopardize other funding, like for all of these myriad of reasons, because of how Moloch works, you may not get the investment attention that you're looking for, right? Because that Slate Star Codex, Moloch, god of miscoordination, right? And it's fascinating when you see it up close, because it's like people will be like, you'd be like, hey, what should I charge for this? $50? No, can you charge this? And you're like, what? Right? And so you just sit back and be like, I remember a buddy said, the world is bigger than I am. And I really took that to heart.
And that's just math.
Yeah, time space, right? Somebody was talking to KC and he said, there's these two sides where you have what did he call it? Oh, he said it's so good. Messiah. What was the? He said there were two. He said there were two genes that he saw on Twitter Spaces. One was the greed gene, and the other was the Messiah gene. Alex Mascioli. The greed gene and the Messiah gene. You know, and
the prophet and the prophet.
right? Nostradamus versus Joachim de Fior, right? You know, and there's always been a market for selling the belief in an apocalypse. Always. Because it's the one thing that can catalyze people to action. Like back in the day, Joachim de Fior said, "Oh, the world's going to end 1245, and guess what? If you want to get into heaven, you just have to go to Jerusalem and fight in the Crusades." And that's how a lot of people went, because they were like, "Oh, okay, so if I die in the Crusades, I'm good. All right, let's do it." Right? So the apocalypse. I mean, Busta Rhymes, extinction level event. That guy had like his first 5 albums named after the Y2K debacle that never happened. Great albums. Right? You know, but and when there is an apocalypse, there is a market for arcs of Noah, even if they don't know how to build a boat.
I feel like we're 12 metaphors down. One more time.
So, if let's say you know how the flood came, like, and Noah is just this dude building this boat, right?
Right.
But and the story goes with Noah's Ark that nobody else builds a boat for this impending flood. But what if there was a flood coming, and there were some people like, you know what? We're not as good at building ships, but we're better at marketing than Noah is.
So I should be building a boat.
I talked to Dr. Wetzel. We had our interview. It was like a couple of hours. It was nuts. And he told me that a lot of these projects were doomed to fail by just the math underlying their project alone. And he said, you know, after a little while, because the math is not sound, you know, they call it secure by design, like mathematically secure, give or take the quantum, right? He said he could look at projects and look at the way their math worked and said, oh, this is your marketing might get you adoption, but your game theory will lose you traction. It's fascinating.
Yeah, I think that's the undertone of what's going in crypto land right now. There's a certain when it's small, right? Whatever chain or whatever it is that you're building, you're kind of insulated to an extent from like certain flavors of attack. But the larger whatever it is that your thing is gets, you get increasingly exposed to additional flavors of attack, and they change in their nature from being like based on, you know, there's like the technical risk, right, which at the start is actually pretty minor because there's not a lot of people, and you know, the likelihood that there's enough value in the system to be worth attacking to try to get, it's not really an issue. But eventually you get large enough that actually, yeah, it's worth hacking. And so that sort of ramps up, right? And that's fine. So if you can get past that level, you're good. And then there's a point at which the attacks shift from technical to economic, which is what, in large part, what Terra Luna faced. Whereas there wasn't sufficient liquidity in the pool to survive a massive breach of trust, which and I forget the theory, but essentially, like if somebody is able to short the economy, which is really hard because you need to be large enough to be able to do it, but you also need to have somebody on the other side to take the bet. And if you have somebody on the other side who's so confident this thing's not going to explode that they take the bet, then you can you can sort of pay $1 to make a $10 short, and then you got another $9, and you use that to sort of like just extract massive amounts outside, which is safe because you did it. And then when the market freaks out and fuds, then you make your money back on the short as well, right? And that's a really, really hard thing to protect against because it's leveraged. And so you don't just have to be insulated against the initial extraction. You have to assume that somebody out there is willing to take a bet on a shorting of the currency because of the trust that you've built. And so the more trustworthy you've built this thing, the greater likelihood somebody's willing to say, "Oh, this could never go down that far. Yeah, I'll buy your short," you know. And so you really do need to over-index on and over-collateralize on that level, which I guess somebody somewhere didn't do. But yeah.
So there is put on your tinfoil hats, a line of thinking that a certain large player is able to borrow massive amounts of money, and because they understand how collateral and lending works on these networks, they're able to use a sizable amount of money to borrow a magnitudinally large amount of money. And so the mechanics I put there at the top, again, put on your tinfoil hats, but essentially, if you believe the crypto Twitter, you have a hedge fund which orchestrates the downfall of Terra Luna, which results in the downfall of Three Arrows, which results in the
yeah. Citadel Fortress, all those kids. Yep. Yeah, which is why, again, like if you over collateralize, you actually are reasonably insulated against those kinds of attacks, but only to the extent that you're going to be able to survive, not that you're going to do well necessarily, right? Because you're
fight Goliath with a sword. Good
Sorry,
luck.
one more time.
It's like trying to fight Goliath with a sword. It's not going to work.
So, did I ever share with you the bow tie effect thing?
Yeah.
The bow. Yeah.
Yeah. There are Comte called it latent and manifest results from any change or any action. There are the effects we can predict and the effects we can't. And there's like a phase space for those things.
Yeah. Well, so the guy that I got the idea off, a guy called John Robb, who was the guy that I learned about Bitcoin from in the first place back in 2008. I was talking to him. Well, it's on the tweet thread actually, I think. But he was saying that like if you have a bow tie and it's sufficiently flexible to allow somebody to tie one side of the bow tie to the other side of the bow tie, that's when things get weird, because they're able to sort of circumvent the middle part by creating derivatives on either side and tying and wrapping them up together with like basically bets and gambling.
It's like another layer of equilibrium.
Sorry?
It's like equilibrium in the ether with these shorts and longs.
Right. Well, so I mean, I guess the thing that makes it work is that is people making bad bets, right? Because if the short seller, if nobody was willing to take the short, then you couldn't do it.
That's it. Yeah.
And so, but people are willing to take short. Like that's the whole thing with like GameStop and all the rest of them. Like that happened because there was too many shorts and there wasn't enough people on the other side. And so, if you just buy up all the supply, there's no way they can cover the ground, and so they have to pay out on the shorts. And there's a whole saga around that. But like, what I think is interesting about using space-time as the bow tie is that it's really obvious if the market's ever inflated, because you can't fuck with time, right? Like, and I go back to that 80,000 hours that I have left here. If I sell 90,000 hours, someone's not getting 10,000, right? So like, presumably, if everyone's doing their math right, and you might even enforce that by being like, just making it just painfully obvious as to what the actual supply is, and the actual sort of supply demand ratios. It should be harder to create derivatives that exceed the actual supply, because it's just too painfully obvious how much supply there is.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Makes sense.
Like, I can't, like, where am I going to put the time deposit? Right? You're losing it either way, right? So like, I don't know. It's I've yet to articulate why it's a better bow tie, but there's something about the immutability of it that makes it feel more robust than something where you can just like issue a shit ton more shares.
Yeah. By the way, have you read him your joke infused white paper?
Dude, none of that is a joke. It's I know it's very silly, but it's
it's actually factual. But I mean, I couldn't stop being laughing.
Ruben, quick question for you. I'm chatting with my wifey, and I was on mute because I was telling her about why we might want to avail ourselves of a handful of hours. But can you explain it to her rather than me? Allie, Ruben, Allie.
Hi, Ruben.
Oh, hey, Allie. How we doing?
Fantastic.
Dude, read her paper, please.
So actually, this might be fun. All right. So why don't I read you the 111 word, totally accidental, white paper? Yeah, it takes about 40 seconds.
Amazing.
Okay, cool. So the project name is called Too Soon, because it's definitely too soon. Me, Ruben, small money, have time, but not so many. Many human want Ruben time for money, but always want more time. They want all time. All time is too much time. Also rules. Too many rules and not my rules. So I make new rules. Rule number 1. No sell all time. Only some. Rule 2. Many buyer, more price. Rule 3. Maybe you buy Ruben time and change mine. That okay. You can sell. Number 4. Maybe I change mind. I can buy time back. Special price. Number 5. Maybe you buy time for friend. It okay. You can give. Number 6. You know use time. You lose time. It okay. Give long time to use. And number 7. You don't like. Don't buy. That's it.
Epic.
That's the best pitch I think I've ever heard. Like, you've got it so simplified down to just the ideas, and I'm so attracted to that pitch. It's fantastic. I want to lick the whole face of that pitch.
I'm really nervous about releasing that, as like, because all the white papers have so many big words and they're very impressive. But like,
No. I was just talking to Mike about this, and that like the difference between intelligence and the way that you communicate, and I find the more superfluous big words you use, maybe the idea is not that great.
Right.
If you can actually distill it down to the lowest common denominator, that means you're really communicating the idea like really distilled. And to be able to do that, you have to have a level of intelligence, and I really appreciate seeing that. I'm really attracted to like that kind of pitch. So that is fantastic. I love it.
well, that's promising. Yeah.
Sounds to me like that woman likes very, very large brains.
It's funny.
Very sapiosexual. Mike is so attractive to me because his brain is so large.
I was gonna say, like, the reason it gives me such high confidence is that I find the funnier the person is, the smarter their partner is. Like, they might be idiots, but like not the partners, the funny people. The funny people are often idiots, but their partners are always like, what's the word for it? Invariably super brains. So that's a compliment, and it's like one of those backhanded compliments to sell you. Yeah.
Like, I went to the University of Toronto, and arguably, Ali went to a better school at Queen's. You know, she did evolutionary ecology and math. So yeah, and she's the brains of the she's the brains of the operation. People don't believe me when I say that, eh? When I say, "Oh, meet Ali, she's the brains of the operation," they laugh it off, and it's kind of like an inside joke with us. So they don't realize. No, that's true. That's the same fucking Elon Musk went to when he came here before going to Wharton.
I'm a little envious, bro. Like, to be honest with you, my ex-wife sucked the soul out of me and took every dime out of my pockets and never actually used any of it to do anything better
smart.
or to guide me.
Sorry.
So my marriage lasted 8 months. How long did yours last?
Oh God, mine was 10 years. It was
goddamn
10 years, and I can't get that back.
In Canada, you have to wait a year before you can confirm your divorce. And, you know, a year is also the span of 9 months. So imagine going to the divorce office with a lady who's pregnant with a child that's not yours. All right? That was a good time. And people are like, I can't believe you're such an asshole. You're divorcing this woman. No, it's not mine. It's not mine.
The one thing I'll say about that, in terms of not getting the time back, is you'll never be what you were. Well, sorry, you'll always be what you were, but you'll never be only what you were. Right?
Truth.
So, Ruben, what I told Ali recently is, let's get everything off of Coinbase. So we've got everything off of Coinbase.
Not everything. We're not any of the other guys off. We got other Ethereum.
Yeah, we got the Ethereum off. And yeah, right. The important one, she said.
So you're getting everything to cold storage then?
Yeah, so we have the ledger wallet. And so no Bluetooth. And so, Ruben, if you were going to explain to Ali, who's never really conducted a transaction before, how would she navigate this whole OpenSea world? What the hell is OpenSea? Can you explain to her this whole NFT thing so she understands? Because she's been listening to these conversations, but, you know, when I talk to her, I'm probably like a wild man with my hair on fire.
I'll see if I can Eli 5 it real time. No, I'm not going to do it. So you know what a JSON object is? I can unpack it. Okay, well here we go. So look at your phone right now, right? You guys see some pictures, you see some words, right? And the pictures and the words are in their own little spots. And the way that Twitter knows that, the way that my phone knows that the picture should be over here and the text should be over there, is because in the back end they're organized into JSON objects. And JSON object is basically, here is the start of the object. It had, length equals this and height equals that. And you got to put it over here. And it has this like a bunch of variables with values associated with those variables, right? And so, you think of Mario and Super Mario, or, Mario is like this many pixels high, and, hat equals red and legs equals 2, et cetera, et cetera. And JSON objects are really useful for object-oriented programming because you can just put stuff in a box, and if they have little parts inside the box, well, you just put them inside of the box inside of another box, right? And that way, if you want to move something from A to B, you can just take the box and put it over there instead of like recoding everything all the time. So the only difference between like an NFT and a JSON object is that the NFT is held on a ledger, which is this whole blockchain thing. Blockchains are append only, which means after every block they get infused into this history of record, and you can't change them because that would be something else. You'd be trying to rewrite history, and I mean, if I tried to change a JSON on my computer, I can do it because JSON doesn't care. It's not an immutable ledger. But if I tried to just tell all the other Bitcoin machines that actually I had all the Bitcoin and you don't have the Bitcoin, they'd be like, well, I spoke to all the other Bitcoin machines and they say that that's not what actually happened. So you're not part of Bitcoin anymore until you believe what we believe, right? And which is the whole sort of consensus engine, which makes, which, you know, unless you get 51% of the hash rate, where now you are the majority of the opinion, the collective opinion, then people start to believe you, right? So, which is really hard because it's really expensive. So by putting a JSON object on such a technology, this immutable ledger thing, it's really hard because if you want to change it, because if I try to change it, all the other machines are like, well, that's not what happened. That's not where that JSON's supposed to go at all. Hat equals red. Hat doesn't equal blue. It says right here. And I asked everybody else, and they all said so, right? So so you can use NFTs to represent, like all tokens, right? You can use them to represent something else, right? Like arguably, every share of every public company is also a non-fungible token. Although they're somewhat like semi-fungible because you can trade one share for another share, and you can't really tell the difference on, you know, unless you look underneath and figure out which one it is or whatever. You get the idea. So because systems of agreement require both parties to agree to the same language, right? Like, which is why I can't speak to a person who speaks Mandarin and they can't speak English because we don't share the same alphabet. Ownership, which only requires one person, is really one of the first things to hit NFT land because it only needs one person to own something, right? I made it, it's mine. And then if you want to transfer ownership, well, now you only need two parties because I had it and I agree that you have it. You agreed that you have it. Now we both agreed, and you know, so you can transfer ownership from person A to person B. But it's actually a hell of a lot more powerful than that. It's almost like a Swiss Army knife, right? Everything that you can use a JSON for, you could use an NFT for, which is only really useful if there's some potential disagreement among parties as to what it is and what it does or who owns it or whatever. But the reason that NFTs are usually associated with pictures and, you know, art and music and other sort of individual things, little objects, is less to do with the function of what an NFTs can be used for and more to do with the fact that you only need a couple of parties to transfer ownership between those parties. You push it way down the line, and I can see NFTs being used for a variety of use cases that can only really start to happen if there's mass adoption of the underlying protocol of the alphabet, right? I might not be able to talk to a person in spoken German, but if we both use the same language, so the same alphabet, then I can teach a computer to sort of figure out that, you know, what's the word? What's my favorite German phrase? Ein Hassenvogel, which means I have a bird. Which means, oh no, du hast einen Vogel. You have a bird in the brain. It's pretty cute. You know, I can teach a machine to look at that because it'll figure out, oh, this is what these letters mean and all the rest of it, right? This is about 57,000% more than was what required to explain what NFTs are. But I'm just trying to give sort of examples. Does any of that make sense so far? How much is hitting the wall here?
Oh no, 100% makes sense. I enjoyed all of the painted picture that you gave for it. It was fun. I enjoyed the journey. Thank you.
Yay. I need to get I-5 it though.
So Ruben, let's run it back. So this is her first time with a MetaMask wallet.
Okay.
What is MetaMask? Why is MetaMask? Why is OpenSea? Why did you decide to put it there? And how would the transaction look if she wanted to avail herself of owning some of these tokenized hours of yours?
Yeah, sure. So MetaMask is a custodial wallet. It's a custodial wallet access mechanism. So
I'm going to record this. Can you start again?
Huh?
I'm recording this now. Yeah.
Oh, okay, sure. So and I haven't tried this before, so it might be a little wonky, but the first wallets were non-custodial, right? Like when I had Bitcoin, I would download a full copy of what Bitcoin was, and that would be on physically, like on my computer, and then that piece of software would computing it with all the rest of them, which is fine. But like, it's kind of annoying, right? Because there wasn't a lot of other infrastructure that would like integrate with it. And so there was a point at which, folks like Coinbase and MetaMask and other places were like, you know what? Like, what if we just like built all of the infrastructure in a place that we could control, and then we took all the hard parts out of engaging with this and like used all the various APIs that exist so that we can use the existing infrastructure to make it easy for people, and then they still get to play in this area, but they'll do it through this layer, which makes it easy. And so Coinbase was sort of like the first big one, where their sort of solution was, okay, well, we'll just give you a wallet, and that wallet be sort of housed locally, and we'll have a bunch of grown-ups keeping an eye on it, make sure that nobody sort of does the old switcheroo. And it'll be so much easier to use our soft wallet or our custodial wallet that you won't want to keep it on your actual computer, because that'll just suck so hard that you don't want to do it. And MetaMask has basically built an infrastructure that allows you to create a wallet through their system on many chains. I wouldn't say all of them. It's got to be at least 1,000, maybe up to 20,000. But for like the big ones, in terms of like the sort of main, the highest activity on a daily basis, they have the ability to spin up a wallet on any of those accounts. And so that if I get a MetaMask in my browser, because the chains don't have that tick, but MetaMask does, I can just create a MetaMask wallet. And if I want to create 20 wallets on Polygon, or 30 wallets on this chain, or 20 wallets on that one, I just like add new account, right? And so it ties it ties the identity, or my identity, based on a seed phrase that I control, and they don't have the seed phrase, so they can't access it. But it allows me to use their infrastructure to interact with this infrastructure easily, in a way that it just sort of abstracts away the complexity. So it's free to use, and I don't think they take any fees. But MetaMask is a useful technology which may or may not expand into the future. I really hope that somebody builds an open source equivalent at some point, because MetaMask has a shit ton of power right now. As far as OpenSea, they basically did the same thing, but they did it in a different way. Instead of creating a wallet infrastructure, they created a surfacing infrastructure for these NFTs, right? Because like if you actually look at a blockchain, at one of the blocks in a blockchain, and you take off the hood of the car and you look what's inside, it doesn't look like it's an engine. It looks like it's a bunch of parts, right? There's some pistons over here, and there's like a hose that's going over to that thing. The head bone's connected to the neck bone. It's just ones and zeros and X's and L's and other sort of alphanumeric characters. It's kind of wild. So they said, well, if we know what these things are, why don't we just build a surfacing layer so that somebody can go to our website, and instead of seeing all these letters and numbers, we can turn them into JSON objects, right? And that's what they did. And that's all that it is. They created a marketplace where I can use my MetaMask or some other wallet to log in to their system and create an identity on that system. And then I can create tokens, I can purchase tokens, I can do all the things. OpenSea uses a proprietary token structure. So when you create a token using OpenSea, it's not, you can't transfer it in or out without going through OpenSea, which I personally think is quite dangerous in terms of the end game. The main reason I use OpenSea was just because it's easy, and I was able to knock out the project in like less than 24 hours. ultimately, I think it's the kind of thing that you want to build like at a lower level without that abstraction, certainly without a proprietary contract. But yeah, it's just like it's basically eBay for whatever token is that you want to sell. There's not a lot of folks selling time. I got to be honest. I think there's one actually, but that may change. Does that make sense? How are we doing so far?
That makes sense. I was actually just thinking about all the applications. Like that would be so like people come up to me all the time and ask me for my time and they're like, well, how much does it cost? I'm like, this is fucking ridiculous. But to actually have a system where I could be like, buy my token and that's an hour of my time. That's awesome. That's rad.
Would you tokenize your
It's almost I kind of feel like I must be missing something because it feels too obvious. Like how there's so many big brains out there. Why is the high skill dropout the guy who's coming up with the thing?
Right? Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, go ahead.
You're also about to, you know that thing about first movers, pioneers have arrows in their back. I'm sure there's a lot of people at a distance.
Yeah, I gotta say, one of the other reasons I wanted to get it out there quick is because I don't think a lot of people are going to believe that it's useful for a while, and I think that's useful. That's really useful because it means that you can knock a bunch of proof of concepts out, and they're there, and they're on the immutable ledger, and so you can sort of point to it and say, well, actually, we've done these things, and here's the proof points, and you're able to do that a little bit under the radar. Whereas, like, if I was a multi-billionaire and I tried to do some of this shit, you'd already be fighting headlines. You know what I mean? So, yeah.
So what if I wanted to cause espionage and basically a horde monopolize your time? So basically I'm stealing someone's essence.
Yeah, well, so that's a good question. The first thing I would say is that the way that I've chosen to issue my time is I've done it within parameters to protect myself, and also parameters to protect the purchaser. In a 2-year period, there's like 4,000 something hours of 40-hour work weeks, and I'm not selling 4,000 because I don't know how much these things are going to sell for. If they sell for well, first of all, I can set the floor, so I put them at I started at minimum wage, but then I realized that somebody could swoop in, and then I might have screwed myself. So I put them at just sort of subsistence wage kind of thing. And if somebody just comes in and sweeps up all of my time, I guess they're my boss. But they'll only be a boss for 1,000 hours in a 2-year period, which is like 6 months of my time. And the amount that would sell for at the current market price actually is enough to support me. I mean, I win basically because now I have 10 hours a week for the job out of the 40-hour week because the other 3,000 hours I'm not selling. It's kind of cool.
I like the general idea, Ruben. I heard you guys talking about it last night or early this morning. But the whole idea of okay, who's the main token, the hard wallet token holder, and it's not to make it less like a Ponzi or whatever you want to call it. It's more or less it's you. So it's your time. You are able to hold on to as long as you don't distribute less than 51% of your time tokens. And then the original contract that you're creating of the entity, might be Web3 or blockchain technology, but over time, is that could hold legal issues to where someone basically can say that they own you, but as long as you have those in place, you're okay with holding on to a ledger for it.
Yeah. Well, so this is potentially quite dangerous to the extent that people could issue their time with less restrictions without having an understanding as to how they might be used. One of the things that I plan to do in the early days is wait for somebody to clone the project and do it poorly, and then deliberately play pranks. So like I'm really looking forward to the day where someone mints their time and doesn't put a first right of refusal and doesn't put any second part. So for anybody can sell a Rubin hour for whatever price they want. I have first right of refusal for a 48-hour window. So if I want to pay the same price, I can actually buy it back, which is cool. If I didn't have, here, I'll tell you the prank that I want to play. I want somebody to mint their hour, and then I want to find somebody that they used to work for, or that like their ex-wife or something, and I just want to buy their time and give it to that person. Mostly as a proof point, because I think it would be hilarious if you gave it to their ex-wife, or like buy somebody's hour and then just force them to watch Rick Astley for an hour or whatever. There's all sorts of fun stuff you can do. So, but mostly is like, hey, don't screw yourself up here. We're giving you enough rope to hang yourself by. Okay, like be like you're the master of your own destiny, and that's awesome. But like, pay attention, right? Go ahead.
Oh boy, I'm trying to take this in a serious, being serious about how the contracts would be written, and I'm just stealing people. Oh boy, I completely lost my train of thought. Oh yeah, so when writing out this contract for whatever chain you're generalizing, doing time for like proof of work of consensus of the chains for validations, they all have per token have to agree on the transaction rate to be
Yeah.
the agreement of time, not saying your token, but just how the blockchain technology goes. So that's kind of I like that poeticness.
It is weirdly it is. Go ahead.
Oh no, I was gonna say, Ruben, are transactions of time in real time as quickly as possible to save time? Contract.
It's really interesting. So like in a lot of ways we're already doing it, right? So like when I go buy a coffee, I'm giving them $3. But where the hell did I get that $3?
Yep.
Oh, it was probably because I sold my time to somebody, right?
Which we all do.
Which we all do. So if I'm getting like, $30 an hour, why can't I just give that person 6 minutes instead?
Yeah.
Now, maybe they're not going to use 6 minutes of my time because they don't need somebody. I don't even know what the fuck I do anymore. But like a bunch of, I'm going to upload my resume at some point so that people can know what the hell to use it for. But if as long as there's a degree of faith that I will turn up and actually do the things, that's really all you need. You just need the faith that the other party believes that there's a market price for whatever this thing is, right?
Yeah.
So, and the irony is that like if I am a welder or a lawnmower or something like that, that is way more predictably viable in a market-based economy than some big brain, right? Who you might have to actually think about. You might have to spend an hour to figure out how to use the hour in some cases. So yeah.
One of the piecework, right? Or the most reputable unit case type services might be the lower hanging fruit.
Yeah, I'm really excited about the most boring things put on this possible, because that's when you get not just individuals selling time, but you get groups selling classes of time. So you could use, and as soon as you have like classes of individuals with sort of interchangeable outcomes, right? Like all contract attorneys who are licensed in the state of California, for example, some other person who has nothing to do with that at all can just have a bunch of conversations with those people and say, hey, are you willing to put up to X hours into a pool? And now when you want a contract attorney's hour, you go down to Dave's Discount Bargain Basement Contract Attorney.com and you can purchase an hour from the pool. And as long as you're sort of satisfied that the warranties, the what's the word for it? The representations of Dave, the contract attorney specialist, are valid, right? And maybe the bar, the California bar, has sort of like given them the tick box on yes, this is the actual person, and yes, they actually have they're registered on, they have their license. Then you end up with like the secondary layer, which is also where things could get potentially a little dark. I'm just not sure. I'm sure this is going to break, but I just don't know where yet. Go ahead, user mine.
So one of the things that I've been wondering, one of the things I've been looking into just since we've been talking about this is, since we're tokenizing the management of time, right? And ever since the advent of software, human beings have been designing software for time management. Are there any open APIs or any other open source based time management pieces of time management software, time management databases that we can use to tie this in for a real time view of what real time overhead view of what we're doing with this thing?
My gut feeling is yes. I just don't. I just haven't looked into it deep enough.
Because I got
Yeah.
really stoned the other night and kind of like started thinking about it, let my eyes relax a little bit. And I was like, you know what? In my autistic mind, I wish that I just had this kind of semi-opaque, transparent calendar in front of my eyes right here, right? And, everything is just, I just visualize a bunch of little blocks, and in real time, it'd be nice to be able to see these little blocks on my calendar popping up like yellow, right? Like it's gone to yellow, and I'm looking at, oh, it's interesting, it's gone to yellow. When I click on that, I see that someone has actually purchased my tokenized bit of time. And when it comes up green on my calendar on my screen, that means that they've actually established a time slot on my schedule, right, for my consulting.
Right.
And that's I've been looking for 2 days for a piece of software that I can use to tie this into for that. For tracking, for time. I mean, time management already exists. We're already talking about tokenizing our time management anyhow. There's got to be a way to tie it in. There has to be.
Yeah, well, so this is why to me, it makes more sense to build as a protocol than like an actual standalone application. Like, yeah, build a standalone application, but like, it feels like there's too many, like that the Dave's discount contract attorney basement thing. I'm not gonna build that. Somebody should,
right?
But like, this feels more like trying to build the alphabet than it does write a poem. You know what I'm saying?
True. So how has your success been anyhow, man? I've barely talked to you. I know we keep missing each other. I heard you mention something about someone they purchased a day of your time and then split it all up, 10x'd it, and wait, they're holding, or they already sold and traded?
I don't think they sold or traded. Okay. But like the first, yeah, there's been 2 sales. One for an hour from a friend who was like, I'll buy an hour.
Sure.
I don't know.
I'll buy an hour of your time if I had money.
Well, there you go. It's awesome. Yeah. And then somebody else was like, they bought a day and immediately subdivided it into individual hours, and then 10x the price, and it's just sort of sitting there.
So you left it open to be able to subdivide it.
Well, so I'm selling them in packages ranging from individual hours.
Okay.
Right now there's 4 of those. And then there's 4 blocks of 4 hours, 4 blocks of 8 hours, right up to 160 hours. Sorry, I think the largest block is 96 hours. There's like 2 of those.
Sure.
Which is like, and again, these I've deliberately set the time between 9 to 5, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday.
Sure.
So if I do a good job, actually, I want to buy all of them back and then have my time back. But if you're going to trade your time for money, like, know that you're doing it, right?
Absolutely.
And it's
I just like the fact that we're able to do it on such a granular basis, right? It in my mind, I keep telling myself this is going to help with my time management problem, which is one of my biggest Achilles heels. I have a time management issue. That's why I'm not sitting here filthy rich talking to you guys.
Well, I mean, the undertone here is, first of all, is that time doesn't exist. It's a construct.
Correct.
There's only now. But you know, if the calendar is useful, and if the sundial and the clock is useful, then I mean it's a pretty sticky idea, right?
Yeah.
So, and really, like the calendar is the first version of tokenization of time. Like it's an old idea, but just the tools for interacting with that ledger aren't really good. It's like company shares existed before the stock market, but it was just a bunch of folks hanging out in a room with like pieces of paper and. Wait a minute, I'm just gonna die. 1 second. Oh boy, I'm coughing like. You know what it is? I might get sued by my token holders for smoking. If I smoke too much, it's
Oh right. Yeah.
it's no bueno. Yeah. Um, that'd be interesting.
You could be degrading their time, man. What are you doing?
Well, technically, I'm
your
just
time.
taking it off the back, right? So, well, so what I think that's interesting that's different to the and we were talking about this earlier is that because time is immutable and it's happening whether you like it or not, it removes. Oh, hold on 1 second. Somebody's trying to use the restroom here. Oh, sorry. I'm sitting outside a Starbucks right now, and I'm next to the outdoor restroom. So every now and then somebody comes up and says, "Hey, can I use the restroom?" Anyways, I'm not the guardian of the restroom, but you know, yeah, it's I get nervous because I think there's a certain point of adoption, and you know, who knows, man? This thing might fall over, and we might never see it again. But on the other end of the scale, like if it extrapolates and we see sort of clones and people, all sorts of people doing the same. And by the way, like anybody could start a clone of this,
sure,
and just use Twitter as like the reputation engine on the back. Which is really important because if you don't have a ledger of the outcome of these transactions, then you don't have any faith in randos turning up and trying to buy somebody's time because they don't know whether they're good or not, right? So that's why Yelp has that that feedback ratings thing. But the problem is that it's owned by a single company who profits by you turning up and thinking that things are good to go to. So that's why I think the immutable ledger needs to be independent, right? Because otherwise we become the monster we sought to destroy. So really, it comes back to that trust ledger. Now the danger with that, of course, is if somebody gets sick and they can't meet their time commitments, well, chances are that the people who booked their time slots with that person whilst they were unable to turn up to the place, I mean, they're going to, when it comes to recommendation time, they're going to say, oh, Dave didn't turn up. He had tuberculosis, right? And maybe the future value of his time goes down. But in theory, they should also be able to see, oh, well, looks like he had tuberculosis during that time period. So, you know, there's going to be like a faith.
correct.
All of this is going to be backed by faith, whether you like it or not.
Yeah.
But it feels like a less worse way of articulating that, I guess. You know, potentially. And then I guess the worst case scenario is you just rug the entire thing and start a new account, which will have its own effects because people will be like, well, you know, you just turned up here. I don't know. You don't have any recommendations, so I'm only willing to spend this much. And actually, I'd prefer 100% to be in escrow until after the transaction, for example.
Yeah.
There's no escrow on mine though. You got to pay me up front. but eventually, huh? Go ahead.
I mean, have you had any of the Bitcoin maxis freak out on you yet and call you a scammer, saying that you're just going to be another shitcoiner?
Honestly, I haven't told anyone about this. Not really. Like I've told it to like y'all degens.
Yeah.
But I have to tell people about it, if nothing else, then as a service to these two token holders, right?
True.
So I'm about to, honestly, right now, that stupid mini white paper situation
Yep.
I don't know what the hell to call it. It's not a white paper, but it's something. My biggest concern is that I guess because there's a bunch of big ideas, but the amount of time that it takes to like actually get those ideas out and put them out on paper is going to be a while. And I kind of just want to move this thing as fast as possible. So I should probably just launch with that dumbed down version. But but I've got like 4,000 humans on LinkedIn who have known me for what 25 years, 20 years so far, and I know some of them have tried to hire me before for things that I don't want to do.
Sure.
So I expect I'll be working for it's going to be weird, man. I've turned down a few jobs, mostly when people want me to do things. Like I had a friend who's like, "Hey, Ruben, I found a way to make a bunch of money." I'm like, "Oh, what's that?" "Oh, I figured out how to sell guns better."
Oh no.
Do I want to sell guns? I don't think I want to sell guns.
Dude, I can put together what will be a multi-million-dollar business by next year. Open up an auto shop locally and call it EVs only, and start refreshing battery packs and doing work on electric vehicles only.
There you go.
$1 million business next year.
Right. Well, so that's the thing, though, right? So the terms that I put for me are like underneath the part of the things that I won't do. It literally says, Ruben will help you solve problems, presumably yours, blah, blah, blah. I can do these things. I can do those things. Is there anything Ruben won't do? Literally anything for any reason. Like that's like literally, I can turn up and just sit there and do nothing, and I have technically complied.
By showing up.
By showing up, right? That's what I've committed to, and it's a Zoom call, so now the caveat to that is I'm also, I have an unusually high tolerance for bullshit, and irrationality and method acting, enthusiastic compliance, which is fine. I have a vested interest in people being happy, right?
Yep.
But I don't know if the person who wants me to sell guns buys my time. I don't think I'm going to help them sell guns.
Sure.
So they may have to resell.
Actually,
Huh?
Yeah, Ruben Ali's been trying to buy one of your tokens, one of your NFTs for your time for the past maybe 20 minutes. But
it's so silly. It's the dumbest system. I want to get off OpenSea as soon as possible. One thing I'm doing today is enabling regular fiat government approved payments, but I just can't do it.
That's going backwards, isn't it?
Oh, well, yes and no. And I say yes and no because I think it's really important to create for the survival of crypto land in general, to allow people to interact without having to go through, without being forced to go through other channels.
Yeah, without being forced to have to go buy cryptos and then exchange, move things around, move things to 2 different wallets, and then make a purchase of your thing. Yeah, that's just.
Oh shit! I just reported somebody. Kit, I just reported you. I don't need to report you. Can I unreport you? Hold on, one moment.
Oh, the damage is done. Thanks, Ruben. All right, let's see.
Give me 1 second. Somebody's asking me a question.
Oops, I've done that once or twice.
Hey,
right. I'm already shadow banned.
It might drive up the value of your token. Previously banned on Twitter. Whoa, why was he banned for? Maybe I need an hour.
Okay, sorry, I was gone for the last minute. Did I miss anything?
No.
Sorry for reporting you, Kit.
Wouldn't be the first time.
I'll get you back.
I believe it.
I'll let you know as soon as Ali is able to. The MetaMask is not playing as seamlessly as we might like with the OpenSea.
Of course.
Yeah.
Naturally. Well, so by the end of the day, so here's another thing. I made an off-chain transaction with a friend who bought 2 hours to help me with his audio idea, which I want to run past you at some point.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
yeah.
If she
Huh?
has a MetaMask wallet, are you open to her sending Ethereum directly to you, and then you sending an NFT to her MetaMask wallet in exchange? Could that work?
Absolutely.
Okay, so all you'd have to do essentially is send me your Ethereum address with the right transaction amount, and we'll do that instead. I like this idea that you brought up of we have this technology and we can use it and bend it to our will, right?
Yeah, we just saved 2.5%, by the way.
Hey, bam. Okay, beautiful. So maybe we need to set up a MetaMask page rather than an OpenSea page for this NFT. Anyways, so as soon as you send me the Ethereum address and the number, we'll make the transaction of the first hour.
Deal. Also, I realized that one potential problem with this thing is that if somebody buys a token, on-chain or off-chain, and then spends that token by booking an hour, and then before the meeting sells the token to somebody else who doesn't know that it's been spent, you have a double spend problem, which is an issue. So my workaround for the time being is to create I'm creating a separate Twitter account, which just registers. You just have to tweet at that account that the token's being spent, and then it has like a ledger, so that when somebody else goes to buy a token, they can check to see if it's already been spent or not. It's a dumb way to do it, but it's functional.
Degenerate conversations on a broadcaster voice. What we're looking at is the speculative of all speculative assets. And so if this were to go to -5, then that's the way the casino roulette wheel spins, right? So, do your own research, believe half of what you see and none of what you hear, whatever, right?
Pretty much.
Bro, it's on me, it's not on you.
There is no reasonable expectation of an increase in value as a result of the work of third parties. Certainly not in a common with a contract in a common enterprise.
What does the initial champagne moment look like?
I want to sell all the time. I think it's possible. Well, I mean, I think it's probable. I'm not going to make I'm not going to make bank off that. I'm going to have enough to pay rent and have like ramen, but for the next 2 years. But I'll also have another 30 hours a week to do whatever.
So it's a lifestyle.
Yeah. Well, it's a proof of concept. The thing is, with 30 hours, I can build all sorts of fucking cool tools for this thing. So, like, for example, one thing I wanted to do was a paired programming token. And there's actually no money in the paired programming token. What it does is that if you're a developer who knows C++ or Python or some other language, Solidity maybe, if you donate one of your hours to help somebody else learn stuff, then you get a credit on like this other ledger. And the only way to get credits is to teach people things. And those tokens are useful for nothing, except that other people can see that you've spent X hours teaching other people things, and they can see who you've taught. And they can also see if other people have earned those tokens by teaching you. So you have like this sort of like proxy black belt system from the martial arts, where if somebody's looking for work, and I can see that all these fancy developers have spent 1,000 hours teaching this person, presumably they know how to do something, right? But it's just like a way for the various sort of knowledge pools and skill pools to be able to have a kind of badge value for the energy and emotional labor and effort that goes into teaching people in a way that's sticky, I guess. You know what I mean?
No, I'm following the whole thing. I'm excited to. It was I wish the MetaMask worked, because my vision was to pair a sound bite from you explaining it with the process of buying it through MetaMask. But what
Oh my
we have
god. Yeah.
because the OpenSea is not connecting to the MetaMask.
So sorry. What browser are you using?
We're using a Mac tablet. What is it called? iPad? Mac tablet. I'm such a ThinkPad. Why are you laughing? It's funny because the M2 finally came in yesterday. So I'm going to be able to kick out these videos at like light speed now, rather than having to wait 15 minutes to an hour for something to render.
Yeah, that's awesome. I just realized my phone is on 5%, but I'm about 8 minutes away from the office, so I shall return. But in the meantime, that person who purchased 2 hours off chain, who I'm just gonna later today, I'm just gonna get them to the start of MetaMask so I can send them 2 tokens, which they are immediately going to burn because they've already been spent. They're working on a project to streamline audio capture and syndicate. I'll hook y'all up. It sounds like you're up in each other's business. Yeah.
You have a testimonial from someone who bought an hour. Game over.
There you go. Well, see, that's the thing. The testimonial is basically the strength and weakness of any individual token, right? Yeah. Yeah, it's gonna get weird. Can you imagine being the person who like is responsible for Enron trying to sell your time?
I mean, there is a place for people to create value in ways that we haven't even started thinking about. And the only way to start thinking about it is to fail at it in safe ways, right? And it's Taleb idea of don't cross a river that's on average 6 feet deep. We're approaching those waters, right? And we're approaching those depths. And the only way we're going to understand the attack surface is to release it, right? And we can hypothesize about what the attack surface might be. But if you look at anyone trying to do anything, most people who are doing stuff, it's like they put on a brave face, and then like 10 years later, you realize, oh shit, the company almost went bankrupt. Google was trying to sell it at $250,000, right? Before they picked up Steam. So what the future holds, I certainly don't. And I'm not sure anyone else does, but I think I think if we can make mistakes in the right direction, we can eventually solve for Maslow's last theorem.
Yeah, old Maslow. Good eye, Maslow. All right, I'll be back in some approximately 5 to 9 minutes. BRB.
Cool.
I don't think Ruben ever sleeps.
No, yeah, not often. I think Ruben and I are in similar schedules. So we sleep whenever we can, or whenever we can just shut our damn mind off.
Pretty much, like in spaces, like he's going, and you can't hear him die down, but just automatically he'll just stop talking. You're like, oh, he finally just zonked out.
Oh yeah. No, he'll run his batteries down like a toddler. No, I'm kidding. I start spinning in place and want to sit down and take a nap. I'm actually curious when Ruben gets back. I want to kind of do a deep dive on maybe not a deep dive. I want to pick his brain on one of my thoughts going back to the tokenization of time. I actually lied to Ruben. I apologized to him like a few days ago because I promised him that I was going to do the same the same experiment as of 4th of July day, and I'm still way far behind, and Ruben's outpacing me by the day because, like you said, he doesn't ever quit. But I don't want to just release a general NFT like Ruben did. I want to do something a little more on the creative side. Maybe make people go, what the fuck? I was even thinking about. I'm sitting here staring at the original Bitcoin white paper again. I'm trying to think of what if I just reel it back to OG. I mean, literally spin up my own version of original OG Bitcoin and just attach it to that for the transactional basis. I don't know.
I just wanted to say I didn't want to cut anyone off. Hello, Kappa. Hello, guys. I just wanted to say thanks for the spaces. I've been swamped in work, and I'm totally invested into the conversations that we're having in terms of K-pop and cryptocurrency. So I just want to say, what's up, everybody? I gotta go, Kappa. I'm following your feed, like I'm following you guys' feed, extra close and extra tight. So as you post, I'm just ingesting information, and if I get anything new in terms of MetaMask and what's happening, I'll definitely. I'm extremely blessed to even get these bits and pieces with you guys. So if I come across something cool, I'll share it with you guys as well.
Very
I have to
cool.
go.
It was nice
I'm
seeing
writing
you, brother.
country music. I love you guys. Bye.
Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah. Yeah. Hit me up anytime if you ever got questions, man. Anytime.
Okay, yes, for sure, man. God bless, man.
Just don't write any songs like that Key and Peele skit, all right?
Bro, Kappa, bro. I'm gonna talk to you later, bro.
All right, love you, brother. Take
All
care.
right, love you as well. God bless you guys, bro.
Take care, brother. You too.
One.
No, I'm just wondering why you guys are are trying to tokenize something on chain for just strictly Ethereum. And I mean, the compatibility for your contracts.
Yeah. I mean, the security is the only cool thing about Ethereum. I don't care about any kind of monetary value attached to the block, but I'm just trying to think of the fastest technology that exists, right? Fast transaction times, very stable nodes. I don't know if I want to just throw an NFT out there and see what happens. You know what I mean?
Try using let's see, what it says that you're basically into tech. So look into Elrond for the compatibility of connection of the Trust Wallet. They do have, of course, a stupid bridge mechanism. So security within third-party vendor always.
Did you say Elrond?
ELROND. Look at the node system that they have in technology and the gas fees that they have associated to it, and then also what compatibility they have with the other blockchains.
Oh, eGold. Okay. I remember this.
That's a good point, Kit. Elron, can you explain Elron to the uninitiated? I'd love to hear you explain it because maybe the way they parse out land is a way you can parse out time.
I'm sorry, I had to walk away from my freaking little robot because it's cleaning right now.
Describe Elron, because I think if they figure out how to parcel out land in a good way, maybe it's a good way to parcel out time itself.
You're chopping up, so I'm just reading what you wrote or said. Parcel language. It would, and it's basic. It's a carbon negative transaction.
Yeah. I'm looking. This is cool. Huh. All right. Well, that's going on my bookmarks. Cool. Thank you.
You're welcome. And if you haven't known me this long, Michael, or tracked funding, or so you want to, horny unicorn, I don't tend to be a shiller. I just like telling people, hey, go over here. Go make up your own mind.
Right on. Yeah, I'm the same way.
It's also one of those things, too, that in this small community of practice, you can trust people to be like, look, I'm going to give you the name of the website. Do what you want with it. You know? Yeah. I mean, my next question would be like, if I wanted to start interacting with Elron's blockchain as a creator, where would I start? Can I find the docs on the website? Or what languages do they use? Is it Rust? What have you?
All of them. You can actually write something as simple as C++
Wow.
to Solidity, or Solidity. Sorry. You can go IBC. You can go. I mean, basically Elron is able to take on within their own wallets, because you don't necessarily have to have a self-custodial cold wallet. Their wallet with the Elron, you can do your cold storage there, and you can transfer over all the tokens. They have the capability using basically use it as a bridge mechanism to transfer like a middleman wallet from one chain to the other with reducing
Nice.
gas.
I'm quiet because I'm researching. You got my mind going again. Yeah, I might, oh my God. I can just use this as the mechanism. This is beautiful.
Awesome sauce.
Another example of pre-sales engineering featuring Kit.
It's super clean, efficient, and not just talking about like its technology, but just reading the white papers, everything that you need at your fingertips. And I mean, if you have questions, I mean, everyone. I mean, there's so much information. People on the team that hold spaces. There's not too many I'll run directly, but YouTube videos from the creators and the just the devs themselves. So if you have questions, go ahead and follow all of them.
Kid, you're like an index of a book. You just like send people to the right pages.
Oh, because I did that to you.
Yeah. No, it's pretty cool though.
No, it's awesome. Don't ever stop.
Yeah, Kappa, did you ever check into ANKR with the node systems?
Yes. What I found is I get easily overwhelmed from my lack of understanding in the terminologies. So what I did was what Matt did for me was he sent me like a whole bunch of links so I could learn like all the terminologies and start the process from that standpoint. But recently I've been dealing with personal stuff and a lot of like scatterbrain almost, where like I'll try to get into the website. I just can't set my mind to which one I want to like fully delve into.
Okay. User mod. The other thing that I always tell people take a look at, even though you're not going to use anchor tokens, ANKR, there's a node database that you can actually purchase or utilize or write your own scripts for ANKR. Just look up their own white paper documents. It's within the Cosmos, and they do SDK and pretty much compatible if you want to run your own chains or parachains. My brain is not really be a little bit screwed up, but all you should probably get the gist. I pretty much stayed up way too late. There's sunlight out and it's screwing me up.
Oh, you've been up all through the night?
Yes, sir.
Oh man, I haven't done that since I was like fuck, 20.
Well, it gets harder the older you get too.
Yeah, I find myself struggling if I get less than 6 hours.
Oh, well, that's also like a genetic thing. Some people can function off less sleep, or some people function off more sleep. But
Yeah.
no, I worked all week, and then I was like, yeah, I don't have to work the next day, so time to try getting on the computer, see everything I missed, start working on stuff, and then I'm listening to Dan and Ruben in the background, and then all of a sudden I'm like, oh no, I fucked up again, and then I have to make breakfast for the kids.
Hey, Kit. I'm Jacques, by the way. Hi. I don't think I've ever actually formally introduced myself.
Hello, Jacques. I am Kit, actually. Kit and Baroness.
Right on. I know we've touched base a couple times, been in some of the same spaces and stuff, but I don't think I've actually had the opportunity to really talk to you before. I mean, with only a couple people.
No, I usually sit in the crowd and listen.
Yeah, same. My thing is a lot of people don't get it. I'm sure you will. I spend a good 5 to 10 minutes listening in a space before I even jump in. A lot of times it's just, oh, by the way, a lot of times it's through my browser on my computer, not logged into Twitter. No one even knows I'm there. And I tell people that, and they just don't understand that concept. Like, what are you telling me? You can just listen to our conversations without being logged in. I'm like, yeah, it's an open API. I don't understand.
Yeah. You can actually create your own framework for, or
yes, you can.
As long as you have the actual link, it's the easiest thing. Without logging in, it just goes.
I'm pulling data and statistics based off of keywords and usernames right now. I can find out how many times. I'm actually trying to figure out how many times this last guy that insulted me in the last space. I'm parsing all the data right now, trying to figure out how many times he's called someone a fucking retard or a fucking idiot or piece of shit. And I've already found, since his account has been created, I've found 2,342 references.
Well,
that's how often he says those words to other people. So I'm going to send that to Twitter and I'm going to have him removed.
Yeah, the good thing is, if people actually knew how much their data is being used in public referencing, I mean, we can actually go into our own privacy settings and close off the options for sharing certain sources, but people don't take control of their own security.
Yeah, no, they don't. Well, the point that I was making, those I'll listen for a minimum of 5 minutes to any one of these spaces, and as long as I hear solid truth escaping the lips out of human beings, whether or not you have a little bit of, I try to keep myself in check. I don't always tell the truth. Sometimes I'll have to back up and go, oh wait, that wasn't true. Let me tell you the truth. But I don't blatantly lie. I will not, cannot. It's not within my being. So if I can hear a solid 5 to 10 minutes of no lying on a space, and someone also and the beratement and belittlement, if that doesn't happen, then I'll chime in and I'll start to talk. That has been my rule of thumb since the beginning. But the last month to a month and a half of Twitter is really causing me to review even being on this platform. To be honest with you, I have seen in the last month and a half of this experience more and more aggro, antagonistic, angry, deeply broken people, and it's starting to tax my nerves a little bit. Just to be honest,
it's personal. A lot of people take things personal, even asking a question.
Oh yeah. Well, not. I mean, I get in these. The last week, I have not had so many people yelling at me and calling me an effing idiot and an effing retard, especially over things that I've been agreeing with them on. And then they ask me some textbook question about something that I'd have to go back and reference, right? And when I can't answer it the very second they ask me, see, you're a fucking idiot. You don't know anything. I'm like, what are you talking about, dude?
I'm guessing this isn't a room full of a sizable crowd?
It's usually when the room gets anywhere more than 10 to 15 people in a space, and that's when that behavior just becomes too hard to deal with.
Oh, that just brought up a thought. Maybe just instead of just tokenizing time, because time plus energy equals money,
Yeah.
would be trying to also tokenize energy. So the time spent with whatever energy, disperse into a certain project, or, I mean, how would you try to token energy?
Oh God, that you mean personal physical output?
No, energy as in what energy is, like ohms over joules over
Oh,
kinetics. Yeah.
actual energy. Well, I think that's what see. The thing is, the Bitcoin maxi will get in your face right now. Well, that's what Bitcoin is. That's what Bitcoin does. That is Bitcoin. You just said Bitcoin.
Well, I like to consider myself a reformed Bitcoin maxi, because a lot of those people we pick on that are maxis truly are just sheep.
I know they're just repeating what they're being told, what they're hearing. I get it.
Yeah, they have personal stake.
Correct. Well, I see. I don't have any personal stake in any of this because, probably much like yourselves, I don't have a monetized mindset. I don't see life through money goggles. I never have. Money's kind of a gross thing to me, which is why I've undervalued myself so much, and I am not sitting here filthy rich.
So you're a developer.
I'm a hardware developer, actually. Yes, I see things on the flow of electron scale, NANDs, ANDs, NORs, gates, transistors. That's how I see the world, because I was introduced to that at a very, very young age. Yeah, I mean, I got handed a cardboard box with a broken Commodore 64 in it, a soldering iron, a book, and a basic explanation when I was 8 for my birthday from my uncle by marriage or whatever. Here, happy birthday! If you can fix it, you can have it. Well, yeah, you take an autistic 8-year-old that has focus that has a super focus that can't be broken, and teach him how to read resistor codes and use a soldering iron. Well, there went my life. I mean, my last big contract was with Microsoft working for Surface. I actually helped develop part of the muscle wire latching system on the Surface Book Pro.
Nice.
Yeah. But that's the shit that I do. I'm obsessed with the little intricate workings of how the physicality of things work. I'm not a coder. I can sit behind a programmer and have them explain to me what they're doing, and I can follow along, but that's it. I don't write code. I wish I did. I would actually love it if any of you would be willing to take me into your wing if you even know the basics.
Oh, I'm my prior backing. I know some code, but like old school code, I like blockchain because we're like everything I used to know, I can apply it.
Right.
But I am more of a previous background ComSec data collector.
Okay.
Have you ever thought about taking like a course or anything like that regarding coding?
Oh yeah, I got my certificates through, and I continue with Microsoft and with AWS cloud computing, and it's just the problem is their classes that they have can be at like 3 a.m. in the morning in my time, or 5 o'clock in my time. They're like here and there, so I'll just pop on in, sign up for their courses. They're all free, and I'll just make sure I get logged in.
Yeah, there are a bunch of resources online. I mean, there's Codecademy, there's a bunch of stuff, but I don't know. I learn differently. I learn in real time. And it's part of the reason I had issues as a kid, struggling growing up. Autistic. I have partial dyslexia, and sticking a stack of books in front of me as a young person made me go, well, what the hell am I going to build with that? I can't memorize those volumes. That doesn't make sense to my brain. Put something in front of me, give me all the tools to do it, and I will build it. I can. It's I don't fit in. It sucks.
No, my problem. It's so funny that some sort of spectrum disorder that most people are, where we become hyper focused. I get hyper focused. I was actually classified because I came to the States in the 80s, and I was classified as being basically retarded.
Yeah.
And had to take a bunch of special courses, had to learn English and all that. But not trying to give a boohoo statement, but my hyper focus is when I'm compartmentalizing, reading things, I am memorizing it visually in my head.
Yeah.
So I can be gone for about freaking 2 weeks. No one hears from me because I can't pull away from the computer screen.
Yep. Same. Yeah. I forget to eat and drink sometimes. It's bad. A little food broken.
Yeah, but yeah, I mean, I've also developed in the past some bad habits, and I'm trying to stay away from relapsing in those traits.
Agreed. Yeah. Well, I was a near-death alcoholic about 5 years ago that was literally killing me. I'm just now coming out of the last of my 5 years worth of health problems from trying to drink myself to death 5 years ago, 6 years ago. Oof. Never again. Never again. I like this mind. It's a beautiful thing.
Oh yeah, yeah. The mind is the one thing that people disregard to exercise.
Right? Well, without this thing, what the hell are we? I mean, we need our physical health first and foremost. And with our physical health at its peak, our brain can function at capacity. And I don't think most people around us think on that level. But, to each their own, I guess.
Yeah.
Hi, Dan. We were talking about time and energy.
Well, Allie used her MetaMask to buy the token.
So was she able to make the transaction of a Reuben?
Here, but
I'm losing you, buddy. I think you've got a weak signal.
Mic check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Loud and clear.
I realized what it was. I have an audio booster for this phone, so I can overclock the audio, and I forgot that it affects my input as much as it does my output.
Okay.
Sensible but alone, he forged on, deep into the pinewood forest, looking for yet another type of indicator that Web3 had impacted Zone 18. They were down at the crime scene. The body was strewn out. Michael had been dead for hours, but of course, this was the third time he'd died since he'd gotten coffee that morning. I was running out of material, so I just had to end you there. Sorry.
Oh, that's epic. Improv.
It's spontaneous story hour. You have conversation, and then you insert stories right in the middle of it. And the more you can do it on the fly in the middle of a bit. Lucy jumped over the fence and dived underneath Cap's shoulders. Please, hand me the pen. Cap looked at her. What, are you crazy? This is my pen. I've had this pen all my life. It's these ways that we understand how the world can work for you. Turn to page 7 now.
Dan, Allie just bought an hour of Ruben's time using a Q2 project.
I like that.
How would you describe what's going to happen with the first 10 hours of Ruben's time?
I love that. I keep thinking we should use Ruben more in our sort of Handmaid's Tale language.
He's the
So, like maybe under his Rubens instead of under his eye, or are you of the Reuben? I am. Come this way.
I'm going to post it to the top. Some of the Ruben lore that we've been creating. Well, Dan,
That's true. that seems like that's like another beckoning.
here's the thing. All of that Ruben lore.
Ruben lore. This week on Ruben lore. A lot of people have been asking, was Ruben an Atlantean? The question is not, is he Atlantean, but he is from Atlanta. No. I like that. I like that.
The Reuben Revolution.
Mm-hmm. Ooh, the Reuben Revolution. Whoa, dude. All right. It also sounds like maybe my wife and I are watching the Netflix series Alone today. We're just kind of chilling because it's raining. We're just doing a massive Alone marathon, watching these people try to survive with nothing or go fishing or whatnot. But it's kind of funny because we're watching it and at the same time think about the other side of the world that's like completely digital. You know what I mean? That's kind of wild. But we have a lot of people who are kind of into that survivalism kind of thing right now.
Yeah, I think it's important that anybody knows at least the bare essentials. How to filter your own water, how to find water itself, how to clean it, how to start a fire.
Agreed.
I think that they should be extending that though. Like if you're a MAGA person, you still have to carry all of the MAGA attributes into the notion of like surviving. So, like if you didn't catch a fish, you would be like, fake news, there's no fish here, right? Or if there's like a bear or something, you would be like, of course Hillary and the Democrats put these fucking bears in my backyard. You know what I mean? Like, I like that.
That's hilarious.
I was doing that with people when we're using these AI art tools. There's a post on Facebook where someone was like describing all the different sort of tags that someone can use, and there's always these people that have like all these like super hardcore tags, which are like Octane Render, Cinema 4D, Cinema 4D 1A, Cinema 4D 6.549, Java 1, ASCII 2.0. And it's just like listen, and this guy posted like 40 software packages as like his prompt for the AI to learn this. And it made me want to mock him because I was like, how do you order a burger? And I like I did like a mockery line of like, yeah, I'll take a hamburger, cheese, flavorful, steak like using the same prompts, which I think would be a hilarious skit. That's crazy stuff. AI prompts. Makes me think, I want that steak flavorful, as seen on Beef Monthly. Like, what if that almost makes you want to do a Twitter, not a Twitter, but a new dating app that's actually like that? And
so that was remember last time we talked about a show where we had more discussions with the AI, because that's originally how we connected.
Oh, that's true. That's true.
So give me another question.
Or
it could be a prompt with a colon, right? The three things about blank is colon,
I think Wonder Woman was a Lutheran. You know what I mean? Was she? I don't know. We got to bring out Luther. I got to find that link again and do some Luther prompts.
I'm just typing it in. So Wonder Woman was a Lutheran, or was she?
Or actually, the prompt should be, what is the basis for the notion that Wonder Woman was a Russian Lutheran? You know what I mean? Like question mark. And then it goes through and it'll explain the rationale how that happened. Which I think is a lot of fun.
I'm trying to do this all in real time. I'm trying to collapse the time between content creation and publishing. So what is the prompt again?
You can do any version of the prompt you want, but the version would be oh shit! I'm freezing up on the stage. Stage fright. Just do Wonder Woman Lutheran. Was Wonder Woman a Lutheran? There.
You said what was the basis?
Yes.
For the notion that Wonder Woman was a Russian Lutheran.
Yes.
Was Wonder Woman?
What is the basis that supports the notion that Wonder Woman was a Russian Lutheran? What is the basis that supports the notion that Wonder Woman was a Russian Lutheran spy that used to eat goats at night. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? If you add more to it, then the AI has a lot more fun with the context. It would say, well, everyone knows that goats, so it just goes on and on and on. But yeah. And you're listening to the SquareSpace. Degen conversations and a broadcaster voice with a broadcaster ego, and that's right, a big old broadcaster dick on a table. She didn't believe it at first. That's not yours. Yeah, it is. The broadcaster said in his broadcaster voice. The porn would last just 6 minutes, but Cap knew this was the only way to make $1 tonight. He said, "Cut. What's your deal back there? I don't know my lines." "You don't have any lines." "Oh, all right. Let's do this. Michael, it looks fine to me." Michael was the atmospheric one. He made sure the lighting and the overall presence for would-be pornographic activity about to play down would be to his suiting. US 3R in the back, the producer stood up. "I've had it. I want to get this going. I got golf in 5 minutes." The action had to happen soon.
Okay, so
All right, I had to fill in the space. We still need to make the AI bot come into the room and participate. We really should be working on that kind of prototype. I don't know how we do that.
I can emote, you know what I mean? The response. So maybe that's what it is. Okay, so what I've been doing is, what do we call it? Okay, so I recorded everything that we were saying from the time that we got the prompt right. And
Okay.
up the post with your audio playing in the AI. Right. And so the conversation right now would be, maybe with me reading this fucking astonishing response.
I can't wait to see it.
Where is it? Come on, man. Why isn't it? It's so funny because now I kind of lost it. So let's see. So, in kind convos, the question was, into the KC. Done by Ken Rockwell. What is the basis that supports the notion that Wonder Woman was a Russian Lutheran spy that used to eat at night? And what I did was I replaced goats with the emoji of a goat. Yeah. Maybe the semantic, affective, intentional web, right? Mind active, Ken Granville, et cetera, et cetera. What was the basis? What is the basis what is the basis that supports the notion that Wonder Woman was a Russian Lutheran spy that used to eat goat at night? The basis for this can be found in the very first issue of her own comic book. In issue number 1 of the Wonder Woman comic, her creators said that they wanted to make Wonder Woman a modern feminist. This issue was published in March of 1941. Wonder Woman was made up of the following characters. Wonder Woman, a modern woman from a time when women didn't have much freedom or even the ability to vote. Wonder Woman was created by her creators and her creators only. The only person in history that made Wonder Woman was Marston and his wife, Elizabeth. I don't know if any of that's true, but that's the response I got.
That is epic. I tell you, I love it when you give it those kinds of questions because it's less of a sort of right or wrong, and it has to give you a rationale. Like, oh, well, here's how I look at it. That's kind of cool. Yeah, I think we got to do the next one.
Check this out. Like most based on a true biographical films, Angela Robinson's Professor Marston and the Wonder Woman is only loosely connected to actual events. So it wasn't talking out of its ass. Why did William Marston create Wonder Woman? So as far as I can tell, what it said is actually accurate.
I don't know. The AI is stranger than fiction.
Fiction doesn't want anything with AI.
I think you should do the next one. Would be Marilyn Monroe. Was Marilyn Monroe a spy? What supports the basis for the conspiracy theory? That's really good because then they'll be like, well, I'll give you some theories. The conspiracy theory is that Marilyn Monroe was a spy, a voluptuous, lovely spy, the kind of spy we all dreamed about. A spy we'd love to give you the microfilm. It's right here in my crotch, she'd say.
Hey, Dan.
Yeah.
Virtual introduction, by the way. If I could shake your hand, I would. I'm Jacques. Been hanging out on Twitter for like 6 months. I don't know if you and I bumped into each other before.
I think we have before a couple times in different XR, AR spaces.
Oh, yeah, okay. Probably Zen, maybe Zen Space or talking to Dylan.
Yeah, absolutely. We're all feeling the lack of Zen though online lately. I don't know about you, but it's like, God, we gotta like recreate this guy.
Bro, he is of infinite patience, and that's why he's my friend.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a simple guy too. He lives in an RV. He's an inventor, a tinkerer, and he just likes to spread knowledge. Yeah.
Yeah, I was talking to Ruben last night, and we were all talking about how we just kind of wish he would start a Patreon so we could all support him.
Seriously, why not?
I know.
I would. I mean, I don't have much, but I'd give him a little bit of something just because
totally,
he's. That's why I think that Ruben and I also need to talk Zen into tokenizing his time.
Actually, they were talking about that tokenization of time thing. Yeah,
Good.
Definitely.
Good. I'm gonna hit Zen up and see if maybe he's around.
Yeah, I keep checking in on him just because miss him, and even if I want him to come back, I don't want him to come back as much as he did before. Like, just do 6 hours or 4 hours a day. Just let us know that you're still okay, man, because you got family out here,
Well, occasionally I get lucky. I'll start up a space at the right time, and him, Robert Scoble, a few other people will jump in. Bro, I had like 128 listeners once just because they freaking popped into my space.
Oh man, that's awesome, man. That's good.
Yeah,
that's good.
Yeah.
Well, man, great to meet you. I've been. I think we've run across each other all the time, so it's great to officially get the follow going on. And look forward to consuming the vibe, man.
For sure, man. I mean, I'm here for that purpose. That is my purpose here on Twitter. All the other FUD, whatever, I don't care. But the true, genuine people, man, this is what makes the whole experience worth it. So, I tilt my hat to you, sir.
Yeah.
Dan, I am not reading the answer out loud. I sent it to
You're saying it's a bad answer? I can read it.
You can read it. I'm not reading it. You can read it. I'm not reading it.
Wow. And this is the Marilyn Monroe answer.
I'm not touching it.
Oh no, I gotta see.
Yeah, you gotta post it or something. He's not gonna tweet it though. He won't tweet. He'll TM it.
So one of my dad's artist friends in Sacramento actually knew the family who had the rights to Norma Jean's Marilyn Monroe name, the rights to her likeness and all of it. And
Wow.
they really spend half of their time suing people globally, like just because people are making millions of dollars off of Marilyn Monroe's licensing. I mean, like not even licensing. They just do whatever they want with her likeness.
Yeah, yeah. Wow.
But yeah, I mean, I could kind of see her being a spy. Jesus, man, she was she was sharing couch space in a lot of offices in Washington D.C.
Maybe the game hasn't changed all that much.
Nope, sure hasn't.
Look at Project Veritas. Those are like Marilyn Monroe's on Tinder, apparently. Here, why don't you tell me the truth into my tits? What? Right into my tits? You're gonna tell me the truth? All right, here you go. Fascinating. You know?
Yeah,
So
I don't really think we have that kind of power as men.
it is an attack surface.
Oh no.
You know, it's and that's kind of the. I'm not sure if we ever talked about shitcoin, right? If you go to hitcoin.ca, hitcoin.ca, the use case that emerged for shitcoin was the fact that you had all of these, the fact that people were losing their money not because the technology was insecure, but because they were insecure.
Thank you.
So what we did is I just spun up a quick phishing attack on my own users, followers, pretending to be OpenSea and saying the whitelist is open, but it was just simple HTML and screenshots from OpenSea. I just put it to the top, and a bunch of people for it. Some people I coerced into it, right? But
Wow.
some people enjoyed it. And so I realized, oh, what if we could have like a gamified environment where the project tried to rug its own users to teach them Web3 security.
Well,
Wow.
that's what I want to do with the Dirty Rug Company. Actually, the community building thing we were working on.
So check out the whitelist at the top. It's not malicious. I'm not smart enough to write anything, really malicious. But if you click on access, effortless churros, right, and if you look at through the comments, you'll see people having.
I'm
So,
looking.
He just fished you, user mod. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh no, I have protection and countermeasures for things like that.
Amen, amen. Not enough people know. I just keep my passcodes over 13 characters and use Google Authenticator whenever I can.
Okay, that's smart.
It's hard for me because I'm on mobile, so I know most of the people I run into are on PC or desktop. But everything I do as far as work is from my fucking phone, which is pretty hard to makes it pretty hard to control certain things.
Yeah, I found that excuse me. So the dabblings that I do with crypto, I have never ever since 2009, I've never exchanged US dollar for crypto ever once. I refuse to. It's just a thing of principle for me. I don't do that. Long story. Being a previous Bitcoin maxi myself, I thought of Bitcoin as the ultimate form of trade in 2009, 2010, and then was really heavy into mining. Tapered off the mining after a while, but then when we started hearing the murmurings of it going to an exchange, and then saw the Meerkat investors coming out, we all shook our heads and looked at each other and went, "Oh, yeah, we can see where this is going. It's going to turn into a shit show in 10 years." And well, look what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have you noticed? I heard a couple people talk about this, like as far as local regions. Like, have you noticed that places that were good 10 years ago are getting shitty now, and places that are shitty now or were shitty then are just starting to get good now?
I have actually noticed that, but now they're not really things have tapered off. You talking just nationwide in general?
No, local.
Oh, local?
So like say take for instance LA, New York
Yep.
City,
Yep.
Atlanta.
Yep.
Places that 10 years ago were hubs for creativity, finance,
Yeah.
and now they're
Bro,
hubs for violence, looting,
look at Detroit.
political warfare.
Look
Yeah.
at Detroit. Look at Detroit, bro. I remember going to Detroit when I was a teenager. And it was a little, it was like going to Chicago. It was a little dangerous, but
Yeah.
it wasn't horrible. It was just, don't go near those areas, you've been told. And now, oh, bro, I was just out there a couple of years ago and it broke my heart. I mean, it was heartbreaking. It looks like it's 50 years worth of overgrowth. There's trees growing through factories. It's
Oh
so
yeah.
weird. It looks like it looks like, how am I? It looks like you're in a Jurassic Park movie in some places. It's just
Yeah.
weird.
It's
Um,
there's a stretch in Detroit where the police won't respond to any
yep,
calls. They'll only come and pick up the bodies.
yep. Portland's turning into that, by the way, which is
Oh
really
yeah.
sad. Yeah, it's horrible down there.
It just goes to show if you give it's they're just testing out something that most parents know. You can't give your child everything and expect them to respect anything.
Exactly. Well, you also can't give them. So the big issue that's happened nationwide in our country, in my opinion, and no matter, I have people yell at me that have political views, but
Mm-hmm.
we really did defund the police nationwide. People tell me I'm a liar, but it's not true. I'm not lying. We really did defund police nationwide when they were yelling defund the police. So they did it. And now this is a combination of defunding the police and them passing all kinds of ridiculous ass laws that I've had officers tell me are the reasons they can't do their job. They're not allowed to pursue. They're not allowed to rest. They're not allowed to wrestle a subject down. They're not allowed to do this, to do that. They can barely touch someone, and they're like yeah, literally 10 times a day we see car thefts, and they flip us off and drive off, and there's nothing we can do, and they know it.
Oh yeah.
They know that because all the criminals are talking about it. This is fucking Crime City. We can do whatever we want. We can take whatever we want, and the cops just look at us and stop.
Yeah, it's kind of like Batman with his golden rule, like in that
Yeah.
one scene of The Dark Knight when he's dangling him from the roof and he's like, "I know your one rule. You can't kill me, so therefore you can't scare me."
That's right.
Yeah, it's mental warfare. I think that a lot of the obviously technology's changed and adapted and provides some conveniency across the board, but it's still a construct, and so therefore it's
Yes.
only as great or evil as the wielder.
Well,
Um,
I don't know if you've noticed, but I don't watch a lot of mainstream media.
oh
I
no.
chime in occasionally just to see what they're talking about, just
Hmm.
to see how many buzzwords that they're using on the public, because it's a psyop. I mean,
Oh
it's
yeah.
just what it is. And
Once I sorry.
the most common buzzword right now in the last month has been reset, or the great reset, or
Uh huh.
resetting, or resetting the economy, or reset, 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 reset. They have said reset so many times that even if you're not paying attention to the words, it's still getting into your subconscious mind as a regular citizen that watches mainstream media.
Oh
So
yeah.
that's what's going on. It's the only thing I can think. It's actually an intentional breakdown and reset of global economies and global societies in the first world.
Hmm.
And any reasonably intelligent person that's paying attention to all the signs, I believe will agree with that. I mean, at first it was like, wow, are our leaders really that stupid? Are they idiotic? Actually, no. They're actually, a lot of them are extremely intelligent, extremely cunning, and extremely deceiving. They've been lying to us our whole life. And
Oh, yeah.
now they're doing it blatantly out in the open, even when we know they're lying to us while they're pouring a fucking jug of gas can on the big bonfire in front of you. Like, what are you doing? I'm not doing anything. But what's the gas can? I don't have a gas can. You have a box of matches in your hands. No, I don't. Then you have no idea what you're talking about. Go back to making your money to spend it back into our broken system, because that's what you're supposed to be here for. And while I'm watching all this happen, I sound like a maniac when I bring this up to normies, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
And now I'm seeing all the evidence that what's going on in front of us on mainstream media, on state media, on all the online channels. It's mass manipulation. It's mass lying. And they honestly, the research studies show anything that gets divulged out, that gets divulged to the public, the masses, civilians, right, is intentionally designed by teams of people to be understood by humans with the intellect of a 12 to 13-year-old.
Yeah,
Because
it's
they really think that us, the masses, their statistics tell them that us, by the masses, are no smarter than a fifth grader.
Huh.
Plain and true. Like, they really think that most of us are no smarter than a fifth grader.
Well,
Yeah.
all of us are equal, yet some of us are more equal than others, right, Michael?
I love that.
Well, I mean, you see some literacy there that I think we didn't literacy tests. They might
You're breaking up, brother.
one time.
Hey, user mod, I hear everything is an echo through your mic.
You're hearing an echo?
Yeah. Oh, it's gone.
That's weird.
Let's do a test. All right. So I think if you gave the population a literacy test, you would find that the average score was around grade 5. I could see that being true.
And a fifth grader throws temper tantrums whenever they're introduced to something new that doesn't suit their conveniency. And it's the toughest thing as a leader. Like I can't pretend to know. Michael, are you trying to talk?
Sorry, don't argue with a 4-year-old.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, no, absolutely. And ever since I realized that in some instances you're casting pearls before swine, so it's better to leave the animal farm and find a different place.
Which is why a bunch of us have found each other. It warms my heart.
Oh yeah. I don't believe in coincidence.
No, I don't either.
Just my opinion.
Bro.
Everything has a weird reason for it, but I don't know. I try to keep faith and believe in my modern human. I do think that most people in the Bible they I think they prepared us for this when they said don't hate the man, hate the sin. And it's kind of just like I look at people now. I used to look at them in anger, to be honest with you, but I feel like that's what both sides do. Both sides are getting you to be mad at each other for different reasons. Also, simulating a moral hierarchy, which makes people feel basically what they've done is they've gotten a way to take the Woodstock hippies and turn them into gun-toting fucking terrorists and with ideologies and principles, which is a scary thing because if you believe in something, that's all right. Like we all have beliefs and value systems, independent and individual manifestations of that, and how we interact with each other. But when you could get someone to say, hey, peace and love, and if you don't fucking accept this peace and love, I'm gonna beat the shit out of you and kidnap your family and fucking, what I mean? That's when you're looking at history repeating itself in a small place called Germany. They tried that and they saw how that went. Just dangerous times. That's why the only thing you could do is educate yourself. Even then, what is education? And then I guess love. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like
for sure.
that's the best
Love.
thing. Especially like I recently lost a friend, so it really it's really been making me think about life and my pursuance of all these things and how much time I waste and lose because I'm out here trying to play the game that's been laid out in front of me. Um, Not even realizing that friends and family aren't even on the same board.
Yeah, heard. Well, I mean, I know so many of us right now. I mean, I'll be the first to admit, ever since things in the world got strange 6 months ago, right?
Mm-hmm.
I have I'm a very empathetic person. I do actually care about other human beings. I mean, I don't care about those human beings that don't care to care about others because I've just lost. I've tried and I've tried to talk sense into them. I've tried to be nice, and the nicer I am, the meaner they are. So I just that I'm done with. But
Yeah.
those who are actually empathetic and intelligent, have some purpose, meaning, and some kind of semblance of drive in their life that's not just purely spiteful. That I mean that has been honestly it's the only reason I'm still on this platform. I almost quit, like you heard me earlier.
Yeah.
I've almost quit a couple times in the last couple days just because it's been trying to sift through the sandbox, man.
Yeah.
Um, I lost track of my original point.
I think you were getting to the fact that like you used to be an empathetic person, but now.
I'm becoming a little calloused on Twitter. Twitter has made me a little calloused. Now I'm a lot more cautious with my words. I will sit back and listen a lot longer to conversations before ever chiding because if I say the wrong word, someone will ream into me and call me a fucking idiot or something. So
Yeah.
yeah,
But to some degree, monitoring one's self-expression comes off as disingenuous, wouldn't you say?
one more time.
To some degree, if you're hyper focused on the modification of your speech, um, because albeit there's a fucking an infinite amount of reasons for there are as many humans, but like basically the gist of what I'm saying is that you know people are gonna find a way. You know what I mean? If someone's really looking, that's why I told my little brothers the other day. My mom was yelling at my dad. They had their own issues going on, and she brought up the recycling as an issue. We had this huge pile of recycling that we've been building up, and everyone's like, oh, my mom's mad about these boxes, and I'm like, you'd be a fool to think it's about the boxes.
Yeah.
And sometimes people in life are just angry, dude. Like we don't have enough going on. We don't have the tragedy of having to hunt for food. We're not constantly preoccupied with natural struggles anymore. So what do? We fixate and idealize these fascinated existences that don't exist. They just merely don't exist. Like we argue with nature. We say, why? Well, what makes a woman? I can't define a woman. I'm not a biologist. Like, come on, guys. Like this is hindering the fucking species. Like not. This is not right. The only reason we're arguing this is because we live a privileged life. Like we don't have to struggle the same way people in other countries struggle. So intrinsically, we will not value what we have more. It's just not. It's just
You're
not
right.
the fucking case. The person who built this house that I live in would value it 10 times more than I do. Intrinsically, I can tell myself until I'm blue in the face, "Oh, I love this house. I love this house." Not as much as the guy who built it with his
Yep.
two hands.
Yep. You know what taught me some value of life?
What's up?
Being a free spirited enough person to volunteer for well, pretty much anything. I'm a fucking weird engineer, and if somebody's like, hey, this project's in the deserts of the Sahara and it's really dangerous and it's really hot, and I'm in the back going, jumping up and down going, pick me, pick me, pick me. So I've done things like that. I was in Tunisia working on a project, and I'm going to tell you what, man. If you go from here, where we have all these really nice, fancy, flashy, fancy new things, right? We have all these new things, in the U.S. And if you peel yourself away and spend a month in Africa, I wish that every person in this country could just go spend at least a week in Africa, just a week,
I wish I
because
grew up there.
then you realize the value of every single, like, the value of every single thing that you hold dear. Those people there, man. Now in Tunisia, it was different. I ended up going across the continent over to Mogadishu, and it was a really fucking horrible bad idea, but I had no choice. Our liaison wanted me in the fucking Moog. But when I was on the other side of the country, those people look you in the soul. They look you right in the eyes. They look through your eyes into you, and they I don't. They're on a different spiritual level, man, and they're on a different level of appreciation for life. They appreciate every little tiny morsel they get. You see them sweeping their dirt floors, and they have a smile on their face, and they're whistling. I mean, they'll come up to you. They'll drop whatever they're doing. They'll come to you, and they will look you in the eyes and say, "You good person, good." I used kept getting it all the time. You good man. I see you. Now, why did I get that more in Africa with natives, tribal natives? I got more love and more respect, and constantly got told that I was a good human being more than anyone has ever been that way with me in this country, in the U.S.
Because here we have societal standards, right? Like we barely, I mean, it's really sad if you think about it. Like you could walk down the street. How many people do you pass that you never speak with? You never even, maybe you lock eyes at for a brief moment,
Yeah.
but these people understand the principles of life and true struggle. This is why Western culture has not infiltrated at least at a large scale um, African culture, because the culture is different. Um, they
It's
believe in
tribal.
family.
It's
They
tribal and family, yeah.
yeah, and they inherently, life, it just always comes back to how hard you got to work for shit, dude. Like if and we in America, this is what separates us. This is why there's a huge gap between millionaires and people that are well off versus people that are just fucking poor. Because even the poorest people in America have access to so much conveniency, right?
Correct.
You don't have to get up, go find water, go fucking struggle, and
Nope.
and also in that, like in that, um, we do it alongside our fellow man and woman, and we learn where each person fits in society, how the minds are best served. Like the best and most wise elders in certain tribes will look at a young person and say, you are a future leader for this. You have the mindset to be capable to function as X. You know what I mean? They just grow to understand like the templates almost for like good human beings, and we don't. I think honestly in America we just don't give a fuck about complimenting each other too much, and we don't even care. Like we think that telling someone else their kind would expose our lack thereof, so we like hide it. Like and I don't know, man. I don't got any fucking answers, but I could just tell you that I know a muddy path when I see one, and we're on a muddy path.
We are.
I don't need I think it was Andrew Schultz who said I don't need to be a pilot to know that a helicopter doesn't belong in a tree.
Exactly.
Yeah. And now we transition that into, well, you don't know science if you're not a scientist. Well, how do I know that fire burns me, motherfucker? Like, I guess I'm a scientist, aren't I? Because what is science? Science is merely the manifestation of how we as beings learn, trial and error.
True.
That's why we trust it so much intrinsically, but we shouldn't, because man is manipulative.
I've noticed. So, Kappa, have you ever heard my story? What happened to me 5 years ago?
I don't think I have, and I don't know if you know that I was the one who was talking to you that one day, when your space ended. We were talking about that. I believe it was the facility you wanted to,
Yeah.
yeah, the facility you wanted to purchase and
Yep.
turn it into basically a college where you just teach people the
Freeform.
creative.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Freeform spreading of knowledge. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So go ahead. Let me hear your story, brother. I'm always interested.
Yeah, for sure. I've got a few people interested in that, by the way. And this guy Ben Arroyo wants 80 mil for the 80-acre campus or 70 mil, which isn't bad. He's over 300 mil into it. But the different angle on that now, instead of trying to find a wealthy buyer to just buy the whole site, a group of us are looking at putting together the best business plan and proposal that any CEO has ever seen. And we're going to stick it in front of Mr. Larry Bennett, have him let us run the place for him.
I saw you tag
I
Elon
think it
Musk
would
the other day.
Oh, hell yeah, I did. I tag him all the time. He's only responded to me like 3 times ever.
Oh, really? Yeah, fuck, man.
Yeah.
One response is good enough.
Well, I've never gotten anything out of him other than like an emoji or a thumbs up or I mean, I've actually asked very intelligent questions to, and he's never actually given me answers. So he's just whatever.
That's a busy dude. He's sending us to space and shit.
Of course. Yeah, I get it. No, we just kind of run in the same circles. That's why I'm irritated, because I've sat on the fender of his little fucking red Lotus years ago, having a conversation with him down in San Diego, fucking over a decade ago. And I was like, hey, I guess I'm not anybody special. He does that all the time, but still, not even a fucking, I don't know. Never mind. I screwed that one up. I screwed that one up anyhow. He had a recruiter reach out to me once, and then I told her I wasn't going anywhere without my team, and then I never heard anything back. But whatever. I don't go anywhere without my team of friends and engineers that are onto something like that. I'm not leaving my friends behind.
Oh yeah. Once you build a connection with a certain core group of people, I met a lot of people during my travels to this NFT journey. A lot of people that I think are good, but their methods, I had to remove my childlike curiosity and the perception of face value, and understand people's motion.
Yeah. So 5 years ago,
let's get to the story.
And I only feel compelled to tell this if there's a reason for it. So I guess there's a reason for me to tell this, and you may know. But like I said, I don't believe in chant. I mean, I don't believe in. I believe that there's a purpose for everything. We keep getting these things, these silver platters laid in front of us for specific purposes, and going through 5 years ago, going through some of the most immense stress that any human could ever go through, on the verge of a divorce. Didn't know that. I was actually negotiating with this Larry Benaroya guy 6 years ago on trying to get into that site over there, into an empty building, look kind of like an Intel building, all empty, steel girders and concrete. They just never filled the space. Well, I brought this proposal to fill 150,000 square foot space full of ASICs and showed him all the math, and he showed it to his finance guy, and he was about to bankroll me. And I had just invited one of my best friends of over 20 years up, because he's got a supercomputer for a brain, to help me on the business end of things, because I am not good at dealing with billionaires. He is. And at that that week when he came up, I had to beg my ex-wife to let him stay with us because she hated him. He got me to break up with her once, like 10 years prior to that, because she was a bitch. And
oh, geez.
Yeah, and she knew it, but he just played nice. He was all sweet with her when he showed up. I'm sorry for the past, Angela. Blah, blah, blah. And dude, as soon as she left with her gaggle of girls. She had 5 daughters. And she's like, okay, we're gonna go shopping. Out the front door of the 6,000 square foot house that I fucking helped us get, and new cars and all that. Living the life, right? It was a nightmare. Staying on top of bills is what it was. And she spent me into oblivion. Like, she had all of our credit cards maxed out. She wouldn't stop spending. She had a fucking closet full of expensive purses, another closet full of Mary Kay. It was just stupid. It was a waste of time. But as she left with her fakiness, pig and lipstick, Matt grabbed me, my best friend Matt grabbed me by the shirt collar and ripped my shirt. yanked me toward him, red-faced, veins poking out. You motherfucker! And he was half crying. I'm like, bro, what's going on? You're fucking dying. You're living a miserable existence. That bitch is sucking the life force out of you. Fuck this, bro. Do you realize that your life is in the toilet and you're about to die? And I was. It was like 128 pounds. I was trying to drink myself to death. My pancreas was failing, and I kept drinking. So my body was also weak, right? Weak mind, weak body, weak heart, all of it. I'm trying to make this the fast version. I moved out. I had a whole garage full of ASICs. It was funny as shit. It was like damn near melting my power panel. We had the sheriffs called on us once. They showed up in like body armor with warrants to search the property because they thought I had an illegal grow up. Because the plane flew over and saw the used their thermals, and then they checked my power bill and they're like, this fucker's using $1,800 a month worth of power. He's got an illegal grow up. That was fun. It was really funny trying to explain to the cops once I opened the garage door what the fuck all the machines were inside. But
I'm a Bitcoin miner.
I was like, they're Bitcoin miners, and there's one of the cops, only one of them was like, Bitcoin? And he grabbed his cell phone, pulled it out, started showing the other cops, telling them about it. And when I went in and had dinner with my wife after, they all said, well, sorry about all the, we're just doing our job. They sat in their running SUVs in our fucking cul-de-sac for like an hour Googling Bitcoin on their phones. Kind of fucking hilarious. But anyhow, going through all that, getting ready to do it on a massive scale, because it was just proof of concept in my garage. I was getting ready to order 1,000 Avalon miners from China. Like, they had the order fulfilled and ready to ship. And just when all that shit happened, my health was not good. Therefore, I wasn't braining very well. And after my best friend went off on me, it was only within a matter of days. I was moving out all my Bitcoin miners and living in a motel. I mean, that fast. And then I found out 2 weeks later, I found out 2 weeks later that she had some other guy over at the house on a regular basis. And then I found out through the girl's friends, and one of them, specifically one of the girl's ex-boyfriends, his name is Brandon. He's still a friend of mine, like a son. He's like, yeah, bro, she was totally cheating on you. Like, totally running around, like had some other dude on the hook, probably for months. Oh yeah, that's that. So I, in a lot of depression, went with my friend Matt over to another friend of mine's place, Mike, and his girlfriend Sherry. A bunch of people that I knew came over. We all had barbecue, hung out, and I quit drinking cold turkey the week before that as well, because Matthew flipped the fuck out of me. So ever see you drink another drop of alcohol, I'm going to kill you and bury you in the backyard. And he is a scary dude when he, but that's what a best friend fucking does. A best friend will not hold back on how angry your best friend is at you hurting yourself.
Oh yeah. A true best friend, at least.
Yeah, right. A real friend will not hold back. And we had been hanging out with some friends, kind of relaxing. Smoked a joint, obviously, to try to calm down. And everybody wanted to go hang out and drink in some bar called Uncle Sam. Said, hey, come with us, be the DD, just hang out. If you feel uncomfortable, you can leave. I got 3/4 of the way there, maybe even further, and having a conversation with my best friend of 20 some odd years. And we've been to battle together. We've gone through a lot of shit together as best friends, right? Seen everything. And we were talking, and I was feeling a scar on the back of my head, an injury that we were recalling and talking about. Almost, I could see the bar. We were almost there. And as I'm rubbing this scar on the back of my head, I was like, bro, I looked at him. I was like, I'm feeling weird. And then I was like, whoa, dude, something's going on. I'm feeling weird. And as I was saying that, I heard ringing in my ears really loud. And the ringing started to just make a hum. Boo, and it wouldn't go away. And and the feeling just kept getting more and more intense, and I felt like I was going to pass out. Like the contrast was even changing. And he was like, hurry up, pulling. I pulled in. He shut the truck off. He came around the other side. Like, he's like, get out of the truck, get on the passenger side, sit, chill, relax. I did. And just as I was trying to relax, it just kept getting louder and louder. and all of a sudden it felt like a bubble pop, right? Like, I can't explain it. Something popped. And when that pop happened, I heard the ringing and the hum even louder. The contrast went all white. And then, and I don't know if I had the ultimate DMT trip or what the hell happened to me, maybe the God moment. But everything got more and more hollow sounding. And then it sounded just like the Matrix, all the digitally screechy noises and stuff. Just digital noise. It was really weird. And as I breathed out, I felt and saw myself from the top view, and and I saw the top of my head, the top of my truck, the top of the parking lot, the top of the neighborhood, the top of the town, and I was enveloped in what in my perception, my perception of this was a 6 foot big around golden white tractor beam that felt like pure love was enveloping me and sucking me out like a tractor beam. And within moments, I felt like I was seeing, hearing, and feeling everything in 360 all around me, including feeling everyone and everything and every thought and every feeling that's ever been felt. It was overwhelming. I was crying tears of joy, actually, whatever in my mind, and and reaching out, in deep dark space, right? Reaching out for what I felt was home, like toward the light, soul body reaching for the light. And it was like my hand got smacked away, and I heard this big voice in my head said, "No, you can't come here. You have to go back. You have no choice. You're too important. There's too much left to do." There's too much left to do. It like wrung me to the soul. And then that feeling reversed, and then it was like a reverse tractor beam, like a fucking tube slide. And it felt like I was going down the tube slide for what felt like an eternity. And I was screaming the whole way back in terror, saying, "It's all fake. No, it's not real. Why are you putting me back there? Why are you putting me there? Why are you putting me there? God, it's all fake. It's not real." And I kept, and whatever crack I was having, I kept saying that over and over and over and over again. And then, whack, I woke up in my own body, like I got smacked into my own body. And my friend Matt watched me for 4.5 hours in a Safeway parking lot under a tree, so we didn't get any weird people looking at us or me scooped up in a self-hugging jacket. I sat there next to him and twitched for 4.5 hours. And every time I had an immoral or impure thought, like just an untruth, go through my mind or almost escape my lips, it felt like a stun gun in my guts. I could even hear the crackling in my head. And then every time I relaxed, thought good things, good intentions, pure thoughts, truth, honesty, love, it felt like pure love in my guts. 4.5 hours of that.
He didn't take you to the hospital?
No, he didn't take me to the hospital. No,
Were you unconscious?
No, well, he said for a minute when I was sitting in the seat next to him, I stopped. He said, "Dude, like you were stuck in a fucking stasis beam or something. You literally stopped. The vein in your neck wasn't moving anymore. You weren't moving anymore. You weren't breathing. Nothing. Like you were stuck." Yeah.
Let me ask you something. When you were, I try to ask a lot of people this that I run into. When you were a kid, did you ever like wake up one time and just like immediately grab like your bed? Did you feel like you were like falling from like the world's tallest building?
Yes, constantly, all the time.
Dude, I ask a lot of people that, and the reason
It felt
for
like
it
I
is
felt like it was falling onto my bed or falling through my bed.
Yeah. They say I've heard a couple theories on it. But a lot of people say that because when we're kids, we're so in tune with our like spiritual nature, we're not yet tainted by the many things that this life brings us, that we actually end up doing astral projection, and that feeling of falling is our spirit coming back into our body.
I've heard that.
It's just crazy because I thought it was crazy. Like when I was growing up I never talked about it
Yep,
until
same.
I got into like probably 19 years old. And I started asking people, I'm like, hey, did this happen to you when you were a kid?
Dude,
Everybody I've ever met that I've asked this question to has said yes.
did you have a lot of those dreams where you were like running in your driveway and just jumped and flew?
No, nothing like that.
I did.
I wasn't too big of a and to be honest, nowadays I struggle to dream. I used to be able to fixate before sleep. I used to be able to fixate on something, like say, I for some reason my dream fascination was always the woods, like and a survival setting. So
Sure.
like, I would end up in a survival setting, and they would I wouldn't remember much. All I would remember is I was in the woods. Um, that's really all I could ever remember. I also had a fascination, excuse me, with zombies as a kid. So I used to constantly think about zombies, and then I end up dreaming about zombies, and then, But as I've grown as an adult, I don't have that same control, which kind of, to me, may or may not be a testament to the fact that when we are kids, our our spirituality is more intact, our soul is more so.
I think so.
Pure.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Yeah, it's crazy though. It that everybody. I can't lie to you, dude. Like for a huge portion of my life, I thought I was insane. I thought like maybe like what I was experiencing was just a really bad nightmare. It happened to me maybe like 3 to 5 times throughout my life, and I would just wake up. I would wake up. It felt like I had been pushed off of a building, and I was trying to grab whatever I was being pushed by. And when I came to, like when I woke up, I'd wake up and I'd just like clench my bed. I'd get up like in a feverish sweat, and I'd get up and look around me, and then I'd be like, okay, I'm crazy, like I'm insane. I don't know why this is happening to me. But yeah, it's just insane, man. I guess these are things that we'll find out one day when we die, but that's why I fascinate death.
I almost wonder. I mean, I've had a lot of people trying to convince me that I had an ultimate DMT trip, but what happened to me 5 years ago was so real to me that I can still, I mean, I can still feel it when I think about it. I don't think that was a DMT experience. I think my energy actually left this vessel. And the reason it twitched for 4.5 hours in shock was because we're one-way energy. We're meant to leave, not come back.
Yeah.
I think once my soul essence left my body and then got put back in my body, I think it just fucking nervous shock,
Yeah.
The whole nervous system just didn't know what to do. So twitch, twitch, twitch.
Yeah, I remember my grandma when she died a natural death. May she rest in peace. She was starting to go, and she said she knew she was because when she would go to sleep at night, she'd have these very weird, vivid dreams of her sister who had passed away roughly about 6 months prior to her, coming and knocking on the door. And she said that when she answered the door, it was like a very young version of her sister. And she could have sworn that she said that she saw them standing by her bed, telling her, it's almost time. It's almost time. My grandma was a stubborn Italian woman. She said, she used to often say, like, I'm not ready to die. I still got people I got to get even with. She, she was a real woman, so to speak, but Italian. But the fact she was talking like that just kind of confirmed, like, there's kind of comes down to a Plato quote I saw one time. Have you ever sensed that the soul is immortal and never dies? And the answer is yes. And the more people I ask, people intrinsically believe this thing. Now, whether that's a reassurance, I don't know, but I don't think that if it's in everybody, that it's something that the brain just does to self-reassure itself. It's kind of like, no, we all know that something happens when we die.
Yeah.
Our body is left here, and the body is still there, right? The body technically may or may not be able to function on its own. Who knows? But there's something in us that uniquely makes us us. And you could see this, and I think we'll start to learn this as we start to go more down the cloning route. Like you can, like even with dogs, right? We can clone dogs, but you will not get the same personality of the same dog that you once had. It's not going to. So therefore, there's something unique about each and individual person or thing on this planet.
Yeah. Dude, there's an experience that I had. I was hospitalized a couple of years ago in a coma, and after I came out of it, it was another one of those moments in my existence where I was literally coming back from literal rock bottom, like, you know, moments from death. You know, and having to come back from that is a very hard thing. I spent 2 months recovering in that hospital. I had to use a walker for a year afterward, and that the weirdest experience that I had in that hospital is I made friends with some of the staff members and the nurses just because, you know, they were taking care of me, and some of them were really intelligent. So we just have these. The couple of the nurses thought that they were telling me there was some of the most intellectually stimulating conversation that they'd had with a patient like ever. Now, I'm not going to toot my own horn, but that makes me feel good that they loved, you know, open-minded, intelligent conversations, because most people try to beat me up for it. And while we were having some of these conversations, the last time I remember being under, you know, like not unconscious, not conscious. I remember a portion of that, seeing myself in my hospital bed, like above myself, and I remember looking at the shelving that was on the walls, over toward the TV that I was always staring at. But the shelving was like, you know, the shelving is like 7 foot tall, so nobody ever looks up there, right?
Mm-hmm.
And on top of that shelving, from my view that I could remember, I remember seeing a bunch of dust and dirt and some like you know, random hospital supplies, like a random rubber tourniquet up there, and part of an IV kit covered in dust, and a manual covered in dust. Well, after I come to and I was having these conversations, I was like, it's really funny, but I was like, you guys might want to clean those shelves up there. And the nurse was kind of laughing at me, and she's like, oh, they clean these rooms regularly. I'm like, no, those shelves up there have like 1/8 of an inch of dust and a bunch of random crap and a manual. And they didn't believe me. A nurse brought a step stool in, got up there and looked, and she almost fell off the step stool. She's like, oh my God, there's a dusty manual and some old IV parts and a bunch of dirt up here. How did you? She's like, how did you get up there? I'm like, I didn't. I thought I was floating above my body and saw it. Yeah, that is not coincidence. And I did not get up there and look on those shelves. It's up there. I couldn't even barely drag myself across the fucking room on a walker to go use a bathroom. How am I going to climb up on the furniture and look at the top of a shelf? So there's something to it, man. There's absolutely something to it. And ever since that experience of mine, the craziest part of all of it, I have no fear of death. I don't. I used to have that intrinsic fear of death inside. When you think about, you know, you do that thought in your mind of, well, what is the point of not existing? Or what is the point of existing if I'm not going to exist? And I'm not going to exist eventually sometime soon, maybe. Or there's just going to be one day I'm not here.
Yeah,
I used to have those fears, man. And I also used to have all these angst and anger and frustrations from my past, and, you know, pretty much every version of PTSD you can imagine. Most of it went away when that experience happened to me. Like a huge dump truck load worth of baggage, just gone, and it's been gone.
I find to a degree that the way we react to death is in part selfish, because human beings, we naturally have this fear of the unknown, right? So we create our own. It's kind of like life giving us a cliffhanger, and then we have to fill in the rest for ourselves. And you know, speaking somebody that just lost somebody, you know, it hurts you only because you certainly do not know. And the only thing, let's sidetrack real quick. I think that's done intentionally, but the only thing that we can't I lost my train of thought. I remember what I was gonna say. Okay, so I was gonna say that I think the fear of death comes in the lack of certainty and understanding, and that it's only thing I fear about death is the mark it'll leave on other people. But I think that death in its own right makes life itself worth it to a degree.
Yes, it does. And I'm going to tell you something else that makes life worth it. Almost dying over and over and over and over again. That's part of the reason I have no fear. I mean, I've already been so close and so near death so many times now that I'm just like, meh. I mean, whatever. I mean, dude, nothing can be as bad in this physicality other than waking up from a coma, right? With stiff muscles, the inability to walk, the inability to barely even keep your own drool in your mouth, and to be in such writhing pain that you can feel every single nerve ending in your entire body, including your tongue, your mouth. You're so aware of the feeling of this body capsule thing that we have that there's no way to ever forget that once you've been in that position. Once your whole body is fucked off, your nerves are on fire, you can feel every single one of your organs, it all hurts, and it's all recovering at the same time. That thought will never ever leave your mind once you've been there. And I've been there half a dozen times in the last 5 years.
Yeah.
Just gripping, just barely gripping to that thread of life. So now I'm healthier and I have most of my mind back, and now I feel like I can conquer the world. There's no point in worrying about death. That we don't know how long we're going to be here. I could not wake up tomorrow.
Yeah.
I'd rather spend every single day doing the best I can to be good to other human beings, show love and compassion, and use my fucking mind for all it's worth. All of it. Yeah. So that's anyhow. I don't mean it so rambly, but that's where I'm at, dude. Just no bullshit, straightforward truth. Yeah.
That's a wild experience, brother. I've only heard from maybe 2 other individuals in my life. My oldest brother being one of them, that fell into a coma and then came out, and before that he had this he just wanted to die, and then when he got close to death in the manner in which he did, his perception of life changed to a degree that he no longer wanted to die. But I don't know. I wish I had that experience because I feel like you're intrinsically more grateful for everything you have than someone like me who's never been that close to death.
Yeah. I mean, it's the funny thing is I wouldn't wish any of the pain and misery that I've had to endure on another person. But on the other hand, if every person that's kind of been a shitty human being in their life had to go through what I've gone through, it would probably miraculously change them.
Yeah, either that or further enhance their cynicism.
That's maybe. Yeah.
Because after all, everything's just a construct. Your experience, you'd still have to be open to the experience and open to the realization that, okay, I just came close to death, did not like that, and I realize, and especially for you and your frequency of the of that repeated scenario, I think that it'll sit a little bit deeper with you rather than somebody who maybe thought they came close to death but didn't.
Yeah, that makes sense.
It's a wild world. I'm always trying to piece shit together, like through the individual stories of people, and I don't view tragedy the same way the world does because we're told it's tragedy, right? It's like not supposed to be good. It's supposed to be bad. It's terrible. This is why the world is terrible, right? No, because we have to realize that as human beings, there is one of the best ways to learn from anything, unfortunately, is tragedy. Now, to the degree or extent of that tragedy, one can argue.
Yeah.
But, I think it was Michael who said it. We're not built for a utopia. We're not built for utopia. If you gave human beings just nothing but peace, aka Western civilization, in the sense of conveniency, and natural struggles, then we just find weird shit to fixate and make problems out of,
Yeah. Well, dude, I don't know. I'm sure you've seen The Matrix. Please tell me you have.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay. I was just watching it last night, actually, and the part where Agent Smith is sitting there talking about his disgust and disdain for the filthy things that are humans, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he explains that. He actually explains. He said something about. He's like, the version 1 that we built of this disgusting place, we made it your utopia, and nothing worked. The first, our first, our first batch of humans died because they couldn't, because their psyche couldn't handle the fact of a pure utopia, being given everything they've ever wanted or loved. So we built this place full of loathing and hate and deceit and disgust. And man, I was just, dude, it's true.
A lot of truth is buried in movies.
No, yeah. Well, yeah, I'm kind of a Matrix fan, man. I've seen all of them, and I really, really relate.
Yeah.
But did you see the anime?
I saw, yeah, I've seen some of the anime as well. And the funny thing is, the whole series, there, if we were to equate that to our real life Matrix, there is a whole bunch of the one. There are thousands of us, actually, thousands. But for some reason, we just can't seem to get them all together in one place. I wish we could.
Because then you'd create a utopia, and
Yes,
then people would no longer appreciate utopia.
which is also part of the reason that utopian-seeking human individuals such as myself, who have always wanted life to be that way since coming right out the chute, that have been diagnosed with things like autism. I think that autism is actually a misunderstood evolution of humans, because most of us autists see things in a very black and white perspective to be able to get to that point of a utopian society with love and respect.
Yeah.
And I honestly think that the system is rigged, because if you have too many autists get together and try to fix everything, they will. And what's one of the first things they're going to fix? Oh, voting problems and government corruption and evil people. Well, pretty much screws that idea, because those people are in control.
Yeah. Casey?
Hey, I'm actually just looking for a mic check. Am I coming across pretty clear?
Oh, clear as bell.
Oh, sweet. I have a...
How you been?
I've been good, man. Yourself?
Oh, doing awesome. Good to
Good.
see you. Or hear
Good.
you.
Yeah, no, I'm at one of the local town parks that's got they call it a splash pad. It's like a very shallow pool. So I'm here with the family, letting the kids run amok with some friends. And I forgot that I have a 3 o'clock appointment for a space. This guy... Oh. Sorry, say again?
I said, oh, oopsie.
Yeah. I'm like, I better check and make sure that I can actually connect from here. So I'm really here to just do a mic check. I'm using you for the utility that I need.
Yeah, you motherfucker.
Yep, just using people left and right. But
it was a sunny day, and KC stepped out into the sun and realized he has to make a decision: spend time with the family or get on this Twitter space. It was only then he discovered he can do both.
Oh, dude,
your Dan impersonation is getting better and better, I gotta say.
Thank you, brother. I'm trying.
Can you do some Twilight Zone excerpts for me?
Dude, hearing Dan do the Twilight Zone was priceless.
Oh yeah, I'm trying to get better at the voice acting, because I heard him doing that. I could do a pretty good Obama too, but it's when I think about it too much, I can't do it. But
no, you gotta feel your way through it. You can't think your way through it.
Yeah. That's the best way to describe it.
Yeah, Obama. We will no longer be collecting your metadata and recording your phone calls.
The way we're going to do this is to collect your metadata. And,
No. It's let me see if I can do it. Look, let me be clear. My fellow Americans, it brings me no joy to tell you this. Something like that, you know?
something like that. Yeah.
Something like that.
You were on the path. You were on the path.
Yeah, the path of yeah.
All right, cool. Well, I was just here for the mic check.
All right,
So
KC.
I'm gonna bounce.
Enjoy
Be
it.
well, guys. Catch you guys on the flip.
Absolutely, brother. Take care.
Using us. We're like, hey guys, I don't really want to talk to you. How do I sound? Oh, you sound great. You guys. All right, thanks, Casey.
Hey, I'm just wondering how this "go fuck yourself" sounds. Is that good quality?
Yeah. Hey, go fuck yourself. What was that? Oh, you heard that? Yeah. All right, take it easy. Jesus.
Holy shit. Oh man.
What's funny is that now I have an embarrassment of riches. Well, all of these shows, and now I just have to figure out a way to chop everything up. I'm swapping out this computer this weekend. So
are you doing a computer swap?
Yeah. So the M2, the Mac came in, so that we can render this video content faster, and so now we can render like 100 videos at a time rather than just a handful.
Now you're cooking with gas.
Because it's not something I realize it's not something I can hire other people to do. So it's like, well, let me just do it myself, and we'll just start charging more or something.
Yeah, why not? Why not? I was watching your video the other day about Toronto at night. The place looks so beautiful.
Yeah, it's not the worst landscape you'll see, right?
No. Dude, I used to have this fascination with like having like a nice farmhouse, like being secluded and stuff. I was taking a look at a house the other day. I'm like, fuck, dude, I really don't want this actually, because like it's just me, bro. Like, what if some deranged fucking hobo comes in with an AR-15 and just decides that today's my day? Be fucked.
Yeah, that was the Bill Burr joke about how, like, if you don't have a gun and you're doing all of this doomsday prepping, you're basically just prepping for someone to take over who has a bigger gun.
Wow. Yeah, it's fucking deep, bro. I got a bunker. I got 32 different variations of rice. I got MRE meals. I got chicken, but I just can't get my hands on a gun. Oh, you mean this gun?
It's dark.
Oh man.
Yeah, that's the one thing that I've been kind of professing. I live in Washington State, so it's pretty lax here, and
West Coast, right?
Yeah. For the last 10 years, all my friends and I have had a bug out bag, a go bag in the closet, right, with just about everything you can think of for up to 4 to 5 days worth of survival.
Yeah, gas mask.
Everything. Oh, I got a folding gas mask I got from Rista Rangers. It's tiny, dude.
Sorry,
It's
bro. All you need is a N95, bro. That's all you need.
Yeah.
No, I'm kidding.
I was gonna say the one that I've got is the it's the NBC mask that they give Rangers that comes in a little pouch. You pull the Velcro off and it pulls out in a little brick. You unfold it and stick it. It's got a rubber bung seal that goes around your neck. You put the whole thing over your head. It's got a screen and everything.
You know what I've never understood about doomsday preppers, and I'll be honest about this. I think it's nice to have like essentials and shit for like natural catastrophes and stuff like that. I mean, that's always a matter of...
dude, I can see the volcano. I can see the volcano that we live near from here.
Hmm.
Yeah, that Mount Rainier is an active volcano.
Damn.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
and it's like,
if it blew up and hit this valley, I'm gonna grab my go bag and drive 110 miles per hour to get the hell out of the area.
yeah. I mean,
Yep.
I just don't understand how some people think that they'd be okay with, psychologically speaking, like retreating into a bunker and like say like you can't go up to the next level of Earth for like like let's just put a range on it, 100 years, right?
30
A hundred.
years, you can't. Yeah.
Yeah. Who the fuck? Like, dude, like I'm just speaking for myself here. I would not want to go and live underground and like have no quality of life. Like there'd be, I'd rather die in the initial explosion than fucking survive to open the bunker one day and be like, oh fuck, it's still not safe, and
Right.
stumble down the bunker with a fucking mutated eyeball. You
Yeah,
know,
just do that. Yeah.
yeah, it just makes no sense to me unless you built like a fucking entire ecosystem of
Well,
like self-sustainable community like the government has. Like,
exactly.
yeah,
Dude,
like
well, I wouldn't like somebody's impromptu fucking backyard fallout shelter. I don't think so. I
yeah,
wouldn't be able I wouldn't be able to exist in something the size of a small Connex container with like 5 other people farting and burping and
with nothing to fucking do.
for
Nothing,
30 years. I don't think so.
nothing to do. You'd lose your
Nothing.
mind.
Yeah. But you'd kill each other. But I have found underground nuclear missile silo facilities that are entire underground bases with connecting tunnels for sale as real estate all over the country.
I mean, technically, actually, if we think about it, right? If you went down into the bunker, right, but the internet was still intact, we'd be able to communicate with each other. We just wouldn't be able to like directly communicate with each other.
Oh, okay, so it'd feel like now.
Yeah, yeah, that's what I'm saying though. It would be like, what if this is all just preparation?
Right? We could cook up all the bunkers, and then we could have like go back to like paper cup and a string. Yeah, we could have bunker chain.
Yeah, bunker chain.
Oh shit.
Bunker chain. Yeah, that I don't know. They say, I
Then
always wonder.
the true web would be bunker chain.
I always wonder if how we survived the ice ages.
By staying chill.
Yeah. Well, obviously, not many did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ain't that the truth? It's just miraculous we've been through so much change historically, in a natural sense too as well, and we're still here. Like we
Yeah.
find a way to build back up to civilization. I mean, this is the largest we've done it so far, historically speaking, which is pretty still fresh knowledge. Have you guys seen the pictures from the new James Webb Telescope?
Yeah, something struck me odd about it.
What struck you as odd?
I don't know. It's either my eyes playing tricks on me, or there's some image manipulation going on, because I saw a few nebula and other things, including galaxies in that image that almost looked like there were some of them that were a repetitive pattern. It didn't.
I mean, everything's cyclical.
Well, maybe there are actual repetitive patterns of galaxies and shit out there, which makes that argument that we're the only intelligent life in the galaxy null and void.
I think that the assumption that we are the only intelligent life form comes from fear of the unknown.
Sure.
It would be very naive to assume, like, I'm sure at some point we didn't even know that dolphins were communicating each other, that birds were talking with each other, that dogs communicate with each other, and science and modern technology and these tools that we've used to understand certain things, and now is like slap labels and characteristics on them, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now we've come to understand these things, and at some point we probably didn't think that they can even communicate with each other.
Oh man, I think that large mammals with large brains also have telepathic abilities too. Because
I
I was
agree.
at Underwater World in the Bay Area. I think they changed it to Aquarium of the Bay. My dad and I actually painted that whole fucking place. My dad was an artist. He did murals, so the whole place was covered in water. Water creatures murals. My dad and I are actually the ones that painted the inside and outside of that place. He did the one in Guam. He did the one in the Mall of America, like all over the place.
Wow.
But while I was there, so I got a membership for life. I happened to be at the biggest aquarium where they've got the orca.
Mm-hmm.
Or was that the Aquarium of the Bay? Maybe that might have been at Six Flags. I can't, or not Six Flags, but SeaWorld. I think never maybe it was SeaWorld in San Diego. The tank that they had the orca in, I was up there with my hand against the tank, right? And the orca was just kind of swimming around and kept coming right past me within like maybe 2 or 3 feet of that big thick ass tank, and would stare at me, right, like iris pointed directly at my iris, staring, slowly going by, just staring me in the eye, and then coming back by, slowly staring me in the eye, and then he slowed down one last time and just let himself drift kind of into the side of the tank, and you could even hear it. It was like boom, boom, boom. It's like, he's like, oh shit. He started leaning on the inside of that tank at my hand. That was a magical connection to a creature for me, because I could almost feel that giant animal thinking about me, like singling me out, just wanted to come up and lean against the tank where I was.
I think any animals left on this planet have a unique reason as to why they're left, and I think that the majority of time it can be traced down to adaptation, and how they understand humanity. Like, so for instance, deer, right? In certain regions where I am, deer are much more friendly if they live a life where they're constantly interacting with humans, and they realize that, oh shit, there's some benefit to being kind to the humans because they feed us. Obviously, that's a trickle down. It starts with building the relationship with one deer. That deer consistently comes back over the span of its life, introducing other deer to you. Then its children are born with this genetic composition that allows for them to not be as fearful as other deer. Same thing for dogs. Dogs have what they call a fear gene. They're now starting to study it. I say in the next 5 years we'll probably have a fair understanding of how it affects a dog's aggression and fear, and reactivity in general, because it matters on what their parents were exposed to, and if their parents lived close to humans, if they were domesticated to the fullest degree. You'll see it a lot in parents that two dogs come together and mate if they're both like not as socialized. The offspring, um they can be socialized, don't get me wrong, because life experience is still life experience, and that's also a thing that I'm extremely curious about. To what degree or percentage does life experience account for the individualistic reactions to life in certain circumstances? But it's just this gene, it's being traced down and studied in science now, for all the way back down to like the first wolves that interacted with us. Like they say that I think it was like a video of Neil deGrasse Tyson. It was like there was 10 wolves, and 5 wolves decided to like come a little bit closer to us, and the 5 wolves ran. And the 5 wolves that ran carried that fear gene. And the offspring of the dogs that we see today, that washed down fear gene, it's the same gene that was present in those wolves that ran away from humans, and the dogs that are nice and completely understand that they're um mutual benefit to cuteness and to certain functionalities, given their breed, um, comes from those 5 wolves that decided to stick closer to humanity. In fact, the first humans did not like wolves. We fought them because we didn't see the benefit in having them around, only until other predators tried lurking into our land and we saw the wolves attack them, and we were like, oh shit, these things will fucking fight for us. Like they'll literally, and then that is said to have down the line caused their genetics to make the realization that, oh, the cuter we are, the closer we are to the humans, and the closer we are to the humans, the less competition we have for natural resources. Which is, that's why I love dogs, dude, because their genetic composition and their adaptation skills is almost second to none, dude. Sorry for rambling about dogs, but I love dogs, man.
No, that's true.
They say that they're man's best friend for a reason.
Yeah, my my favorite dog I've ever owned was actually he was Wolf and Malamute mix, and he
Wolf and
was
Malamute, wow.
oh yeah, he was the smartest. He was the smartest dog I've ever had in my life. He used to open door handles with his mouth, so we had to start putting those the baby things on the handles so he
Yep.
could turn. Yeah,
Yep. I know exactly what you're talking
yep.
about.
And
Was he fear
he would.
reactive?
What's that?
Was he reactive with strangers and other things, or?
He was very cautious yet friendly with strangers. A little standoffish, but he was friendly. He would always give people an opportunity. But if someone burned him once, that was it. He hated him. He'd just etch it into his mind. Um, but one of the most brilliant dogs I've ever been around, ever had. Ever had the pleasure of having. He used to, if he felt he needed you for something, or you needed to do something, he would come over and put his mouth on your arm, like right by your wrist, and drag you somewhere with his mouth, like to something, whatever he wanted or whatever he felt you needed. He would drag you to it. Yeah, I miss him. But yeah, no, dogs are amazing. Totally agree. I'm still making place in my heart for a new one. After I get my living situation better and it's stable and I'm on my own, I'm actually staying with friends on a futon right now. But I'm just waiting for the right pooch. Last time I had a dog was 5 years ago. My ex-wife had him put down because of his skin conditions and eye problem and other stuff. It was really selfish of her.
Oh, that pisses me off. I'm so sorry.
No, it's okay. It just it hurt a little when I found out, but yeah. Waiting for that prime pooch. It'll happen. This has to be the right timing. So how are you today? Oh, it's Kit. Never mind. Never mind. You came back.
I'm just in the car, so I'm like cutting in and out, but I'm at a stoplight right now. But boy, that really just burns my asshole. I'm a little bit more sensitive to like my pets. Shit happens, but just because someone doesn't have the ability to take care of an animal, I mean, of course, it will go downhill. But
Oh yeah. Well,
the emotional.
my ex-wife she got off scot-free with the bank account and all the money and everything else. She just didn't want to spend the $2,000 in vet bills it would have taken to fix him. That was the sad part.
I think we've all had, well, depending on how old everyone is, but you're eventually going to have an ex-wife or husband that's going to burn you.
Oh yeah, yeah. I got over it a long time ago. It made me a more cautious person. That's about it.
Well, marriage is an investment. You got your tokenomics, your utility, and you have to figure out how you're going to have a 10x return. If not,
Right.
you're gonna.
Right.
Is it a rug pull?
That's right. I love you using those terms because I've been running with the Dirty Rug Company for a while. No, my feeling and view on those types of intimate relationships now in my life is I will not get involved in another one unless it's actually mutually agreed that my biggest complaint from being married before was the fact that out of all the money that I made, especially when I was working in the oil fields, sending home $7,000-8,000 a month. If I'm sending home $7,000 to $8,000 a month to my significant other, I don't only expect the basic bills to be covered. I expect that significant other of mine to be an intelligent enough person to think of ways to take that money that I'm sending home and turn it into more money, right? Or do something, be supportive. At least find some way to invest part of it wisely or something. All she did was spend money on Coach purses and a closet full of Mary Kay and constant shopping trips with her daughters. And that's not you don't just use someone like a commodity until they're all shriveled up and done. You use your ability to take your significant other and help lift them up just a little bit higher in life, and then they're going to reach down, they're going to pick you up and bring you with them. And that's the only way I will ever make that jump again.
Well, your ethics of what you see a relationship is, I wholeheartedly agree with it. But for the instances of, story time, what you just said of what she does versus what you did, it's more or less like I can see her side because some people are just so fucking stupid to be able to see beyond their own bubble that
Correct.
what makes them feel good, which is just, it's a crack addict. It's, the synapse that triggers something in the brain, something new, something shiny, but it's used and abused, discard, have to keep it going. They just aren't mentally grown. And those addictive personality traits can be from whatever her background could have been. But it really boils down to instead of trying to psychoanalyze a certain situation, of trying to relay, this is a case study, like what went wrong, what happened, what went wrong, how to make it better. And when it comes to not intimate relationships, but relationships that we've had in the, with work or acquaintances, it's more or less like trying to set standards and, the transparency of what our boundaries are and how we're going to grow from together. Because if someone doesn't have that time to develop in a way that benefits both of you, then fuck them.
Yep, exactly. Yeah, that was my point too. I agree with you.
But I'm siding with you because, I'm also a divorcee, and even though I'm female, I would have the short end of the stick of a motherfucker.
Yeah, no, me too. I escaped with my half broken down project BMW that had no reverse and a couple of duffel bags full of clothes and my favorite computers. That was it. Pew, see ya, out of here.
Yeah, I was only a few years older, and a self-entitled little fucking bitch decided, oh, I deserve this, I deserve that. Empty out fucking the bank accounts, fucking took even the fucking refrigerator, the washer and dryer, all this shit. And I'm like, okay, what the fuck? And then he filed for divorce. I'm like, you're such a piece. I'm sorry.
Yeah, right. Well, that just means that wasn't real love, unfortunately. I'm sorry.
Oh,
I
no.
had to go through a decade of that too.
Yeah, I mean, gosh, it was by the time the decree for divorce, it was like pushed out so long because attorneys always dink people around because you are their collateral and liquidity. So keeping it crypto. But it was strung out so long to where both of us went poor. It mostly went to the attorneys, but I had to pay for his fucking attorney because, again, he was basically a little fucking millennial boy that I had to take care of. But I completely lost track of this one. Too much emotion associated to money on this, but
Yeah, heard.
But yes, the biggest problem was trying to, like, what you hold in your head, like, okay, I want a safety net, what you need is food, shelter, and people to survive, unfortunately. And everything else just falls into place. And when you actually have that one stability of like someone at home, you think that everything's taken care of, but you can't be in two places at once. You're relying on that individuals who be able to be your other half, make smart. Some people just don't have that. higher thought. Okay, I'm done. Thank you.
That's fine.
I was trying to
know,
tell you, Kit, you were breaking up a little bit. Sorry, guys, I rugged out.
that's cool. Honestly, at this venture in my life, I want to use the experiences that I've had in the past and the mind that I have to develop more and better relationships with people like yourselves, because we can't choose our own. People say we can't choose our own family, right? Bullshit. Yes, we can choose our own family. We found those other like-minded people that we genuinely ring with, and we hold them close, and then we help each other and lift each other up, just like I was saying about being in a relationship. This is just so much that can be done.
I think. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. I mean, I'm a talker, and a bunch of us on Twitter. The reason we're on Twitter is because we're talkers. We learn through talking. We spread information through talking. We love each other through talking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Amen. Yeah, I've been working recently on finding the gaps in between people's speech. Sometimes sometimes it's hard when someone's talking. It sounds like they're about to end, and then you're like, "Oh yes, it's my moment," and then and then it clicks back up, and you're like, "Oh fuck, I'm a dick now." And then it's...
No, it's okay, man. I try to keep myself reeled in. I could continue talking and not shut up. So I'm being.
Me too, brother. I gotta like. It happens maybe at like the 2 minute mark. I'm like, fuck, bro. I'm just talking now. Like, I don't think I'm even speaking to anybody. I'm just projecting myself. But yeah, back to what you guys are saying about relationships. I think it's important that people understand the uh, the value system that we hold, and what we value the most, and how we communicate. Like people communicate in different love languages. Some people like to buy. Some people like to buy gifts for their significant other. Some people prefer quality time. Some people perceive that quality time as different activities. So it's like the importance, I think, in any relationship is the communication and being open to understanding another's point of view, and really just loving a person and understanding that not everything is going to be roses and daisies all the time, because we live in this TikTok society where um, all of these couples are put on a pedestal, and people are just seeing people that are always happy, right? Well, they're always happy. This is what a relationship should look like, right? Wrong. You're just seeing one aspect of a life that's glorified, and while it does appeal to you, it does not necessarily mean that once they turn that camera off, that it's it's all fine and dandy. You're gonna have rough parts, and there's gonna be moments maybe where you even question why you're together. Sorry, Kit.
No, you're fine. I love that. I'll just try keeping it short then. Like continue. That it boils down to like core belief systems of like what is cause and effect. When you meet people, it's not that you have to change for anybody, but it's people that make you want to change, and in the growth. Like which direction you're by choice are you willing to grow into? Is it with them or without them? And that's not just relationship. Like I said, for intimacy, it's just people that I jump into rooms and read the room. Like I'm not for this, or maybe there's one person I chime in and then just hop on out. That judgment call is something we also lack.
Oh yeah, I think it's because we fear. Um, it's kind of like we fear being judged or disliked by people that we differ in opinions, and we view this difference as somewhat of a competitive hierarchy of values. Like, oh no, I value this, you should value this, and if you don't value this, this makes you a bad person. Um, in some things, maybe, really maybe, but yeah, like you said, it even stems down to education, right? Like I'd have to assume that if you're a teacher and you're teaching 30 kids, 29 of the kids are getting it, right? But for this one kid, it's not really settling, right? You have to alter your methods a little bit for this one kid because he's just not learning the same way. And I love what you just said there. It's kind of like a lot of people. I see a lot of people react with anger.
30 kids on Twitter Spaces.
Huh?
It doesn't happen, right? So now you know what it's like to be a teacher,
Yeah.
right? Try talking to a group of 10 people. Now try to talk to 39-year-olds about math, and you have an idea of what it's like to be a teacher.
Yeah. I think in a room full of people, it's tough to take a general approach with a individualistic society.
There's no way that you were going to succeed in the way that you wanted to.
Oh yeah, like are you speaking merely to the point of like you're not going to be able to reach every child?
Yeah, there's just a finite time, finite resources. You know, you can't say 3 things at once, right?
Yeah. Yeah. In my instance, we had a you could call me. People used to make fun of me and call me Bobo because we were in a class and I had an 8 in the class, and I felt like for me that really helped me because I had someone who could come down to my desk and help me understand it because I understood it differently than everyone else was. Everyone else was kind of like, oh, okay, yep, let me write this down, write this down. Oh, yep, I could pass the test. But for me, I had an intrinsic understanding of the trivial knowledge, so it was hard for me to like really even perceive this shit as anything that mattered. I mean, I grew up moving around, jumping from place to place to place to place, seeing my parents struggle, and that's what mattered to me. That's what I thought life was about, and finding permanent fixes for certain struggles. But as I've grown, I've realized that's not possible. But I feel like the more resources, the more tools, and the more will and effort you have, the more you can increase those odds of reaching out. And that may not be in the form of you speaking to somebody particularly. It may be you setting someone else who you think has the tools to speak to this person particularly.
What are we talking about again?
Fuck you, Michael.
What were we talking about again? Oh yeah.
Fuck your face.
Yeah, we're talking about teachers, right? So it's I think that in a world where we can't interact with each other, it's hard to know if you're still alive. In a lot of a way, these Twitter spaces remind people that they still have an existence, right? You know, it's funny. Like most of this Bitcoin talk and all this talk was because we went from a bull market to a bear market. That's all. That's all you're seeing. You're seeing people who are really deeply disoriented, and that's okay. If you're not confused, you're not paying attention. So a lot of this anger or fighting that you see, it's because of, leverage bets and all that kind of stuff. So I wouldn't take any of this human meat interaction too seriously because, language disguises thoughts. And the language is kind of like a poor lens on emotion. And what you're really seeing is emotion sublimated as language and arguments and cheerleading and gambling.
I'm depressed now.
So, Kappa, what he's trying to say is less talk, more listening.
Yeah.
Hey, did you fail yesterday, by the way?
I was waiting for you to ask me that. I did.
What'd you do?
I failed to even get fucking started on getting something on paper. I don't even know what was. I think I attribute it to the recent events that have taken place. Just the past couple of days have been a little weird for me. I can't get the filter side of my brain to shut down and allow my creative brain to kick in the high gear. So yeah, in that degree, I failed yesterday, big time.
I understand. We wouldn't be your friends if we didn't say, "Hey, shut the fuck up and start getting to work, motherfucker." And I say, does that make sense?
Yeah, yeah.
If you own a business and you're in charge of like 100 people, what?
Mm-hmm.
I get it. It's just one of those things where you want us to be honest with you, I think. Right? What you're looking to do is just involves you going clackety clack on your keyboard. You're not climbing Mount Olympus. You're moving a mouse back and forth and putting your index fingers on a keyboard. There's no reason.
You assume I have a computer, brother.
Well, Kappa, one of the things I always tell people to do if you're sitting on spaces or, just on the phone talking, usually people tie themselves up to the phone cord. Well, I hope you get that analogy. But if you're going to be on spaces communicating and you want to try to exercise your creativity side, just get a paintbrush. Doesn't have to be a mixture of colors, and just tell yourself every single day, I'm going to make a mouse, I'm going to make a car, or just get some colored pencils and just start doing it. Whether it looks like shit or not, you do it. Why? Because your brain subconsciously is starting to imagine the image in your head, is starting to piece together how, what's the baselines, what is the aerodynamics, and how are you going to make it into an actual picture. And slowly but surely that will exercise the part of your brain to compartmentalize whether you know it or not.
Yeah, I heard the same.
The good cop, bad cop of motivation. I say, get to work, motherfucker, and she says, hey, paint a picture. I think you smush both of those together, and you're good. But
Yeah.
you have access to like Dan Rockwell and all this stuff. Believe me, don't let this time pass you by. If you, the opportunity you see is a window of opportunity, and windows of opportunity do not open forever.
Are you telling him to eat eyeballs?
Sounds like you're giving me advice.
It's just easy to kind of like be like, oh, look at the trilemma, and Peter Thiel said it's easier to describe a problem than solve it. And what happened on the space today is that Ruben has a project. I told Ali, hey, you know that how you left Coinbase and now you're in MetaMask? You want to learn how to do it? I think there's a good reason to learn how to do it. Ruben has something I think that might be useful. What, $60 later and we're done? Right? He has the NFT. So it's one of those things where it's like the world is right here at our fingertips. Troy in our weakness stands.
Yeah, I was really digging his. Oh, is Skip talking?
No.
Okay. I was really digging his conversation with his little pitch with Dan and a couple other people last night. And Dan recorded the space. And hearing Ruben's little pitch is hilarious, but he sent over the Evernote script, and it makes no sense. It only makes sense from him. So he is the salesman. He is selling himself. He is selling his time.
Yeah, I can't wait to chop up this recorded space, because now we have the NFT, the transactions done, all that good stuff. And then I'll have the recording of him saying the pitch. And you're right. When you read it, it's hard to understand. But when he says it, it's how he says it. It's gorgeous.
So you want to? Can you read off the script? Give it a try, like it was you trying to sell your own token of time.
See if I can find it. He sent it to me directly.
It's just titled "Too Soon."
He asked me what I thought of it, and I was like, I'm not sure what I think of it, but I would like to buy some. And he was like, okay. Too soon? Eli 5. Explain it to me like I'm 5. Too soon? Question mark. Me, Ruben. Small money. Have time, but not so many. Many human want Ruben time for money, but want all time. All time is too much. Also rules. Too many rules and not my rules. I make new rules. 1. No sell all time, only some. 2. Many buyer, more price. 3. Maybe you buy Ruben time and change mind. That okay, you can sell. 4. Maybe I changed mind. I can buy time back. Special price. 5. Maybe you buy time for friend. It okay. You can give. 6. You know use time. You lose time. It okay. Give long time to use. 7. You don't like? Don't buy. If you want, click for buy time.
Oh god, that's epic. You should ask him. You should ask him for the paper on circle jerkonomics. Really, he's got one he wrote on circle jerkonomics, and you will actually pee yourself laughing.
Oh, he did read that one off.
All right, Kappa, you get the work yet or what? Let me ask you this. What's the first step in the 10-step process to achieve what you want to achieve? What's the first step?
You're putting it to 10 steps?
Yeah, so just imagine what is the first step that you have to do to accomplish what you want to accomplish.
Give me a second. Let me process your question. Writing a plan?
What's the title of the plan?
You said what's the title of a plan?
Yeah, what's the title of the plan going to be?
A multi-phase process, I guess. Something that I could follow through step by step.
But what would you call the title of the plan if you're writing it down on a sheet of paper? What would you put at the top of the page?
To put it simplistically, I'd probably just put, my plan for X and X. Or if I wanted to be a little bit more creative, I'd probably just think of something unique or cool.
What's the first step in the plan?
First step in the plan is to figure out exactly what the plan is.
What is your end result?
Making money from helping people.
Okay. So that's what we're trying to understand. You want to understand how to make money by helping people.
Yes.
What's the problem that's trying to be fixed?
People who... Well, I'm trying to get good at something so that I can be able to provide a solution for people and businesses, online businesses particularly, that are struggling to convert response rates into sales from their emails, driving traffic from emails to sales pages, and then also driving people up low ticket products to a higher ticket product.
So a problem is distribution and time efficiency.
Problem is, that and scalability.
I think the problem is, if we're being honest with you, is that you've never done this before.
Yeah. Oh no,
Right.
I'm fully aware of that.
So what it is though is that, would it be fair to say if you've not done this before, you may not understand the problem to the depth that you need to?
Absolutely. It would be absolutely be fair to say that.
The best entrepreneurs first start out as employees.
Yeah, I'm just done putting my 100% into other people's shit because I can't really find any.
I'm not saying that, right?
Mhm.
Would you agree that the best entrepreneurs are first to learn their craft as an employee?
Yes.
Right? Jeff Bezos go down. And so if you would like to help people generate sales, is it possible that you can learn how to do that from someone or with
Yeah.
someone in a temporary way. You don't have to be an employee for 10 years. When I wanted to learn how to be a headhunter, I spent 2 years with a master, and then I left.
Mm.
Because
Yeah.
I beside him and I recorded his voice.
Yeah. I
Right?
have to be honest, before I started doing this, I've been programmed to view like going to college as that, what you described, like going to college to learn like the base understanding. But through this process of like this copy course that I'm learning, it provides a rough basis, which definitely needs a lot more fucking fine tuning. Um, I apologize if I come off like I sound like I know what I'm talking about. It's just, um,
You
I guess,
want to know what you're talking about.
yeah,
You
yeah,
want to be in a position to help people,
yes,
right? But pitching is very simple. Pitching is 3 steps. Here's what I've done. Here's what you can do to leave the room, right? You know,
hmm
I potentially have clients that I'd like to give to you, but I can't refer you to them because I can't show them a portfolio of your work.
yeah. So how
So,
does, and that's the big one of the biggest problems for me is you said no one wants to pay somebody to do something for the first time, and I completely am aware of that. So in my process, at least the process that's been laid out for me in this copy course is, reaching out to sub niches, and then doing some research on these channels, um, and then giving them free value, and allowing for them to see that, like, not asking to be employed or paid for this, but more so just creating the initial free value.
okay, so if you were going to bear out that hypothesis, your plan, which niche have you decided to focus on?
I can't really, I want to find something because it's hard for me to write on something that I feel is not in my particular interest, if that makes sense.
It,
I have
it's,
a list.
it sounds like you're rationalizing something that you're afraid of. The things that you're saying out loud aren't really obstacles. They're like ghosts. They're not real. Go ahead, Zach.
Oh, I was just going to say what you were saying is that it's rationalizing these beliefs that he has, but also Kappa. If you're interested in the accountability space, then I'd be willing to give you a try.
What's the accountability space, if I may ask?
Oh, so I run a company where I pair current active duty and military veterans with civilians who want to make a change. And because I take staff sergeants from the Army and Marine Corps and pair them with people so that they can get a personal trainer, nutritionist, accountability partnership, life coach, resiliency coach, all in one for a lower cost. But yeah, I'd be willing to let you do copy and help me scale uh, if you were interested, because it sounds like you don't want to do anything you're not interested in.
Yeah, but to some degree, that's just an excuse. Like I said, part of me, because like I'm trying to get back to work, and trying to get my mind straight, and probably another excuse. But
Here, let me help you, Kappa. You have a fucking opportunity staring you in the fucking triangle tortilla ass wearing head hat wearing face. Zach is saying that he's looking for a copywriter, and if you want to cut your teeth, he's offering you an opportunity to do so.
absolutely, I'd love to do that, Zach.
Yeah, hit me up in the DMs. We'll set up a meet and we can kind of go over everything.
Yeah.
Because I hate writing my own copy.
hmm
So I'm willing to let someone else do it. And if you get testimonials and a way to show some portfolio, that's how I got started. And that's how I built Win the War. So yeah, I'm willing to give people tries.
Thank you, brother. I just checked out your profile. It doesn't seem there's an ability to DM you.
All right, hold on. I'll DM you.
Yeah. So Zach, let me ask you this: like, what would be the champagne moment from a copywriting perspective? What does success look like?
For me, I think that the biggest thing is having, I think I would say 15 weeks worth of email outreach, and then a copy of what my or a review. If you're getting used to and learning this copy, right, an offer of, hey, I'm going to review your website, here are some changes I think you should make, and here are some emails. Once you've gotten your top of funnel, here are some emails copy that should produce leads, and I can build off of that. But for me, really, it's one of those things where, as a startup founder, right, I don't have the cash to pay a lot of people. I do a lot of work with freelancers. So what I would say, Kappa, is find founders in the startup space who are working on things that you believe in and things you want to work on, and offer your services for testimonials. Then you can build that portfolio of, here are these things. This is what happened. This is what they were able to get this return on leads. And now say, this is what I would have charged them. And now you're able to say, and build your professional portfolio. I didn't start off with, coaching and training, multi-million-dollar startup founders. I started with just random ass people who were like, oh, I'm having a hard time waking up in the morning. Now it's like managing whole crazy routines of people who own 2-3 companies. So like, start somewhere, and it's not an ego thing, right? Like, if you let your ego drive your current goals, you're going to always sit there waiting for the perfect time. So
my ego is flaring up today, to say the least. It's yeah, I just been experienced a lot this week. So I'm trying to keep my head on a swivel.
it's natural, because we're social animals. Like, a lot of people forget that, like, we don't want to be ousted by the pack, because that's how we fucking died, back in the day.
Mm-hmm.
And so being in that middle, being not in the front, because that's where the weak go, but being right behind that, right? Able to react, able to protect the rest of the herd. That's where we want to be. But at the same point, we don't need to do that anymore. We don't need to live like, the animal nature that we have. So just remember that, like, you can be as great as you want to be. You just have to take the opportunities that slap you in the face.
Yeah, I'm just struggling because like this past week I lost a pretty close friend of mine, and I've been struggling to try to understand if I should even pursue money or not. Which is a stupid question to some, obviously, but
then don't do copy for nonprofits. Do copy for what. Let me just ask you, if you don't mind sharing, how did you lose your friend?
He on Wednesday morning he was on the way to work, and his tire blew out and he flipped over, and him and his brother made it, thankfully. God spared his life, and but he lost his.
I mean, hey, look, like, dude, there's probably hundreds. There's probably, I would say, hundreds of thousands of people who right now are running on bald tires, right? Because they can't afford it, because of inflation, because of everything else, right? Who's trying to, who's trying to address that problem of the access to tires, right? Like, but so I do this process, right? It's like, if you don't want to pursue it as money, or you want to pursue it as money, it doesn't matter. But every single day, if you just come up with an idea, figure out how to monetize it, figure out a branding, figure out the business name, figure out the logo, right? If you do that every single day, even if you only take 5 minutes and your idea is like, I'm going to bottle my own shit and sell it as fertilizer, right? If you do that every single day, you're going to start seeing problems and solutions every single day. You're going to turn your mind to finding things to solve everywhere you look. And then you write them down. And after a month, you've got 30 ideas. You pick one, you go, you iterate, you try it, right? Go for 30, 60, 90 days. If it fails, so what? Don't put a ton of money into it, right? Try to do it as low cost as you can. Learn and then do it again. In 1 year, you'll gone through 4 total business iterations.
Thank you, brother.
All right. Hey, I got to run. My daughter's crying, but hey, reach out if you ever want to talk. Hey, I've lost 11 people to either really, ridiculous ways of dying to 9 of them by suicide. So if you ever want to talk, you can always reach out to me. Just let me know. All right. And then
Absolutely.
I'll reach out in your DMs and we can talk about running some copy and you can help us out. And then I'll give you a testimonial and we can go that route.
Thank you so much, Zach. That really means a lot.
All right, brother. I'll talk to you later.
All right, brother.
Hey, congratulations, you got a client.
Thank you, brother. I'm just struggling to find a value system, Michael?
There's a value system and there's a virtue system. Values are what you say that you're going to live, and virtues are how you actually live.
Yeah, then I guess, the biggest thing is like when you said it yesterday and I told you this, I'm pretty open and transparent about my beliefs and shit. And, like, just because you know it is doesn't mean you know it ought to be. And, that ought to be shit is fucking me up in life because I just don't know what kind of person I should be.
Nobody knows. Nobody knows, right?
Yeah, but yeah.
All these people are like confident. You got to realize that all these people who like talk a confident game about like they're all innerly conflicted just as much as you were. They just talk a good game. Right? Anyone sufficiently intelligent is going to understand how insignificant their understanding is. You know?
Yeah.
And that's okay. Right?
Yeah. I'm just sad, bro.
You should be sad. You should be sad. Right? But I think you can do things that will make you proud of yourself. I don't think you're going to be proud of yourself in a month if you haven't gotten closer to at least testing your hypothesis. Right?
Yeah.
I think you'd be upset. Right? And that guy Jack is like the easiest thing in the world.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Like earlier when you guys were talking to me, I felt like my ego was like, "Yo, what the fuck? The fuck are these guys even saying?" And I had to like shut it down in my own head because like, I don't know. And then I questioned myself. It's like something wrong with me. And I know I'm just fucking emotional because of like obviously the shit that's happened over the past week is enough to fuck anybody up. But I already have such a lack of concrete founding in my beliefs and values that I find myself conflicted over shit that I shouldn't be contemplating about 24 fucking hours a day.
It's okay to understand the nature of the universe, right? That's a natural thing. And if you're confused by it, you should be, right?
Yeah.
But there's a way to move forward, all right? There is a way to move forward with all of these questions, right? And by the way, your answers are always going to be changing. You know?
Yeah, absolutely. I just take all these fucking notes, I write all this shit down, and then I fucking sit here and I think, and then the next thing you know, the sun is setting, and it's like, what the fuck have I done today? And it's like, well, nothing. And it's like, well, by that definition, I guess I kind of failed, right? But not in the sense in which I want to fail.
Yeah, I mean, I like the Zach's approach to his company, which is, if you don't have the ability to hold yourself accountable, I will provide you a military person who's going to whip your fucking ass into shape. You know, that's a great offer. I think that's an amazing offer. And if you look at their Instagram, they have a bunch of testimonials. So, like, they're ripe. You know, they're up for it. What's going on, Bilal? What are you saying?
Not much. Let's explore this topic more. Like Kappa, that's like I'm glad you brought. Like, thank you for expressing what you feel, like that confusion. Thanks for being honest with that. I think a lot of people feel that same way too. And it's like, what do you think about it? Like, do you think like it shouldn't be like that, right? Like it shouldn't be so confusing, right?
I don't know. To be honest with you, Bilal, I don't generally know. I just yeah, that's the best way to say it. I know it's like not like, the most prophetic terminologies or anything like that, but just a lack of understanding.
Wherever we cannot speak, we should pass over in silence. You're contemplating things that may be unspeakable, and that's okay, right? And if you can't wrap your words around it, maybe that's a healthy respect for the mystery.
But at this age, like at this point, I think we should be able to wrap our words around it. Like we should be able to express how that we feel, but like it gets really diluted with everything that we're bombarded with.
You ever see the Tower of Babel?
Oh my goodness, that's another. People have been mentioning that so much, man. Because I've been talking about language, right? Anyways, go on explaining.
This is all the tower. This is all the fool's journey through the Kabbalah tree of life, right? So the Tower of Babel is one of the tarot cards, and it talks about the fact that we build up these languages, right? But they're really burning towers.
It's very like yes, I agree.
Picture to the top. It's I think they actually have a pretty good looking Tower of Babel. I hope it's not real.
Oh, brother, of course it's real, man. You know at this point.
They burned a replica of the Tower of Babel. Yeah, Russians are on another level. Yeah, in Russia, in the Kaluga region, a replica of the Tower of Babel was burned. The Russian Orthodox people tell the masters of the Cabal that their, quote, dream of building a world government will be burned to the ground and let the whole world know that the defeat of the New World Order has begun. Orthodox defeat the cuckold.
Exactly. The new world order is about. I coined that term. New. So NUNEW.
New world order.
New world order.
Remember the NWO? Right? They had the Jimi Hendrix music in the background of Hulk Hogan.
Dude, I gotta look that up.
Oh, dude, the NWO was a group formed when Hulk Hogan.
NWO or NWA?
No, NWO.
Oh.
It was a wrestling thing. Hold on.
Kappa, I wrote an article. Pretty long ass one, just about talking about the language thing. Like I found like a lot of examples to kind of put the pieces together. I think you might like it. I'm almost done.
Yeah, but look, I have a Substack, and I was thinking about having like guest writers on it. So if you ever want anything and wanted to just like put it up, just send it over, and I can like,
Okay.
And even if you're on Substack, I could probably like add you, and you can like write something.
No, I'm like for my real writing, I just remain anonymous. But for the I'm trying to like make a newsletter, but I definitely will, because I want to talk about the language thing. I think it's important.
Yeah, language is a pointing to, right? It's all wrapped up in this thing we call the nominal fallacy. Just because we come up for a name of something doesn't mean we understand. It just means we have a name.
I think they should. I think just to throw some oddball something out there, I've been watching this thing about the volcanoes and how it affects the environment. You know, and I just think we should pass laws to outlaw volcanoes. You know.
Yo.
Well, here's the thing, though. The volcanoes are just a symptom of the tectonic plate cartel.
Oh,
I'll
man.
go for that. I agree with you on that.
So who do we do? Is that Gaia? How do we get a meeting with Gaia?
Does that have to do with the ley lines? Is that related? Ley lines? You know what I'm talking about?
Dude, have you seen what's happening like outside Mexico City with Popocatépetl?
No.
They have, like, imagine you have like this huge city with like, I don't know, 50 million people, something crazy, right? And there's this it's like you because the people have been living beside it so long, you know, they don't see it the same way. A track fund. Oh, I have to put the G. But it's like, imagine like looking. You wake up in the morning and you see like a explosion from this volcano, and it's not the big one, but it's like. So what's happening is you have this volcano going off in Mexico, and the alley. What'd you call it? Alley. What'd you call the the wind wave that brings Popocatépetl?
Oh, you mean the jet stream?
The jet stream, right? So we have a volcano going off in New Mexico, and through the jet stream, we have all this crazy weather. So, you ever look up like the volcano going off chart? Scary shit, dude.
Yeah, that's kind of what I've been watching. Is they're discussing Yellowstone and the amount of activity and comparing to other historical volcanoes, the effects that they had on weather and climate, and, that kind of thing. It's just off a wall. I don't really want to pass laws, to do something like that because you can't. That's well beyond our control.
Can you imagine if somebody had a startup idea for the controlled explosion of Yellowknife to let it go some steam?
Oh man, they already have that. It's called the harp, and but
yeah, can we do like an iron dome where we put it around a blast site? A modular iron dome.
Oh man.
Something would have to give somewhere. The pressure would just be way. I don't think you could physically build anything to prevent it. The only way to defend from it is to have habitats that are self-contained. Like in a lot of the science fiction when that depicts the world destroying their environment, and the people who survived built their own little domes to survive in, that kind of thing. So
you ever hear that Bill Burr joke about how if you don't have a gun, you're basically building a shelter for someone with a larger gun?
Yep, that's the reason why I have a gun.
Hey, how come we had such different traffic? We were stuck in traffic, and then I saw your picture. I'm like, ah. I mean,
oh, you like that heavy duty? That's a heavy load during the day. I told you I live in the woods.
Oh man, well, it's funny because we went to the place. I'm not sure if you saw the video of the top, but where we're like, you know what? I just like we don't mind a bit of a commute to get a larger, bungalow or something like that. So we're gonna keep looking, but maybe pull the trigger over the next couple of weeks.
Yeah, that's always a fun transition. When we transitioned from our environment where we were, of people surrounding us and HOAs becoming a normal thing. You know, it was time to say, well, we'll visit and let others live in the house, and we let family members stay and pay the bills, and we stay here and we go back and visit.
Yeah, I mean, we were like right downtown Toronto, and then the pandemic hit, and then we moved out to Hamilton, and now now that the pandemic is we have like a perpetual pandemic from a regulatory perspective. It's like, okay, so we're gonna find like food businesses that we've been building during the pandemic now that they're coming to fruition.
Yeah, the times I ever traveled up there, I went out towards Bolton.
Oh yeah, exactly.
Out that direction.
That's exactly where we're thinking about living. Bolton, King City. Yep. Yep.
That's not too. The last time I was there was not too inundated, but it was growing, and there was plenty to do. So.
Yeah, that's like a perfect location for us because it's like maybe 45 minutes away from the office. Don't have to be at the office every day, right? But then still far away enough. And it's so funny. Like we went up to the building, right? And we're on like whatever floor. I think it was 11th floor or something like that. And I was like, okay, if I'm going to be on the phone a lot, am I going to bother you guys? And I start talking in they instead of a balcony, it's a solarium, so it's gorgeous. And I start like just tapping the walls, and it's like I'm feeling paper mache these walls. And I was like, okay, let me go in the bedroom. Hey, can you hear me? They're like, yeah, this is not gonna work.
That's crazy.
Yeah, because they're basically using toilet paper as walls for these condos, and that's an insult to toilet paper.
Well, in Florida, they make them out of concrete so that when the hurricane comes and washes out everything in the condo, they can come back and rebuild everything. So,
right. That's the jelly bean theory of building, where we put jelly beans outside so that when the water laps it up, it just makes it stronger.
Yep.
Oh man, that's crazy. I'm actually like looking at the website for this. I'm not sure Web3 if you heard Zach, but Zach has this cool business where he pairs up individuals who want to perform and coaches from the military to whip their ass into shape. So he's looking for a copywriter, and I was just looking at his website. Should be a cool.
That's cool because that kind of discipline, will definitely make you improve if you have talent. If you have raw talent to pull it out, you got to practice it and use it, and develop it, that kind of thing. So it's just like creating things. You got like writing or any of that, or creating things, building things. You got to take those talents you have and put it all together, and you make things happen. So
what about Sergeant as a Service?
Good one.
Yeah, I'm thinking about creating like another website, like on Wix, where I redesign everything.
Dude, are you doing that copyright thing for that guy? You should do like a profit share thing, and
yeah,
I'm
thinking about mocking some stuff up, and then like I just like work with Kappa, right?
Yeah.
And then knock it out. Like I said, the number one indicator is sales.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Exactly.
So if we can turn our keyboards and our mice and our internet connection into experiences that sell, then great.
Thank you, Michael. Once again, I'm actually talking to Zach in the DMs now.
I'm looking at. Have you accessed his Instagram? That's where a lot of the videos are.
Yeah, I'm trying to get the website. Oh, there it goes. Yeah, I was trying to get the.
I'm gonna mock something up right now. No. So what time is it now? It's 3:50. Let's see if we put an hour-long time frame. No, let's put a half an hour time frame on this. 20-minute time frame on this. Okay.
Spaces is really good for productivity because like it's like the perfect accountability tool. It's like if you,
Oh yeah.
So we're gonna do this right now in the moment. We're gonna replace his website with a new website, and use the content he already has.
You don't want to play with the verbiage at all?
Oh, that we're gonna do all of that, right? All of that, right? So imagine that we have 20 minutes to do this. Let's look at what he has. Let's look at what the value add is, and nothing is sacred. Everything is up for changing. The colors, the logo, the everything.
I already seen some grammatical errors. So you use Wix, Michael?
Affirmative.
I was told to stay away from Wix. Well, you probably have more of an experience with that because you're on desktop, right?
It's one of those things where I would suggest to this guy a Shopify site.
Yeah, yeah, by the design layout almost. Yeah, there's also the website itself, just color wise, is really could really use some spice.
Well, it's imagine what he needs is he needs 10 days worth of. Okay, so let me just grab a piece of paper.
dude, what did he say? Like, what did all he say? Like,
So
15 weeks of emails, review the website.
He wants to sell.
Yeah, yeah, pretty much, Michael.
If you make a sale for him, he will give you money in return.
what is he doing that, like, not working?
Sorry?
What's he doing that's not working? Like, what has he tried?
I mean, everything that he's doing isn't working as well as he wants it to. Right?
Okay.
Yeah. The question is always, how do you make a connection with content so that it turns that connection and content into currency?
Yeah, the first thing. Well, at least, and I want to kind of correlate the way I was taught with you, Michael, because I want to make sure the way I was taught it wasn't too templated to the point where it's just like so broad it can't even apply. So like pretty.
I know that like 50% of advertising works and 50% doesn't. We don't know which is which. Whatever. What we're going to do is we are going to have, by virtue of our metaphor frameworks, a hypothesis. The way that you look at the world, the course you took, the courses I've taken, the people we've spoken to, they all are boiled down into the way we parse information, and these are our metaphor frameworks. Wetzel told me. And so our metaphor frameworks are going to lead us to a hypothesis. A hypothesis that says this collection of tweets, this website, this email campaign, right? And it could be videos, it could be logos. You know, we believe this collection of information will lead you to money. So, and I'm pausing because I'm running out of space.
Yeah, it's tough for me on mobile, man, because ordinarily I would just go straight into docs and start like playing with like a visual representation because in my course they talk a lot about building a swipe file and studying like some of the best advertisements and copy that has successfully converted, and then identifying the key factors as to why that converted so well.
Yeah, again, how do we do that in half an hour, though?
Well,
Right.
I just taken a look at the website, so I can say. So first off, the target audience is very generalized. So it's generalized to like pretty much, are you trying to make a positive change in your life? Most people do want to make at least somewhat of a positive change in your life. So I think it just got to be more specific and emphasized on the fact that it's a military instructor.
Okay. Noted. Let's do this in terms of a Google Venture Design Sprint.
Ooh, what's that?
Why are we doing this?
Why are we looking at it?
Yeah, why are we doing this in the first place?
To build a testimonial in order to and from my perspective is to get the experience, and also to see if what we do works.
And then maybe get paid.
Yeah, definitely. But this experience, yeah.
What other benefits would come from doing this?
Yeah, the money, pay, and testimonial.
What else? What else would you gain from being successful at this?
Experience. Experience in identifying root problems.
Mm-hmm.
Experience in identifying a target market.
Mm-hmm.
And building out an avatar for this said target market.
Beautiful. Can you ask him if they're? Can you ask him a question then? Who are his most profitable customers? Are they software developers? Are they founders? Are they employees? Are they moms? Who are his most profitable customers?
You're talking about his like ideal market, like people who already.
I'm talking about the people giving him money right now.
Okay, yeah. Okay, so current customers. So what's kind of okay?
Who is his most profitable customer today? Are they a founder? Are they an employee? Are they an engineer? Are they a salesperson? Are they a mom? What are they?
Message has been sent, my brother.
You understand why I'm asking that?
Yeah. So, well, to a rough degree, I'm guessing. Pretty much identifying who has found this package to be the most helpful.
Exactly.
And why.
So there is a criteria. Let me find it. So it's by Jeffrey Moore, who wrote the book Crossing the Chasm. Oh, okay, I found it. The Moore Crossing the Chasm target market shift. And I would even send this to him as well. I'm putting it to the top. Was there a single identifiable economic buyer for this offer who is readily accessible to the sales channel we intend to use and sufficiently well funded to pay the price for the whole product? What are the economic consequences sufficient to mandate any reasonable economic buyer to fix the problem called out in the scenario?
Ooh, that could stem into a multitude for this particular realm. It could be lack of discipline that's affecting your business. It could be lack of discipline that's affecting your, say, morning routine, how you're performing at your job.
We will fail if we do not understand the beachhead or the niche. So the next question is, how might we fail?
How might we fail? By giving too much of a broad generalization.
Being too general. Keep going. How might we fail at this project?
Hold on, I'm just kind of writing this actually as we go. General. Just being a poor product. Something that doesn't really resonate with the consumer.
Mm-hmm. We think we don't balance thought with action.
Can you repeat that, Michael? I didn't hear you.
We don't balance thought with action.
We don't balance thought with action.
Mm-hmm. If all we do is think about the challenge and don't do anything about it, we will fail.
Well, my name's Tyler Burden, guys. Nice to meet you.
So, in order for us to succeed, how do we overcome the pitfall of being too general?
Identifying who the current market is, who's currently buying, why they're currently buying it, and how we can get people outside of that ideal market to feel like they're going to drastically miss out on something in life if they don't buy this.
Another way we might fail is we don't deliver. So for us to succeed, what do we have to do?
We have to deliver a good product.
We have to, at the very least, we have to deliver. I would rather lose than quit.
You're breaking up, Mike. I'm sorry.
One second, let me just rug myself.
Thank you so much, by the way, brother. Even this interaction process just allows for me to learn so much better.
Yes. All right, so let's create a new site on Wix. We could also fail if no sales are generated.
Mm-hmm.
So therefore, instead of delivering any one piece of content, we have to deliver a whole series of content such that our probability of success is achieved. Nobody knows if something's going to be a success. Not even artists. Like Drake thought his album would be a success, right? So, you know what I mean? Like, people to succeed, you have to fail, right? Another way we could fail is that it doesn't resonate with our target market. So I would say for us to succeed, we have to be hyper-focused. Another way we might fail is that we don't take action. So we just have to take action. Hey, I'm like, what's going on?
Okay, so he answered the. Sorry, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was gonna say he answered the question. He said that they've been very successful with high performers or potential high performers, meaning people who own companies or want to. They've had authors, Hollywood producers, startup founders, millionaire ClickFunnels product sales CEOs, Olympic hopefuls.
Is it possible for us to use, so this is a question for him, is it possible for us to use their pictures on our website of their top testimonial providers? And can he provide links to their testimonials if he has them? So how might we fail? We know how might we succeed. How have others succeeded? How have others succeeded?
How have others succeeded? So that requires a little bit of research.
So, if you can ask him, who is his number one competitor? Who is currently succeeding at this?
This guy's gonna fucking hate me. I just keep bombarding him with
No, it's
questions.
good.
So should I frame the question more so like, do you know who your number one competitor is and how they're beating you, or is the how they're beating you sort of left to us to figure out?
Number one competitor would be great.
Okay.
This is a good one. Ooh, looks amazing.
Are you familiar with the swipe file, Michael?
No.
Oh, so they taught me this in this copy course. It's a swipe file. So basically, what they say it is a reference tool to look at like successful copy, and like how exactly it's worked, and identifying the points. So in this copy course particularly, they put an emphasis, or at least strain the emphasis, that there's always a reason as to why good copy works, and usually it's a mixture of a couple variables such as like generating excitement or fear, threatening or providing an opportunity, and a bunch of other shit that I have written down.
Yeah, there's FUD and there's FOMO, fear, uncertainty, and doubt, right? And fear of missing out.
Yep, that's the magic to copy.
It's the carrot and the stick. Again, it's one of those things where how might we turn those metaphor frameworks into actual copy?
Mm-hmm.
I'm almost done picking this website. So, who is Military Coaches as a Service?
Hey, Michael,
mhm.
I want you to look up Echelon Front. I think that's one of the competitors. That's a really good benchmark. Echelon Front.
Thanks,
It's a Jocko Willing. You know Jocko Willing?
Oh, yes. That's the perfect competitor.
Yeah, it's a good starting point.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Perfect.
He
Perfect.
said there's a company called Commit Action that does something similar, but they use life coaches, and he uses active duty military vets.
Does he have any of the biographies for the military vets?
You talking to me?
Oh, no. Cap is
No.
asking you some questions.
Any biographies?
Yeah. Because the value is the coaches. So what's it called again? What's the website called?
Echelon Front. That's his
Oh.
site. It's the coaching that he offers. It's really big. You guys could just like maybe just do the landing page or whatever. But honestly, it has everything that you need. Like everything that for this guy. It's
Yeah.
like right here. You'll see.
So, tell me the most popular pages on a website. That's what I want to know.
Most popular pages on a website? Oh,
yeah.
Oh shit! There's some weird way to find out. You probably know.
I'm looking it up right now.
I think you go on like site and then whatever. I don't want to get involved in you guys.
No, it's okay. We're crowdsourcing this. This is the community of practice. Site, Echelon Front, and if I go tools, anytime results verbatim.
I'm just waiting on a response, Michael.
Uh-huh. Yeah, this is good.
You do things so different. It's so amazing to see like just the difference in the way I was taught versus the way you were taught. Obviously, you're more experienced, seasoned, and you know what works, what doesn't, what's worth doing, what's not.
Not necessarily. I could be completely wrong.
That's true, but we gotta
I
try.
could be leading you off a cliff.
That's yeah. I think.
So how have they
a
succeeded?
standard. I think a standard on his page should be, it should really be almost like a checklist of like what a person is getting and what they'll have access to and kind of playing with the perceived value of that.
Well, what is the steak versus what is the sizzle? Right?
The sizzle would be the steak. The steak would be having access to somebody who can help keep you accountable. The sizzle would probably be the fact that they're military and we associate military people with high disciplined individuals.
So, what's his website again?
1 second. I'm just writing down. Just trying to do so many things. I'm talking to you. I need a fucking computer, bro. His website is withthewarcs.com.
All right, so let's what the win the war CS. Okay.
Okay, so he said he has all of their biographies, but him specifically, he's building the content for the coaches to learn. I'm confused by that.
Yeah, I understand. He's training the trainer.
Oh,
yeah.
he's training them on. Oh, okay.
He has a body of knowledge, and the coaches are walking people through that body of knowledge curriculum.
Ah, you got it. Okay. He says he has a bachelor's in management, and he's getting his master's in organizational psychology.
Did you guys ask him if he's like willing to like have like paid ads? Because that yeah, or does he want it for free? Like, does he have a budget?
Well, first you want to see if something resonates within a already like designated like target audience. I'd like to think.
Yeah, you do A/B testing. You do A/B testing for that.
Before you start to scale that to like paid advertisements.
Bro, you guys. Oh, never mind.
I love you, bro.
So we win the war consulting is what it's called.
Mm-hmm.
Struggling Luctor et Amerigo is their subtitle. Lucto e Amerigo. And what that means is they provide a professional accountability partner. And
guys, I want to tell you something. The work that you're doing right now, I've done in the past, and you know what the value of it is? Like, I'll tell you right now, the value that you guys like. This is how much we've charged in the past for what you guys are doing, like tens and thousands of dollars. Like you guys, like the work. Holy crap! It's like worth so much. You guys could have should have like taken a deposit first. Like he's expecting the highest quality. Like you guys are. It's like for coaches. He's trying to sell to coaches, and like that product is like worth thousands and thousands of dollars. Like what he's trying to sell them.
Yeah, but it's not your fault. You were outside the room when we were speaking about it. He's more so just giving me a chance as a newfound copywriter to get my foot in the door and build a testimonial. Because as Michael said, it's pretty hard to sell somebody on a I'm like, oh yeah, look, I'm a copywriter. I know what I'm doing. Oh really? What copy have you written? Oh, speaking of that, you're gonna be my first client. And it's like nobody really wants to pay somebody who's, you know what I mean?
Bro, there's a way around that. All you gotta do is just find copy from somebody else on like Fiverr or whatever, put that as your own, and then say that you're working as a team. Oh man.
Oh, well, I'm talking about a more genuine route,
Oh
Bilal. I'm
man,
sorry.
yo, your thing is worth so much. Make sure you get a big cut. Like, do this since he's trying to make it seem uh, like you're doing it for free. Make sure that you get like a portion of the like profits. Like, make sure you make that deal. Dude, this is so much money that you guys can make. Like, selling to coaches is like really good. I was a enrollment coach for this type of thing before too. Like, this is my experience. They need somebody, like, the thing is, like, they need somebody that will like close them. Like, you guys can make a site or whatever, but like once that coach like calls, like they need like a closer on the end of the phone. Like his site already looks nice. I saw it, but yo, enrollment coach, you'll definitely need one.
When the coaches need to be coached. Um,
Have you guys asked him how much money he spent in the past before? Like, what's the most he spent on like marketing or anything? Yo, how much has he spent in the past?
Oh, we don't know yet.
Oh my god.
We're not looking at this the same way you are.
Because you could totally put him on blast, right?
You're not looking at this the same way we are, though.
yeah, you're not. We're not looking at it from a financial gain standpoint, brother. We're looking at it. Michael's really just helping me help someone else to get a testimonial so that I can gain some experience throughout the process. I understand what you're saying. What you're saying is not wrong at all, but it's not
And the thing's like,
applicable.
it's not to say we can't turn this small deliverable into something, right?
Oh yeah, it starts with initial
Right.
value though. You build up the
Yeah.
value ladder.
Yeah. So let me see. Edit text. Can I do a background? Highlight. Nice. Highlight and black. Yeah. Hey, don't get me wrong. We'd love to have them as a client, right? I'm going to just start small because he just popped in.
Oh, he's here?
He
Is
popped
he in
in
the room?
before. Let me check. I haven't looked down a bit.
I'm like, is that him?
No, it's someone else.
Oh.
So let's see. All right. So let's see if this works. Did it not save? I put a background behind that thing. So publish. All right. Come on, website. Ooh, the clouds are moving in the background. Nice. Ooh, that's nice. Oh, come on. All right, sorry. All right, so I'm sending you guys the website by DM. Below. Belial. So funny. All right.
Oh wow, I was silent the whole time. I clicked on the website, Michael, and I was like going to read the content, and I was like, I'm a paragraph. Click here to add your own text. Did you use a template for this?
Yeah.
Wow, that's fucking. basically just built out the infrastructure for like. All you gotta do is add and take away a couple things. That's amazing.
You guys are trying to help this guy, right? Like actually help him, right?
Yeah, brother, just help.
Okay. All right. Because like everything's done already here. Like you guys are making a site, but like, he already has a site. It looks good. His site, the Wind War CS, like like we have to find out what really his pain is. Like what's he really not doing? Like there must be something because his site looks fine. He has testimonials, whatever. Like
Yeah.
he's not telling us something. There's something that we haven't found
No.
out and we haven't uncovered. Like we gotta ask him questions like how much has he spent in the past, like all that type of stuff, because I think he doesn't want to spend some money on like ads. He doesn't want to spend money on like a closer or somebody like that. That's what like I'm assuming, but I want to ask him questions because like yeah, I mean I know what you're trying to do. Get like you can make your own site, whatever, but that's good. But like how can we really help him? That's what I'm thinking. I got involved for no reason, but like that's really my take. I've been an enrollment coach for like in the past for like 2 years. Like I was a closer. Like I worked with lots of businesses before, and they're always for some reason like they're not willing to spend money on like ads or like a closer or like even SEO. It's always them not wanting to spend money, and then you have to kind of convince them to spend it. Because dude, oh my, yeah, he has a cool site. It's like I don't know what's wrong with the site. It's a good site. Michael, do you like the site? He's a book, free consultation.
Well, if you don't know what's wrong with it, I don't think you could help him.
Nothing's wrong. Nothing's wrong with the site. We have to ask him, like what, like what's actually happening. Like
So when you look at the site, you don't see anything wrong.
there's nothing wrong with the site. Like there's absolutely nothing wrong with the site. He needs like he has that. Now we need like a way to get like we need leads. Like how are we gonna get leads?
Michael, I think you should take this over, yeah.
How is he getting leads right now? Ask him that question. How's he getting leads right now? Because I think he's not doing anything. He doesn't want to spend the money on anything. I'm like, yo, what's up? I'm like,
hey guys, how are you?
Are you the owner of Win the War CS?
I am not, but I just looked at that website, and I happen to know several people that are active in former SEALs.
Oh, wow.
And when I look on that website, the very first thing that I don't see is any pictures of actual humans.
Yes,
That
that's what I
validates
asked
his
him for.
website. It looks like a bullshit website to me. Just
Put
a
it
thought.
on but make a landing page. We need a landing page.
And
The
that's
very
what I
first
sent
thing
you below.
the very first thing you should see is a photo of them in theater in fatigues.
Yeah.
But still, that's not gonna do anything. Like we need to ask him. Like how is he getting? I gotta talk to this guy. Like okay, I bet you I'll sell this guy. I'll bet you I'll get at least a $500 deposit from this guy so we can pay you. And
Bilal, I love you, brother. But the fact that you looked at his website and you said it looked amazing and it was fine kind of scares
oh my
me.
god, that's not the thing. The website is not gonna do anything. Like how is there any lead flow? Does he have any traffic? Like is there anything?
Absolutely. I get what you're saying, but it's a
Like you're just making the website.
Process.
It's gonna be great.
It's a multi-step process where, we're just going from one thing, building a relationship, right? Like no one's just gonna put somebody or pay somebody that they don't know, doesn't really demonstrate their
Bro, you
knowledge,
haven't
right?
even talked to him yet. You haven't asked him any questions at all, and you're assuming that the site you're making is gonna be the good site. Like it's gonna be the all solution, like the end all be all. That's not the way to think about it. Yeah. Like, dude, you gotta talk to him and really make him like find out what's the pain point. What has he not been doing? Like, what is he like? What is he trying in the past? Like, you gotta find that out, and then you can make that perfect site and make the edits or whatever. But we're not gonna help him this way. Like, we're not.
You
Gonna
missed
help him.
yeah, but you also, like I told you at the beginning with brother, you also missed a huge chunk of our conversation. So you're kind of trying to shoot a half-cocked pistol right now. You
I
know?
am not shooting a half-cocked pistol. I already asked, like, did you guys ask him these questions? And you said no, and that just tells me you didn't really have that conversation with them, did you?
Well, because if you listen to what we said, right, we were saying that we're not doing this as this is Michael trying to help me help somebody else who's trying to help me get a testimonial and my foot in the door for experience. What segues into the experience in the future may segue into the experiences in the future, but for right now we're focusing on a particular part of the process that I feel is important for me
What
to
has he tried in the
understand.
past? Kappa, tell me, what has he tried in the past? Tell me that.
Like I told you, brother,
What has he tried in the past?
we're gonna get there.
Okay, if you
You're
don't, if you
so
can't answer,
emotional,
if
bro.
you can't even
You're
answer that
such an
question, listen, if you
listen,
can't
brother.
answer that
That
question,
emotion's gonna
then you
get you in
haven't gotten
trouble in life.
anywhere. Like, you're not going anywhere if you can't answer that question, bro.
I
Like,
understand, Bilal.
so
I
talk to him
understand.
again and then start making the site and then start doing everything, because you're just not helping him. Like, you're not helping this guy at all.
Hey, Kappa, check out this guy's website. Check out the website called Capable Incorporated.
CapableIncorporated.com?
Yep.
You got it.
Guys, looking at all these websites is not going to do anything unless we find out and we talk to him.
Bilal,
Because
brother,
I don't
really
think,
appreciate
I
it.
really
You're
think this.
becoming a high distraction for me right now, so I'd really
Bro,
appreciate it if
no
you.
one's gonna tell you the truth. This is the truth. You didn't talk to him properly. You're doing some solution that's not gonna help him. It's like you're doing him a disservice.
Yeah, you're allowed to feel
Hold
that
on.
way.
Wait, Bilal. Let me find you the guy's contact, and you can show us how it's done.
I will. I'll
Okay.
do it. I will. I'll do that. Please.
No,
It's like it really
because it's better for you to prove what you're saying than to tell us what you're saying. So let me give you the thing, and then you can teach us.
Yeah, of course.
Mm-hmm.
What was the name of that website that you just mentioned? Capable
Incorporated.
Capable Incorporated. That's what it was.
Just might be worth looking at. That's a fellow SF guy who runs a very, very successful consulting business.
Mm-hmm.
It might be helpful to look at, or it might not.
Absolutely.
Bilal raises an interesting point, though, like the consultative element of trying to flesh out what some of the issues are would probably be helpful.
Oh
But
yeah,
I think we get that point. Thanks, Bilal.
Yes,
Yeah, sorry.
yes.
I'm sorry for getting so heated up about it. It's like, it's just like I thought it was obvious. But anyways,
I got you, Bilal. I'll tell you though, brother, that
You,
emotion may make your point lose its validity along the process. Like when you start speaking in a certain emotional tone, the brain automatically turns it the fuck out.
Kappa,
Like,
I don't care, man.
that's okay, and that's emotional response too as well.
Just give me this guy's number and I'll show you guys.
Yes, sir. Do you think?
I sent it to you already.
Thank you.
Sit in a room full of engineers who think all of them are right, and the designs that come to the table, and that they will argue, they will be emotional, they will do everything under the sun. But before it's all over with, you take all the pieces that have been put out on the table and then you put it together. And then you say, okay, this is the direction we will go forth. And there will be those who are going to say under their breath, I don't really like this, but I got to help, and that's what they'll do. And they'll move on. And
Yeah,
the pieces will
but
come
we
together.
haven't even got there yet. I wish we even got to that things where we
I
have all the pieces on the table, right?
I know, but their exercise is that they're painting a poster, and they're going to show him a poster, and that they created the poster with content and that kind of thing to bring him to the table to get him to start, because that would be the next step, is to get
Initial
him
value.
to be expressive in what you're looking for, which is you. It's kind of like you go straight for the source in the underlying interstructure of what he's trying to do. And what they're doing is they're painting something so that he can give a presentation to show a skill set, and that this may help him, may not help him, but he sees that they can do this, and then they'll dwell into all the questions. And if you go find out the questions, then it makes that easier for them, because You're more empathetic in that area. I mean, you sound like you're more, you can relate to get to those points. It's just like when I deal with clients, I have to sometimes draw out of them what they really want. They'll say they want one thing, but in reality, they want something else, and you have to pull it out of them, and that kind of thing. So I know where you're
there's
coming
been
from.
so many times in the past where I thought I was helping somebody, like I thought I was trying to helping them, but I was so off. And the reason why, it's because I was lazy and I didn't ask the right questions, and I was scared to ask the hard questions. In the past, I was scared to ask them the hard questions, hey, why haven't you done this, or why wasn't this working? And I got scared by people's authority, where I'm just oh shit, I can't, obviously he's doing it the right way and whatever, but I'm just gonna call him because his website is right here, and we'll see what happens.
That'd be great. Yeah, because deer in the headlight looks when you're dealing with someone that you're trying to do something for. I love getting that in a creative environment, because that means they didn't think down that path. So
Okay, here it is. I'll call from my home phone so you guys could hear. Here, back. Okay. 693. This guy's name, Zach.
Please stay on the line while your call is completed. Long distance charges may apply. Thank you for calling Win the War Consulting Services, where our mission is you.
Oh my God.
If you are a veteran who is in crisis, call the Veteran Crisis Hotline at 1-800-273-8255. For our consultant directory, press 1. To leave a message for our office, press 2. Press 1 for Zach. Press 2 for Nicole. Press 3. You have reached the voicemail of Zach. Please leave a message.
Okay, what the hell? Where the hell?
That was a nice message, Bilal.
What's going on in this world that has him considering a change?
He's not selling as much as he would like to.
How long has he had this business for? I'll just talk to him. Let me call again. I'm gonna try calling Nicole.
Hey guys, I'm stepping away for like 30 seconds. Love you, below.
Do these guys not answer their stuff, man?
Well, if you were here before, you would know.
Sorry, man. I'm sorry. I got heated. I just don't know.
What's up, guys?
I'm still holding on.
Still holding on, brother?
Oh yeah.
All right, so I think I have. Oh, well, so Bilal, did you get him?
No, everyone's on voicemail. I'm just tweeting him because it's Saturday and
Yeah.
probably just like not even.
So I updated the site and added a bit of copy. Mission critical coaching. When the objective is mission critical, leadership is everything. The challenge with being a leader is that you stand alone. As the fog of war thickens, this loneliness can become debilitating. It erodes self-confidence and muddies your decisiveness. Sargent as a Service by Win the War Consulting provides results-oriented coaching for lonely leaders who can't trust anyone around them to tell them like it is and keep them on track through the fog of war.
That's deep. That's good.
That's
That
really
sounds
good.
rad. Where do I sign up?
Holy crap,
Yep.
that was crazy. I'm like, that was
This is
rad.
a nice little echo.
It was like echo. It was very glorious.
Hey guys, I've got to hop. Thanks for letting me pop in. I don't know much about copy, but sorry I couldn't contribute more.
No, man, you were everything.
Okay, have a great weekend. Take care.
You too.
Take care,
Take
brother.
care.
So Kappa, do you want to send that to? Actually, what you could do is here. Let me just. I'm always looking to see how we can shorten these cycles, right? From pitching to, having a more serious conversation. Let's see here. One second.
One of my biggest issues is lack of resources, really, because I can't. There's only so much I could do from my phone, from the docs. Like sometimes it just doesn't even look right, and I can't even start up a mock website from Wix on my phone either.
Okay. I can do what you can't. That's why we have a team. I sent you a copy of the copy, right? What I would suggest, let me know how you feel. But what I would suggest is you just send that to him and say, "Hey, what do you think? Did we hit the mark? Did we miss the mark?" Yeah. See what he says. If we hit the mark, then we can have a deeper discussion, like Bilal said, and get underneath the belly of the problem. Because I want to be in a position to ask the questions Bilal is asking, right? I just want to be able to gain trust by doing what we said we were going to do.
Yeah,
I think he trusts you. I think he trusts you enough. Like,
it just, there's a lot of people who talk about doing this. I wanted to actually do it and then say, if I'm on the right page, then let's have a deeper discussion and maybe we attach some money to it, to your point below.
So you're trying to find, like, you're trying to get like that authority to it, right? You're trying to have that authority.
I want to be able to show him that it's worth continuing the discussion as soon as I possibly can. So we talked to him at 3:49 and it's 4:41. So in an hour, we were able to put together some copy. So Kappa, when you send it to him, let me know what he says.
Absolutely. Did you send it to me? Oh, yes, you did.
In that call, like, I don't know, in the past, like, we've always achieved like that authority, or like that, like, where they think that you're the professional, and it always came from asking like the hard question, and then giving them, like, making them like, oh, like, giving them, like, finding that aha moment for them, and
But
like
keep in
that's
mind that
like the science.
he came into the conversation where Kappa was saying that he doesn't have any experience doing this.
Oh.
And so Zach said, yo, if you don't have any experience doing this, well, I don't like writing copy, and I think my copy needs to be improved. So we're like, all right, so if we create some copy for you, maybe we take another baby step together.
Yeah,
right?
man. Because the email, like, because Kappa, you could probably have like a job forever with him with the emails. Like, emails, that email copy is like gold.
But here's the thing, like, what we have right now is a community of practice. Bilal, you have your expertise, Web3 does, Kappa does, I do. And we don't need to be all things because we can complement each other, right? If you have an experience with doing this, then great. Let's make sure that we can send him copy, not within days, but within an hour. And if that copy allows us to say, hey, why don't we book a meeting for half an hour? We're going to ask you some questions. And by the way, here's the agenda for our meeting. Maybe you can ask these questions ahead of time, right? And then we can spin it into a 6-month engagement, a 3-month engagement, what have you. Then what we can do is take the SquareSpace degenerate conversations and a broadcaster voice to the actual digital mercenary syndicate.
Yeah.
That's what I want to prove out more than anything else. That the people in this room can band together, do a project, and then disband.
Yeah.
Wow.
That to me is the goal.
Yeah, like I was trying to say to you, Bilal, was I wasn't saying what you were saying was wrong at all. I was just saying that step of the process that you were stressing the emphasis on was just we weren't there yet. You know what I mean?
But that's the thing. Like, we call it a breakthrough call. Like, you gotta have that breakthrough call with them right away. But yeah, I get it.
Yeah,
But imagine
when you're
into the
starting,
room, right? Yeah. Imagine he came into the room where Kappa is saying, "I don't have any experience. How do I get experience?" Right? So we started from a place of non-authority, right? And I think like that's one of the interesting things about this space is that there is business being developed in this space. To me, that's the most interesting thing. How do we convert a potential client into a paying client? We're on the verge of that right now.
Yeah, because this is a lot more. This is so much more valuable than like all the like the cryptocurrency stuff and like Web
Oh
three.
yeah.
Like it's all good, but this is like hardcore. I mean,
No,
this
this
is
is
like
actually doing. Again, you got to understand. I'm a headhunter, right? And
yeah,
so it's one of those things where I see someone come into the room. I'm like, oh, I know what we need to do here. We need to just prove a little bit of we're going to put our effort where our mouth is. Show you that we can write copy better than you can. And then once we secure that, then we can have the permission to start really getting in. And by the end of that breakthrough call, we can have an agreement for money.
yeah, it's like micro pushing. At least in the course that I was taking, it said you lead with initial value, um, and through that provide a provision of initial value, you establish trust, right? So you're starting at a low ticket, almost like a
yeah,
company saying,
and that's
"Hey,
what you guys
buy this."
did. Like I see it now. Like I
Oh
can
yeah,
see it now.
But keep
yeah,
in mind, Bilal, I would still like you to join that call and us for us to figure this out together.
Oh,
Because
dude, I really
there's
I'm still trying
experience,
to get on the call. I'm still trying to.
there's experience that you have that we don't have, right?
amen.
And so it's just one of those things where, they say a CEO surrounds himself with with the people that are strong where they're weak, right? So I'm never going to say I know everything. It's just how might we convert someone who's window shopping into someone who's exchanging money with us? I figure let's give them something of value that's very small. And if they like that, then hey, you know what? We're slowly building that trust.
Yeah, I
If,
now I see it. Like I zoomed out
no, it's
now.
okay.
Now I see like why you guys are
I,
doing this path.
I can
It's
see your approach working. There's nothing to say that if you weren't in the room when he came in, that you can inspect this out, ask all those questions done. Right? This is just how the cookie crumbled on this one.
yeah, that's true. That's
Yeah.
true.
But again,
Um,
it's so Kappa, just let me know when he responds.
Absolutely, sir. I sent it over to him. I said, "Tell me what you think about this being a good foundation to start with." But yeah, to touch upon what Michael was saying below, I never once said you were wrong at all. I just like I told you, I said you came in. I tried to let you know that you came in like to a conversation that you didn't get to hear. So what you were saying was right generally, but in this specific scenario that Michael just described, it was more so like what we were trying to do as far as just starting the process and building that initial trust. You know.
yeah, and that makes sense. That makes sense. I was just like, I'm just like,
Love you,
man,
brother.
the
It's
only
all
thing I
love.
know, like, I don't know much about, like, I'm not good at copy at all, like, all that. Only thing I know is like actually selling, and just the main thing I always found in the past is like we we have to find out the exact right thing for them, like the actual solution that they want, that they need,
Mm-hmm.
and always in the past, like it never works out for a lot of people.
Yeah.
That's the only thing. Like that's the only thing my expertise is at, is just finding out what's their pain point, like what is really happening.
Oh yeah.
Uh,
What their
That's
pain is, right?
that's also like a progressive thing, right? Like nobody's gonna open up their entire
yeah, man.
war
Because
chest.
this thing, Michael, like people for years and years and years will be holding it in, and like you
Mm-hmm.
get on call with that person, and it's just like it's like a therapy session almost. Like you have to like kind of keep
Yeah.
asking and find. Yeah, because you're
If
right.
you ever
It's
watch Glenn Ross, that sales movie with Alec Baldwin and Pacino, Pacino's the only one who sells. And if you look at that whole sales process of him selling the land, he never once mentions land. Everyone else is talking about land. He's not talking about land at all. He's in the bar having a drink with the guy, talking to him about marital problems and confidence things and all of that stuff.
Yo, man, this that's true, man. That's true. That's what's gonna happen. He's probably gonna like the call when we're talking to him. He's gonna have so much like it's gonna be a lot of baggage to unroot to get to that point where he'll finally say it's the thing that he's not doing. It's tough, man.
It's a progressive building of trust.
A breakthrough, like having a breakthrough, is like it's something.
But also, like, from, if they respect you, it takes, what they say, 4 to 7 calls to make a sale. So I'm kind of taking the relationship slow but steady.
Mm-hmm.
For a numbers thing, should take two calls for 5K, and if not, then they're not, I don't know. That's
it's different though. Like, we get to decide what we charge, how we charge, when we charge, all that kind of good stuff, right? And the objective here, more than anything, is to get a rock solid testimonial from this person so that we can lead to new business, whether it's existing business with this person or new business with other people. Because
I
then,
think this is really solid. Like, I really think it's solid.
imagine we were able to solve this for this coach. Then we could go to all other coaches doing the same thing and say, hey, we figured out how to solve this problem. Interested? And now we have a solution.
You could do it to any business, like basically you guys are, what you guys
But
are
I
doing is
would
like recession proof.
But I would focus on the military coaching people.
Specific niche.
Yeah, just to really hone in on that niche. Be like, we've solved this problem that you're facing right now. Are you open to hearing a solution about it? And again, we could find these people on Twitter. Right?
Yeah, man. Twitter is the future.
Twitter is. I feel like Twitter is something that people still don't understand yet.
Shit, bro, I'm still figuring stuff out about Twitter every day. But Bilal, I believe that this expression inside this course that really resonated with me. It says all sales are a transference of belief over a bridge of trust. And of course, that bridge looks different. It's a different length for certain people. Some people are completely open with coming out and answering like gritty questions to begin with. And I really do appreciate your hustle, bro. Like you were talking and you were like, let me get this guy's number. You just got his number. You start dialing him. Like I respect the shit out of that dude.
No, but I didn't. It still didn't freaking. I didn't close anything, so whatever.
That's all right. You
cool
failed
shit,
though.
dude.
You failed, so you learned.
Okay, I got to step in just a second. I looked at the website, and the G on the coaching is wrapping on the iPhone.
I noticed that, right? Yeah.
Is the box wide enough for?
I'm gonna change the I'm gonna change it. So what I did is this is what we sent over. It's just the copy itself when the objective is mission critical. So I didn't even send the website yet. It's just the copy itself.
Okay.
Right?
I was just looking.
Sorry.
Let you know.
Go ahead, Web3.
That's how I was just looking to let you know.
No, I'm glad you did. Yeah, I saw the wrapping and I was like, oh, okay, I just have to resize the box. Right?
Man, that's so annoying. That's like the most annoying thing to look at.
It's so
I
what
hate it too.
Yeah, it's so what I did is I just sent the screenshot of the copy because that's what he originally wanted, right? He didn't want a website. He just wanted to start with a copy, stuff like that. And so I looked at the copy ad on his website, and I thought that's where we could make the most impact, right? By condensing everything he's saying in those 7 paragraphs into.
But Michael, I think you were seeing what you could do to help Kappa the most in that situation, because like that would help Kappa the most, to, like having him like be able to make his copy and like having a nice review at the end. Like that's who you were helping. You weren't helping him.
What do you mean?
You know what I mean?
What do you mean?
I mean, like what you recommended was like all good, like it was a solid plan, but like at the end of the day, it seems like it's more helping like Kappa. Like you made the solution for like Kappa, like for helping him like get some experience and being able to have that thing.
Yeah,
it wasn't.
That was the whole point.
Yeah, exactly.
The whole
So
point.
we have to help him. But yeah.
Yeah, the whole point was to help Kappa get an opportunity, get his copywriting business off the ground.
And in that case, you guys, it's flawless. Even the business owner, his objective. We have to realign that. Sorry, man. I sound like a dick, but fuck, I don't know. You guys are my friends. I wouldn't
Yeah, no,
complicate
no,
this to everyone else.
no. It's that
Sorry for being so
I don't hold
passionate.
back when I talk to you guys, so I hope you wouldn't hold back when you talk to me.
Yeah,
I
You know?
still naturally hold back, guys. I won't lie.
Yeah, you hold back because you're afraid of it coming back the other way. I
dude,
understand.
Kappa, you're super smart because
I'm
you don't
just
have
joking.
you didn't face like the education system. Like the education system was slavery, man. It just conditions you to authority, and you're like you don't have that. I think.
So to speak, I perceive you guys as authority figures in the sense of education and subjectively in certain realms, you know?
Bro.
Yeah, we all rode different boats.
Oh yeah, hey fucking man. But yeah, no, I could dish it. I used to have shit thrown at me. I used to work at in a cable business with this 65-year-old man, who was very angry and bitter. He used to cuss at me all day long. He used to throw shit at me.
Oh my goodness.
So I developed thick skin. So I don't dish it out because my level of insults. I grew up in an era where we fucking roasted each other for a living. So like my insults may fucking be the ender of relationships for some. So I don't want to miss out on that just by having an ego contest with people. Because trust me, I can insult the shit out of people, and I'm sure others can insult the shit out of me. But I'm my own worst critic, so no one will ever be able to beat me down worse than I beat myself down.
Bro, don't beat yourself down. Beat other people down. Let it out sometime. It's okay. Seriously, bro. I'm just saying. Like I don't know. Like let it out sometime. Like if you feel like I need to get lashed out, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah. Now, if I do that, I'll just go put myself through a bloody ass workout where I'll end up with no fucking energy to hate or have anger. I just don't like those two. They're emotions we were born with, obviously. But I I just try to give as much love, and if I can't give love, I'll give indifference.
Indifference. What does indifference mean?
And indifferent means that you just basically are you're not on either side of the spectrum of extreme in emotion. So like you don't love or hate. You're just kind of like free floating in the middle. You're just like, I guess the best one word summarization would be meh.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, it's indifferent. You could use it as a form of stoicism, so to speak. I guess kind of like unhinged. That's why I said to you earlier, and I apologize if I hurt your feelings at all. That's why I said you were just getting a tad bit too emotional, and I recognize it because I know when I'm getting emotional.
Yeah, it was.
And I was just like, hey man, if you have a point to get across, the best way to get that point across isn't by going up in tone or speaking over me or quicker than me. It's I hate people because the goal of what you're saying is to educate, right? And if you're trying to educate, then you probably shouldn't try to dominate the conversation, because then it's just natural, right? So like my brain's gonna perceive what you're saying as a threat automatically because of your tone, and then it's a proven fact that human beings can't learn in that state of mind,
Yeah, I like me typically like on a sales call, whatever. I will be more quiet, like asking questions and doing all that, like slowly picking away and then getting to the point. But like I don't know for like you guys, I just felt like I could try to cross that line, like maybe like right away. That's why. But I apologize. I should have been more patient and like asking some questions to get to that point. I'm sorry. And I'm sorry, Michael. I'm sorry, Michael.
It's one of those things where, like, I don't mind. I have a high tolerance for friction. Does that make sense? Like, I see the friction as all, like, do you realize that in an hour we'll forget that this ever happened? So, like, in the moment, I don't care if it's like, hey, tortilla hat wearing motherfucker. You know,
I wasn't saying bad, man.
we've been talking, Kappa, we've been talking for like 2 hours, and I haven't got a single word from your copywriting fucking ass. So with the you know what I mean? Like, I don't mind talking to you like that, just because, like, if reality is going to be much worse than any words we can possibly say to each other. You know?
Yeah, Bilal, you're a very smart dude. I think that with your knowledge comes the need to get it out. like especially earlier, it's like, yo, I can help these people. Like, let me just get it out. Like, I gotta get it out, right?
Yeah, it's like we gotta ask the questions. Why? What is he
Yeah,
doing?
you know what you're talking
He's
about. So
Yellowstone.
Because
He's the Yellowstone. We gotta put the iron dome around him.
Oh my god.
No, it's good. It's I believe that with Bilal's understanding of how to sell this, and Kappa is interested in becoming a copywriter, and apparently my copy, you fucking lazy ass motherfucker. You haven't read, you haven't. Have you even have you written with your pen a single word for this copy yet, or what? What's going on here?
yeah, I have. I
All right.
got so lost. That's what I was
What does
trying to
it sound
say.
like so far?
I'm building fascinations. Are you familiar with fascinations?
I'm interested in what you've written so far.
Yeah,
I'm
bro,
not
what's the
interested.
fascination?
Yeah.
Okay, so what
Yeah.
I have written so far is fucking shit. But so
It's
it's
okay. Let's start with shit. You can't fall off the floor.
win
What's
the
the
war.
shit that you have?
So win the war consultation. Win the war consultation starts with the battle in yourself. You gain instant access to the highest trained individuals on the planet, and that's where I got so far. Because I'm trying to really package together what exactly these professionals are going to be providing. I understand the base guidelines, discipline, and training,
I'll
but
give you something simpler. Because he's going to want us to author tweets for the next 15 days, let's say. How could you write 5 tweets?
5 tweets?
Yeah.
How could I write them, or how?
I would suggest like writing 5 to 10 tweets that you think would be effective.
Okay. Effective in what realm? Driving traffic from Twitter to the website?
Driving sales with the target market.
Well, you don't sell on Twitter. You get them to the page where you sell.
There's all of these metaphor frameworks that we think are true, right? It's just one of those things where the job is to write copy. So whatever you believe is true with your metaphor frameworks, let's write that copy.
Okay.
Right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
From the full control aspect, what I would do is, like I said, I would design tweets to drive traffic to the website, put a little bit more specific information, and
Okay, let's go rapid fire. So instead of writing it down, let's vocalize those tweets. What are some of the tweets that you would say?
I would say something along the lines. I'm looking at my paper right now, so it's hard for me to like really.
None of these. I'm not asking you to hit a home run. I'm just asking you to make contact with the ball. You know what I mean? Like. Right?
Contact.
Yeah.
So let me just to
Swing the
verbally just
bat.
kind of go through the process. Do you struggle when you wake up in the morning on staying committed to a certain routine or regimen? That's simply not. Yeah, fuck, man. I'm
No, I
overthinking.
like the prefix. Do you struggle? I love that.
Do you have a hard time staying disciplined in your life? Is your lack of discipline hindering your business?
If you could have done it, you would have done it already.
Does fear encapsulate you?
Get access to the most most professional straight shooters in the business.
Do you feel paralyzed?
Do you feel that you're a stranger to yourself?
I noticed they had like when I was calling them, they had like 4 different people. No, there's like 3 different people, 4 people.
Yeah, I
Is this
looked
like
them
a
up on
family business?
LinkedIn. I looked them up on LinkedIn. If you look at them up on LinkedIn, you'll see the 2 co-founders, both of them who've worked with the military, one with a nuclear background.
Oh, cool.
Ooh, I got a good one. What if I told you you can get military training without joining the military?
What about a boot camp for your bootay?
It's so funny you said that. I just wrote boot camp down as like
We'll call it a booty camp.
a booty
Right?
camp.
Right? 3 minutes of consulting with us, and we'll build up your war chest.
Yeah. Beautiful.
Beautiful. Bountiful.
Web3, what are you doing? Are you thinking of copy too?
I'm not as good as these guys.
Yeah, these guys are just like off the top.
I just enjoy the banner, and I find the humor good sometimes. So
Yeah, we Even the best baseball players only hit 300.
But they swing a lot more times.
Babe Ruth struck out more than any other baseball ever.
But when he hit, that boy hit.
Strikeout-driven development. You know what I tell the clients is that when I create something for you, I don't know if it's going to work, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I'm committed to the process of discovering what works.
Mm-hmm.
What did you just say, Michael?
I like.
Yeah, you're talking to a sales
Don't tell
closer.
him that.
Bilal's
Don't
like,
tell.
close.
Yeah, I'm radically transparent with these people. You think I have some fucking alchemical cathode that allows me to come up with the perfect thing the first time? No. And you know what the truth is? Nobody does. And if they do, they're going to ask you to spend $5,000 to $10,000 on Google ads, where you can have bots from China look at your ads and inflate your views. Is that what you're going to do with your money? That sounds like a losing game. You know that every time you advertise, you're advertising with bots throwing away your money? You might as well buy firecrackers. At least you get to see fireworks while you burn your money.
Oh my god, that's kind of true. Oh man. Alas, Koshi.
You know what you need to do? You need to pay me to do your paid advertising. And say all that budget you were going to pay on paid advertising, pay me.
Paid
I'll invest.
advertising, it could definitely convert. It could work, but
It can. I mean, like what I would suggest is that they look at search engine optimization.
yeah, because that'll
Right?
pay over
Google
with that blog print.
AdWords. Right? But it's just one of those things where I want to touch the heart before we touch the hand. Build some trust. He sees what we can do. If he wants to see more, then, if he wants to see the inside, I'll see you later kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Let
yeah.
me wrap this thing. Hold on. Oh, that's right, because there's a mobile version of the site as well that I can access. Hold on.
You guys are probably all skilled at multitasking. I gotta shut the fuck up and read.
No, man. I'm not good at multitasking. I'm good at just.
I'm listening to y'all watching a movie and thinking.
Michael, he responded.
What
Oh shit! He's here.
He said that's a really great one.
That's what he said.
So now
All
is
right.
when I say, if you like this, we should probably set up a sales call to see how we can do more for you.
Yeah. So if we're headed in the right direction, is it possible for us to meet with you for 30 minutes and walk through an agenda?
Just say breakthrough call. Say breakthrough call.
You said say what?
A breakthrough call. That's what we call it in
Okay,
industry.
Bilal, you tell Kappa what he should do next because the copy will work.
Yeah, just be like, okay, we're just trying to find out, we're just trying to get down to the nitty gritty, and the best way to do that is just to get on a breakthrough call. Fuck, what's the best way? Hey, can we just get on a breakthrough call just to get some more clarity on something? Just to write that.
Or you could ask him, is he free to jump back on the space for a couple minutes?
Yeah, that's good too. Just tell him.
Hey, KC.
And I'm singing.
I told him, I said, I'm glad you liked it. Are you free to hop in the space for a couple minutes? KC!
Give him an option to schedule a call too, or schedule a breakthrough call anytime.
Yeah, I don't like to overwhelm too much. If he says no, then I'll probably go into that. Unless you suggest otherwise.
No,
you have more experience.
it's okay. It's okay.
I really like this too. It's like a team, We just built a small team on the fly.
Yeah, man, because this is a lot more valuable. The return on investment is gonna be way more than any NFT that you try to make or something. Because this is a real
Hope you
problem.
talk shit about my Crocs, Bilal.
No, I'm just. You could make it like a token gated one. You could give him You give him an NFT, and basically one NFT just represents like a stake in your marketing. I don't know.
Like, all right, instead of paying me, I need you to buy 10 of my NFTs.
No.
Okay, I'm gonna really shut the fuck up for like a couple minutes and build a nice little lead funnel.
Just tell me what he said. Do you reply?
Absolutely, sir. Absolutely.
Welcome to the SquareSpace. Degen conversations in a broadcaster voice.
He's alive.
Oh, yeah. Back once again. Coming at you raw, shucking off the sen.
So having a great Saturday.
Oh, sorry, I had background noise. I didn't hear what you said.
I said you're having a great Saturday.
Dude, it ain't bad, man. It ain't bad. Spent the day at the park with the fam and some friends. But there was a little kid pool. They call it a splash pad. Watch the kids just tank themselves of energy and have fun. And I did. There's this guy Zeronomics, and he's one of the Luna survivors. And he hit me up. He's like, "Hey, man," he's like, "I do a show. He's based in Hawaii." And he's like, "Man, on Saturday I'm doing a show, and it's all centered around like survivors of financial destruction. You want to be on?" Da, da, da. And I did his show with him at 3 Eastern Standard Time, which was 9 a.m. for him. And what I didn't realize is that TerraSpaces simulcasts the space. So I looked at his profile. He's got like 60,000 followers. I'm like, all right, that's decently large. The space itself, I'm like, oh, there's not that many people here. And then like almost towards the end of it, TerraSpaces is like, yeah, thanks for letting us simulcast this. All of our entire viewerships enjoyed the conversation, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, oh. So it's not a small space that I thought it was. It's kind of cool.
You were sitting there by yourself, weren't you?
No, it was me and Zeronomics and like maybe 7, 8, 9, 10 people, something like that.
Yeah,
And
I got you.
yeah, but one of the people in the space was simulcasting it on different platforms. So it's tricky. Didn't realize that one. I'm glad I didn't realize that one. If I had realized it, I would have been more nervous.
You shouldn't be.
Dude, I battle it like almost every time, unless I'm really comfortable with the people that I've been speaking to. That's one thing, but I get into like a large space and dude, I get hit with the social anxiety. I freeze up and stumbling all over myself, over
The
talk.
room
Yeah.
becomes ice.
Oh, yes. Dude, freezing. Oh, yes.
Well,
Yeah.
all I can say is I saw your ad on $1 million that you earned, and I thought that was I related to that whole video because I had similar experiences. So so.
It's amazing. I went through that loss. I survived. I came back. I'm doing my thing. And now it's weird because there are quite a few people out there that have experienced total financial destruction and survived and made it back. But the ones that actually did it, they're not going around pushing it as a theme to their conversations. It's like they'll talk about it if you ask them,
Oh yeah, my late 30s, early 40s were a starting over point. So yes, I can relate to it.
right? You probably don't lead into that in your conversations.
No, I just talk about the gun charge with the federal government. That's all.
Oof. Ugh.
I was found not guilty. So, and if you look it up, you'll find that it's for that particular charge under the airport rules and that kind of stuff. That I don't think there's any that have been found not guilty. They pleaded. Most everyone pleads or accepts the charge. So,
Yeah, I got brought up on a felony malicious destruction charge. I had a landlord situation where I was moving out, and he said that I, through anger and maliciousness, broke things on my way out. And then talked to a detective that their family was friends with, and they placed a felony charge on me. Couldn't fucking believe it.
no, that's distressing. It causes a kind of stress that you never really experience until it's there. So,
Yup. I paid $5,000 to a defense attorney who showed up and didn't even know my name. Didn't know who I was.
yeah. My stupidity of error caused is I got the gun back. They held it for 10 years and 6 months, and
Oh.
they gave it back to me, and the cost of that
I'm
gun is
guessing it.
$38,000 by the time I got that gun
Oh,
back. So it's a
buddy.
$38,000 gun that's been shot once by the FBI.
Oh, that hurts, man. Hasn't even been sighted in. Jesus, man. Wait, it's pistol, I'm imagining, right?
Yes, it was. It was
Right.
one that I'd bought for my oldest son when he was born, and I put it up and was going to give it to him on his 21st birthday. Because
Yep.
I raised all of them how
Yeah.
to handle guns.
Yeah.
And pretty much I forgot my normal pistol, and I was and where I lived at the time, I left it in another town, and I was going back there. And the way you drive back roads to get there. So I always had protection with me in the car. Well, I took that gun with me just to have it, and then when I came back, I had a bunch of events that ended up leaving it in my travel bag and forgetting about it. And, the rest of it's just a long story.
Yeah. Really long story. Dude, I'm sorry. That sucks.
But that's the thing is you make mistakes like that, and then other things happen in that same year. Like what you had with the government relieving you of things. I had the state government coming after me because they changed the rules of things I did in my business, and I didn't collect sales tax. So, it's kind of like I told him, I said, well, if I'm in federal jail, it really won't matter. So we're going to just put this off to the end of the year after all this is resolved. And they said, okay, But life can be crazy.
Oh, yeah. And can you hear me, or am I in the blockchain?
No, we hear you.
What always startled me was the business behind the judicial system. It matters to them if you're representing yourself versus having someone represent you. You would think that it's a matter of, do you know the law, when in fact it's a matter of, have you paid into the system? Have you paid into the system? Is somebody making money on you? Then okay, let's talk.
Yeah, it's a state. Was it a state level or was it federal?
Federal.
Okay.
I mean, I've tackled both. I've been on state and federal, but this one was federal. Yeah. And same on the state though.
They play a game of Indian is really what they play, and they don't explain, especially going to trial, because when we went to trial, 10 trials had started on Monday, and by the end of that day, only 2 were going, because they'd already, they pleaded out, or, and the attorney I had was from a state standpoint, was really good at what he did. He says, yeah, I've been in federal. And he was walking in the very first day, and he says to me, oh, man, this is great. I said, what do you mean this is great? He said, wow, this is my first time to go to trial. And I go, what? And he says, I thought you said you dealt
Oh.
with federal. He says, yeah, but we always pleaded out. So
Oh,
it's like, oh, this is gonna
go.
be this is gonna be fun.
Not,
So you know,
not what I wanted to
yes,
hear, man. Oh, God, that's brutal.
yeah, yeah, it was. And the other brutal thing that they told me about after it was all over with, they had raided me already, and the judge was not going to send me to jail if they found me guilty. Okay, but they couldn't tell me. So the prosecutor knew, and my attorney knew, and they were holding it so that when I heard the guilty plea, he could whisper it to me. And the judge, all of them sat before the trial started and discussed that. And he told me that while we were at the bar celebrating. So you know,
Oh, it's so gross. It's so disgusting. That's so disgusting.
and I do
All right,
everything to
everybody,
this day
we
to
gotta
keep
make
from
it look like this
experiencing
is.
it.
Oh, dude, it just hurts so bad. Hurts so bad.
Yeah, that's the reason why
God.
today everything is done to the T, and there's no ifs, ands, or buts. And
Mm-hmm.
I don't want them to pull out that file that they have on me, even though there's nothing on my record.
I went back and sealed my records. Like, I do not want any bullshit from this. I am sealing this up. And it was easy to do.
Yeah, my
I
attorney
could,
did it. He took care of it.
and it is, it's so frustrating to me how simple it is to use the system if you're willing to give it a go. If you're
Yeah,
willing to
not.
try
Yeah,
and present, yeah, but
yeah,
I don't know. To have your record sealed, you can spend 2 grand on that pretty fast. And literally all you're doing is standing in line. You hand them the paper that says, here's the time frame, and if it meets the time frame, then they'll do it. And if it doesn't, they say no. And that's it.
yep. So that's the. I had after all that had happened, I went and got my uh, federal card for the NSA to be able to enter into facilities that were under NSA. I mean, not NSA, but was it the Homeland Security guys? And those guys, you use cards, you go in, you're already pre background checked and everything. So I know when they did that. And then the last Homeland Security certification to get into certain places, they, did the background check and the whole 9 yards. And I even did it myself with the local sheriff just to see what would come up. And it's pretty much, nothing. So it ain't there. That's good. I hear
All
it,
right,
Wills.
we're prepping to have a little barbecue, and we're getting meats and veggies ready, and the barbecue fired up, and getting ready to entertain.
Enjoy.
Yeah, definitely will. I'm gonna get going for now. But thanks for letting me come in and flap my jaws once again. It was fun.
All right. I updated the website. If you guys want to try it out, I'm gonna try it out myself. Let's see here. Damn it, Sergeant as a service. All right. So go to the mobile and the text. I'm going to reduce your font size. Ciao. And can I add um If I make it smaller, that's what she said. No. Mm-hmm. How I can help you should be changed. To Sergeant as a service. I'll bring you into the center. And what I can do here is, okay, so I need to center that text. Such that it shows up properly in the mobile, and then I can just drag the mobile over. Beautiful. With yeah, I have one. So if I refresh it,
Sorry, boys. I had a little bit of a emergency.
try the website again.
I'm sorry?
Try their website again.
Got it.
Hey, Zach.
Yeah, the T's corrected.
All right, Zach, what do you think? Good, bad, ugly?
And I like what he sent me so far for like a a quick thing. I think that it's impactful and it gets the point across of what's what we're trying to do. A lot of people don't understand that, or had no clue that the U.S. Army just changed their regulations so that you can actually have a side hustle now.
Oh, wow.
And so right now
That's amazing.
trying to create the entire marketplace to get active duty military, different gigs so that they stop just going to Fiverr. There's been 5 or 6 that I found on Fiverr. I'm trying to create an entire platform where they can leverage their unique skills in different ways. Now that's like, there's an entire group of people, of talent that has been unusable for the last 25 years, and they just changed the regulation. So yeah, that's kind of what I'm working on, and accountability partnerships seems to be like the easy in right now, because every military E5, E6, and above can do it with very little training. But I can see it extending up beyond that in terms of like physical fitness, nutrition, all of that, a full platform, human performance based. And what I was thinking long term, just so everyone can hear that, is long term, my idea is that if I don't have a personal training.
Dude, what if you did this for kids?
What?
What if you did this for boys that didn't have dads? Can you imagine?
We've had
Oh, God.
4 clients who've come on, and it's actually parents who pair us with their kids
Yeah, man.
for school because they don't want to be the bad guys. They want to continue with gentle parenting. And
So one sec. My wife is a teacher. She's right here. So I'm talking to this guy, Zach, And apparently the military has just allowed their leadership to take side gigs. So imagine you could get a life coach, performance coach for mission critical objectives, who's also in theater as a military leader right now.
Cool.
Now, so the idea was, what if for those kids who don't have maybe a dad or don't have a mom, what if you could
brother, big sister.
imagine a big brother, big sister was a military person? Wouldn't that be nuts?
God. Yeah. I teach so many kids that would really benefit for having like a positive adult in their life. Actually, the first school that I worked at,
So
we had.
what my hope is.
Oh, missed that. Is that?
Oh, go ahead, Alex.
You're
Oh, I
working
was
out a
just
little
going to
bit there.
say, the first school I worked at, we had something called the Caring Adult Program. So for the kids who were most at risk in our school, we would ask some of the teachers to sign up. Like, do you have this kid in your class, or do you see him in the hallway? Can you just check in and just be like a caring adult in their lives? And we saw such a positive improvement in their academic skills. They're they're buying into doing stuff at school just for having an adult check in and be like, hey, hey, you okay? You cool?
Yeah, I want to create this whole ecosystem because I think that what's really interesting is that I can build physical fitness plans, nutrition plans, finance plans, life coaching plans for my soldiers for 20 years and not get a single certificate in any of those areas without giving up my GI Bill. So I have to my GI Bill that I want to gift to my daughter after 20 years of service, I have to use that to get certifications that I've been essentially doing anyway for the past 20 years. So one of the things that I want to do is, as like veterans or current active duty are working through our platform, half of what we charge, that fee for being on the platform goes towards a bank for them to pay for these certifications so they aren't doing it using their GI Bill, and they can use that for other professional certifications like a master's degree or a bachelor's degree, or give it to their kids. And then additionally, I wanted to use some of the money to supplement for charity use cases, like you're saying, is like pairing with like at-risk youth and things like that. Because I think that there's a whole talent pool that's just opened up and people don't understand it. The pushback that I've always been getting is, one, I'm charging a premium price right now because I think that it's a premium service for accountability and coaching for the group that I'm targeting right now is like young business professionals, founders, because a founder is the perfect test study. Is they're paper rich, cash poor. So by pairing them, we are able to give them a personal trainer, a nutritionist, a life coach, a business coach, and someone who's just in the trenches there with them. And so they've been really kind of our primary source of clientele right now. Especially like we've had a couple accelerator programs come and they want to pair one of our coach / consultants to every one of their founders in their portfolio. But one of the things that I'm running into is just the funding to scale it is the hard part. And so I'm bootstrapping it all. We've been at 6K MRR for the last like 6 months, but I just haven't been able to get bigger because as I take on more clients, I'm reaching the limit of what the active duty can take on. Because for an active duty guy, if they make an extra $600-700, $1,000 a month, it's life changing for them. And my hope is that it'll keep the good ones in the military. So if I can keep it and we can, bring the best onto the platform and use it as a way for talent management, I can aggregate the data about veterans and active duty for 20 years. And then when they're ready to retire from the military, I can then also say, hey, here's like what they've been doing for the last 10 years on this platform, or 12 years on this platform since they were a staff sergeant. Here's a job that's perfect for them. So there's a whole other area to it. So it's kind of like
I just interviewed a couple of military personnel. One was with the Air Force back in the 80s, like learning Morse code, and the other was in charge of multi-domain operations as a leader in cybersecurity. So like I have these interviews coming out right now. So when you talk about even my mentor from the University of Toronto, his whole family has a military background, right? They have a building named for themselves at Queen's University, you know? So where are you located, Zach?
Right now I'm in New York, but I'm stationed in El Paso, Texas. So I'm full active duty right now.
Oh, amazing.
Yeah, so I'm active duty right now, and I'm getting my master's in organizational psychology. And I kind of just started that. Literally, my daughter was born last year, my first kid.
Oh, congratulations.
I was like, thanks. And I was like, I need to make like an extra $100 just to put in her college fund.
Yeah.
And so I just listed my services on Fiverr, and then I had a wait list of like 500 people. And I was like,
I love it.
I was like, oh my God, this is a thing.
do you have the email addresses of those 500 people on the wait list?
So no, since it was on Fiverr, it was just their Fiverr handles. So I've reached out trying to get their emails. And so what I did one of the reasons why we haven't scaled past the MRR mark that we have is that I kind of took a step back so that I could I built an ebook on, habits that the military kind of instills during basic training. I built an ebook on
the trainer model at this point, right?
Exactly. And so, so now I'm trying to build the content bench that I can go out and do the funnel, kind of like, hey, here's my ebook, collect the emails,
Beautiful.
and do that kind of step-by-step basis. So so I've kind of just
Zach, if you follow me back, I just like mocked up a quick website. So you saw a piece of the copy from the website, but if you follow me back, I can send you the mock-up.
Done.
I can send it to him too.
Yeah. Kappa, send it to him. Yeah. So it's just one of those things where, like, more than anything else, like, because my wifey's been teaching math and science on 3 different continents for 20 years. I myself teach music and business to folks. I'm going to be teaching in international management at a college coming up. So a lot of what we do is education, but the performance coaching is kind of a layer that we haven't been able to add to our syndicate. So it's just kind of one of those things where when Kappa sends you the website, let me know what you think. I've edited like the first kind of top of it.
Yeah, it's sent. And Zach, have you ever thought? Because I know you said you were talking about you want to charge a premium price because you feel like the services you're providing are definitely premium, and I agree. Have you ever given thought to starting a lower ticket, so this way they can people who may not be able to afford the premium price can build up to that premium price?
Yeah, so for right now, what we've been doing is we've been setting it as if you kind of have one habit or one thing in your life you want to change, for $150, we will text you every day when that thing is supposed to happen. So you want to wake up early? I'm going to text you every morning and go, get up, send me a picture of your bed made. Or so I have one client right now that I text every morning and I say, send me a picture of you in the kitchen with 4 forks and 1 knife. Or I say, send me a picture of you out in front of your house pointing at the number 2. I do different things that forces him to wake up with the shock of what do I need to do. And so every morning I kind of give him these different tasks to kind of make sure he's out of his bed.
Would you, pardon me, but would you mind reaching out to? Would you mind reaching out to? 1 second, Anthony. Sorry. Would you mind reaching out to them and seeing maybe if you could use those pictures for the website?
Yeah, I mean, I can definitely ask a couple of the clients to do it right now. So I don't have that many clients. Personally, I only have 2, only because I just started to take on a couple more clients myself so that I could do what you're saying is build the content bench. But like I've brought in 10 of the top military guys that I know and girls that I know, so that I can see if am I the secret sauce or is this scalable with enough veterans and active duty. And what we found is it's even more scalable because what it allows for diversity of connection. So, someone that I might not connect with because of, I don't have the same background, one of these other vets is able to connect with much quicker and have that more impactful one-on-one with them. And so it's like Fiverr for all of these soft skills that people need to learn. And that's really what I'm trying to do is, and then hopefully figure out a way to incorporate the skill up, certification portion of it. Cause I think that it's important for these military guys to get something for the time that they've spent doing it, and without giving up so much of their GI Bill.
That's excellent. I could even see like a live chat feature on the website where someone can pick from a certain realm of available options, and then that would connect them to the best correlating individual that can that's best prepared to handle their current
What I saw
situation.
in my head was like like almost like a Tinder interface where you can like swipe right on a search and.
Yeah, so I've been working with the Share Tribe site to build the two-sided marketplace, and then my co-founder, who's a technical co-founder, he was actually my lieutenant when I was a private. I kind of called him up because I knew he was a computer guy, and turns out that he has all the qualifications, and I was like, hey, look, this is what I want to do. And so he's working on building the interface where it's like a performance platform. So it could just be a regular ass performance platform. You get to track your habits, do all that stuff. But at the bottom, it says like, get someone for accountability, get someone for your fitness, get someone for this. And then
Zach, Bilal had a few questions because he has a strong background in selling courses like this as someone, pounding the phone. So Bilal, Zach, Bilal. Bilal has some great questions.
Hey, what's going on, man?
Not much, man. It's an honor to meet you. When I heard about what these guys were doing with you, it got me really, really excited. I've worked with coaches before. Like I've been an enrollment coach, and like I've helped like other businesses as well. And it's like it's always the same thing, right? Like sales, like what's going on, that like why aren't we getting more sales? And yeah, we had like what I know is like you had like you wanted Kappa to do some copy for you, and like that's good and all, but like just wanted to find out like what's actually going on. Like what have you tried in the past before? But yeah, like what's going on in your world that has you considering us?
Well, I stumbled upon the space, and Kappa was kind of like talking about how he people tries, because that's what life is about, is giving everyone, like, my whole idea is that you have to give people opportunity. It's the only way to make an impact, is to give individuals opportunities. And so I was just like, oh yeah, if you want to do copy, like let's do it. Like I'm all for it. And so, but then I realized now that it's like a much bigger thing. So yeah, and so on in terms of sales, I have done 0 sales and 0 marketing. Every single sale of our 6K ish, we're just below 6K. MRR has been from Fiverr. I have 1 gig on Fiverr, and everyone's found me through there organically.
Okay, so your lead flow is just through Fiverr.
Seriously, like that's it. I wanted to see for 1 year how many people were organically finding it, organically looking for it. Like I didn't want to like put a bunch of ad out there and then, you know, reach the cap and think it's scalable, and it's not. So now that I've been through it here and coincide that with me finishing my master's, but it's all deployment dependent. So we're on the deployment cycle. So if I get deployed, it depends on how long I can, you know, how much time I get while deployed to work on all of it. And then, you know, did ebooks relating military service to success. I'm working on launching my own podcast right now, where I hope to interview military vets who have succeeded in the business world and talk to them about the skills, the specific skills that the military taught them, that we can teach people to cultivate and strive and thrive at. So those are all things that I've been working on setting up. I think that my biggest thing is that I just haven't started yet, because in my mind, I'm thinking that I want 90 days of like pre-planned, preset, like ready to run stuff in case of the idea of a deployment. So I've been working on building the bench of military active duty guys who are willing and able to sign up and have the right background to teach and train all this stuff. So as it scales, they can automatically pipeline in. Because creating any two-sided marketplace, I know that it's, you know, it's how are you going to fill the service side and the client side is always the biggest issue everyone has with it.
Yeah, it seems like those people that you're trying to hire, it's like that would be like for closing the actual leads, like people that would, right?
No, so what I'm trying to build is that I don't want to be the one doing the coaching. I just want to take a piece of, you know, all of the different little things that people are coaching on. Because as I said previously, is like the U.S. military changed the regulation recently, where you are now allowed to have a side gig. You weren't allowed to for the last like 25 years. And so there's this whole talent pool who's trickling into like Fiverr and Amazon FBA and all these things. And so what I'm trying to do is set up a way for them to learn coaching, be coaches in the areas that they're already good at. You know, resiliency and grit and empathy and all of these leadership, learning and teaching all these things to, you know, startup founders or whoever, really anyone. You know, it's just there's no platform for it that's specific for them. It's all right now. It's just you know, anyone can list on Fiverr, and you can't search by military. Well,
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, like, what have you done anything for like SEO? Like, you want to attract those type of people, but like, have you actually like, do you have actual like long form content like that could kind of lead people?
Nope. That's what I've been working on building, is like blog posts.
What's stopping you? Like, what? Yeah, what's stopping you?
Oh no, I've been just building a bench, and then I want to, like, I'm setting a release date for January 1st.
January 1st. So you've been doing this for like a year now, and like you still haven't like are you trying to wait for things to be like totally perfect?
No. It's literally just I've got deployed, then coming back, and then going out, and so it's not like I can just.
It's a time thing.
Yeah, I don't. My time commitment is right now is based on deployments and training. So like, if I launch it and then I get put on a training for like 90 days,
mm-hmm.
and then I won't, then I won't be there to do anything with it, and so it's just gonna like fall.
So you're looking for like somebody to kind of like handle those 90 days executed for you.
Yeah, or just, the reason why I picked January 1st is because I put on the calendar and I got the 90 days in January.
January
and it coincides with New Year's Eve, so it's just an all around thing. Plus, Ruben just jumped into the room. That's funny.
So July, August, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Like that's like 6 months. That's like about half a year. So
yeah.
You're like, you want to wait half a year before you start like actually getting clients, because like in those 6 months, like we could have like copy written for you so that people can start after 6 months, like then they can start coming in. So like what's the only thing stopping you from like getting this on the road now?
I mean, I have clients. I am holding at 6K MRR because we were trying to, one, build our own platform to do it, and two, build our content ourselves instead of hiring it out, me and my co-founder. But we're both full-time active duty, so it's just slow rolling it.
So you guys are both pretty full, and like why don't you want to like source it out? Like
I haven't sourced it out because I feel like I learn more when I do it myself. Even if I take get punched in the mouth for it, like because we're not launching fast. I would rather do it myself this time so that I can learn it, so that I don't know if this will be my coup d'etat or if this is just something I'm trying and iterating on. And so learning with this while I'm active duty, getting my master's and everything else, like I am okay with taking that risk. And my co-founder's in the same boat. Like we're doing this to take the risk of learning. And if we have the opportunity for someone who's just like, yeah, like I just need testimonials, like, sure, yeah, we'll give you a testimonial if you help us out. But other than that, it's like us hard charging, learning, trying to do it.
So you guys are both pretty. You don't want to take that risk. I mean, like, where has it gotten you so far? Not like sourcing out your work and like doing a proper structure. Like, have you like where has it gotten you so far? Not actually working as a team and like delegating tasks and prioritizing.
I don't get what do you mean, and where is it?
I mean, you guys are both not willing. It seems like you guys are both not willing to take the risk of like like properly like outsourcing the work and like having it done. Like, what's stopping you from doing that? Like,
it's because we're using it as a learning opportunity. Not. I mean, we could easily go and outsource it whenever we wanted to, but we're trying to learn that part of the business before we go to outsourcing it, because I think that learning it is worth the risk of slowing our growth performance long term, to learn how to do sales, to learn how to do little pieces of the business bit by bit, especially when we have revenue and we are profitable.
Like, but you guys have your expertise in like like you guys have your expertise. Like, why not like source out the other stuff so you are focusing more on like what you guys are good at? Like, aside, like it just seems like going through that learning curve of like doing all the copy yourself and all that yourself. It seems like it'll just take too much time, and like 6 months, it's gonna be too long.
Well, I mean, I would hate to. I don't want to come off the wrong way, but like too long is for every person to dictate. Like we've come up with our timeline based on our MDMP process for what we're trying to build and how we feel like it's going to need to be done. and what we see this being. And so I think that's like, I think we have a tactical and strategic advantage, and we know what our time limitations are. So that's what we've been doing is like, especially with everything happening in the world right now in terms of, I guess, funding and financing. That's just what we've decided we wanted to do.
Yeah, because like Kappa and Michael, like they're totally like ready to like build out the exact copy, like the automation that needs to be done, the SEO that needs to be done for you, and like we could do like a solid job, but it just requires you like kind of trusting and like mitigating that risk.
When you say mitigating that risk, what do you mean? Like I'm mitigating that risk, or?
Yeah, because like it seemed like you're waiting like for 6 months, like when it could just be done right away for you, everything. Like, do you want to wait that long?
I mean, a college education is 4 years, so I think 6 months to learn this stuff is fine with us. But I mean,
can I interject something? From a military standpoint, you usually prepare before you go into the field. What do? You normally go into the field and you practice and you develop. So that's the mindset that I know that most of the military members of my family, I'm not military, but I understand them, that they, go and deploy and practice in the field, and they want to have a grasp of that practice in the field before they actually step into the battlefield. And then there's a number of other things, and that's kind of the mindset I think that that they work under, and we work under a different mindset of collaborating and putting things together in a way that it has immediate generation, and we don't wait. So it's a different view between the two, and it's kind of like in the engineering world, you dream it, 18 months later you can have it built and working. So it's that kind of mentality.
And I also think that like if here's my other part is like, if I don't use this opportunity to learn and read up and deep dive into what this is going on, how do I know if someone that I hire is actually building anything that's good, right? Like I can wait for results, or I could learn this stuff in the next 6 months, and then every freelancer that I work with, when they give it to me, I can go, no, this sucks. No, this sucks. No. Okay. Yep. This is great. This is great. This is great. So like, part of me wants to learn the skill of these things, risk slowing our growth rate right now, and sit on our profitable, status, and wait and see, kind of, because we don't have runway. Like I didn't build this, with money or anything. I just kind of like thought of it one day. And so if I just keep sitting on it, and, hell, $6,000 a month isn't anything to shake a stick at right now. So, I mean, I might as well just sit on it while I'm learning, especially because I'm full-time active duty, and most people won't even invest because of that. So I think that it's great. Like that's why when, Kappa was like, oh yeah, I just need someone to let me do it. I was like, sure. Yeah, I'll let you do it. Like I'll let anyone do it. Like, but I'm not going to go out and right now, I don't think I'm ready or willing to pay someone to do it, for the simple fact that I'm fully capable of doing it myself. Like I sleep 2 hours a night. I have slept for 2 hours a night for the last 10 years of my life. Like I'm completely okay with continuing to sleep 2 hours a night for the next 10 years. And then I'll retire.
Yeah, but whereas sleeping 2 hours a night like gotten you so far in life, and compare that to where you actually want to go. Like you have a $6,000 a month thing, but like how much can you actually scale it? And I mean, the thought process that we have from the past, like where has it gotten us so far? We have to like kind of change it. I mean, if you're not willing to like take action and you just want to like learn beside us like for 6 months, then that's fine, right? You could like be learning, but it's like you could have this all delegated and like have an actual expert that's bringing you constant leads. And I'm just thinking like, why not just leverage your expertise? Like you're already good in like military, right? Why don't you just um, outsource everything to have like proper lead flow? I mean, if you're gonna try to learn all that stuff, I don't think it's gonna work.
Because my goal is not money. My goal is to build a background where when I retire from the U.S. Army and I'm making six figures sitting on my ass, I can go and take any job I want, making, $300,000-$400,000 because I've built, multiple things. I know the ins and outs. I didn't outsource them at the first. I learned it so that then when someone comes to me and says, "Oh yeah, we're thinking about doing this," I'm like, "No, it's not going to work. I already did that. I learned that. I did that. I'm going to learn until the day I die, and I will learn before I ever pay someone to do something that I can do." And that's just who I am. And it's like, that's just how I look at things, is I need to know, and I need to rehearse, and I need to plan everything down to a T. And it's not about me not wanting to take action. Like, I am completely fine with outsourcing and running this thing to be a, huge company and a huge business. But
what?
Why do that when I can learn how to do that, and then I can repeat it over and over and over and over with multiple businesses?
So you're gonna learn you're gonna spend a whole bunch of time learning something that like isn't your expertise, and then like, how is that efficient? I mean, why not focus on what you are already good at, and like, why do that? I mean, it doesn't seem productive.
Because I like learning, and I don't think anyone would say that about a lot of the people in our world who are polymaths and are successful in multiple domains, right? Like, right now, because I'm not successful at I guess success is relative. I mean, I'm super successful at my current job, and anyway, I think that a polymath who's at the top of multiple industries, no one questions when they did it this way. So I guess that's my question.
I don't know. It's just like $6,000 for like 1 month for a year. Is that
what?
Correct?
$6,000 a month for the year.
Yeah.
Well, it's gorgeous. Kappa, go ahead.
Oh, well, first off, I just want to say, Zach, reiterate the point. Thank you for your service. And I really appreciate your thorough sincerity in understanding things. I think, Bilal, your perspective is more so like, and it's all from a place of like help. He wants to see you grow and thrive as fast as possible, and you're trading off that risk, which you fully understand, for learning the process. And I think it's really smart that you're doing that, actually, because it's much like my entrance into NFTs, right? I get sent an NFT and I'm like, oh, let me click on this link. Boop, scammed, right? So I would have known that if I had went through a process and gotten to learn everything. And there's many other examples I can refer to. But I think that if you already have a clientele, right, you showed yourself that it works. All you have to do is scale it, and when you're ready to scale it, you'll have the knowledge that you need, and you'll have the insight that you need, and the connections that are necessary for you to just expand upon what you already have pre-existing. It's like a foundation for a house.
I don't want a PhD in sales and marketing and copy.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
I want an associate's degree in that shit. And I think 6 months of learning that plus doing my job plus doing what I'm, the other two businesses that I'm building, plus writing my book, plus getting my master's, I think that that's a good timeline for that all to like coincide.
Yeah.
Like,
But I don't know. It just seems
Absolutely.
like you're doing a lot of things, and it's like you're doing a lot of stuff. It just seems that we could like cut that in half. Like you could focus on all the stuff that you love.
yeah, but that's the thing is like, how do I know I don't love doing copy and writing all the sales script and doing sales calls if I don't do it?
Okay, I don't know. Like if like
maybe I don't. Maybe I start a whole sales company because I love it so much. Maybe my next industry is a copy AI industry. I won't know unless I do it. If I dip my toes in for 6 months, I have a lot of 6 months left before I die. So I might as well find out what my real passion is by doing all this stuff, iterating 3 months, 4 months, 5 months, 6 months. And then when that 6 months is over, if I go, fuck, I don't ever want to do that again, I'm going to hire someone to do it.
All right.
You
then
sleep
like
2 hours
at that
a
point, like then you could just come to us, and then we could talk about making a proper solution. But until then, it seems like you have a plan, and yeah.
I think the way we're working right now with Zach is like fundamentally, Kappa and I believe in what Zach is doing. So, we're more than happy to write copy, write tweets, create content because we fundamentally believe that if more people availed themselves of your business, they would have a better experience of life. That's why I'm talking to Zach,
Yeah, and plus here's my thing is like, for me, it's about getting vets and active duty guys jobs and things, because here's the biggest issue is when they go from active duty to transition and they want to go get a college degree, they don't have any income, so they can't get a house, they can't rent, they can't do all these things. And so if I can give them a way to make that income to cover that and show that they're not just PTSD ridden pieces of shit like people portray us, then that's my whole thing. Now that's why I want to learn the copy, is because here's the other part is like, yeah, I want to outsource it to someone once at some point, but I also want to learn it so that maybe I can teach vets how to do it. Maybe that's a whole nother scalable idea for vets, right? It's like, maybe I can get you guys to write a class for them, but I can translate it to how they speak, right? There's a whole group of individuals that if I'm the one who has to suffer and not make a bunch of money so that I can create the ecosystem, then that's what I'm going to have to do. But that's just what I think. And, I know that you guys like could cut down my time dramatically, but it's also, how do you articulate it? How do you vocalize it? How do I teach it to these people using the common language that we've all learned?
How about this? How about this, Zach? This is what I propose. Like, how about we do like a boot camp? Like, we do like some sort of boot camp. Like, for 1 week, we give like a little demonstration of like what to expect, kind of, and we all like kind of learn through it together. Like, you're gonna be part of it, we'll be part of it, and we do like a PhD in like 1 week, basically. And then after that, let's revisit and like try to have a breakthrough call and see like, okay, maybe we can do this. Like,
yeah, if you want to send me, oh sorry, I got my little girl with us, she's coughing. If you want to send me, just shoot me what you're thinking. I got to get off this call real quick because my girl, I got to go take care of her. But shoot me what you're thinking, and yeah, I'm definitely down to get on a call and try to figure out how, any way I can work with people. I'm always up for working with people, especially if they believe in what I'm trying to build.
Yeah, we should definitely get serious about this. And yeah, in 1 week, like, we'll have everything ready for you. You'll be able to see you'll be learning along the way. And then after that, I think we could have a more like proper game plan to really do this.
Also, for everyone in the room, Anthony came in and he has a really cool skills startup And we host a skills space. So if anyone wants to talk about the skill of writing copy, we could definitely put it on our calendar for our spaces. So, but I gotta run.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Zach.
God
Thank you
bless,
for
Zach.
everything, man. Thank you. Thank you.
Blah, blah.
See how hard that is? See how hard? See how tough? It's grueling.
No, it wasn't tough at all, actually.
It's like, no, I failed. Like the thing is,
You know, you didn't fail at all. You didn't fail at all.
if we
The
didn't
goal
get a
was
deposit, we failed.
The goal was a phone call, right?
Not at all. Not at all. The thing is, in any complex sale, you're not looking to close anything. You're looking to make an advance.
But
And
if they close,
as long as I have a relationship with Zach, only good things can happen. That is my hypothesis. Do you realize what just happened in the market? That military personnel, did you hear what he said? I don't think you heard what he said. He just told us that military personnel can now provide professional fucking services. Did you hear what he said? Military personnel working on mission critical operations can now provide professional services. I don't need to get a paycheck today to know that there's money in that in the future.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying, but like my thing is like it shows that he realized like if like he had that breakthrough, like he made a commitment. He's like it's like a more of a personal thing. Like when we were talking, it just seems like a years and years of like stuff he was thinking about was like coming out. Like he was thinking about outsourcing it, but like kept on making like an invisible barrier as to why it's not a way. I just feel like
No, there's a different
you're right.
style. There is a different style with which he would like to proceed. The military talks about goals, objectives, plans, strategies, and tactics. Goals, objectives, plans, strategies, and tactics. It is true that there are many different plans that can be successful in this space. Your plan might accelerate things, right? His plan is to take things slowly. Now, I think one of those things is once he starts going slowly, I think this is going to pick up fast because literally the legislation has changed allowing military personnel to do this. All I'm saying is that I believe the money is there. I don't think we need to rush it.
Yeah, you guys are right. You guys are right. Yeah. But like, man, I'm rusty as hell. I was so rusty. I could have done a lot better.
Yeah.
It's all about just like it's
Nobody has the perfect sales pitch. No, like everyone talks about, oh, this is the magical formula. It's messy at the end of the day. And it's great that we have good cop and bad cop and medium cop and, horse cop, whatever you need. But like at the end of the day, I wouldn't have this discussion with Zach unless I thought what he had was something that nobody else that I've seen has except for Jocko Willink. Right, to your point. So I think it is an industry that can have room for multiple players. And since him and his co-founder are both military veterans in theater right now, it's a very compelling argument. By the way, like I spoke to Dr. Wetzel for 2 hours that you introduced me to all. That interview's coming out soon. I talked to Ken Granville from Mindaptive. That interview's coming out soon. So even my personal mentor has military background, and his grandfather blew up Vimy Ridge underneath the Germans. So it's like my whole life has been surrounded by military personnel. So I can see the distinct value in having someone in theater be your accountability coach.
I just feel like
you don't have to get a check today to be successful.
No, not check, but like at that that aha. Like my thing is like someone coming to the aha moment. I felt it coming.
But
like
you
he
don't
was starting to realize he like had to outsource. But like I wanted to really just.
It doesn't have to happen on the call. It doesn't have to happen right now. He may go for a walk. But go ahead, Kappa.
I'm gonna be brutally honest here. I never am. But this is all coming from love. I think it's important that when anyone goes with a sales pitch, they understand their audience and they understand who they're talking to. You're talking to someone who's served our country. You're talking to somebody who has an extreme amount of awareness. He understands what you're doing, brother. He understands where the questions you're saying are navigating him. While that may work on your regular Joe Schmo, this is a member of the United States military who told you he sleeps 2 hours a day. Dude, you're not gonna pitch that guy, bro. He's not gonna do anything off of emotion. Ordinarily, perfect, bro. Ordinarily, you're right on script, I think. But at the end of the day, you're talking to someone who's trained, like who's literally trained.
Bro, man, that doesn't mean he's still a human being, man. Like with the same
That doesn't
problem that all
matter.
the business problem, the same thing that he said, everyone says the same. All business owners have the same problem that he has,
He
and it's
gave
like
you the
I've messed
cues.
up because I still didn't ask. I didn't
No,
answer the
you.
question.
In my honest opinion, I think you pushed general points a little too far. Like it didn't, from my perspective at least, and this is all from a place of love. I love you, Bilal. From my perspective, I felt like you were just not listening to him. And the one thing in sales I've learned, at least, I'm not gonna proclaim to be the most successful, but is you have to listen and treat each individual as an individual. You can't just go at them with a script, especially
I didn't have
someone.
a script. I was listening to him,
No,
and
it didn't sound like it, to be honest, brother. It sounded like you just had a question, right? You let him finish and you just ran to the question. Um, and you
no,
didn't
man.
actually listen to him, and you should have known 30 seconds into the conversation, I'm not selling this guy. I'm not I'm not getting this guy to buy services or anything like that. Because relationships are the currency of life, right? So just like Michael said, knowing him and building a good relationship on trust and belief and value, because we value what he's doing. Like Michael said, that's fucking amazing, dude. That shit just blew my mind that they're able to now do this. That's amazing. And it's gonna be something that's scalable in the future. But you should have realized right off the rip that he understands that it's scalable, but he wants to just take his time. He understands what you were saying. But you were just like running to the points and not really
The only
listening to
thing, yeah,
him.
of course, sometimes you have to ask the same question over and over again because like he has to realize like he's doing the same thing. Like he's like thinking that his same thought process is gonna equate to him having sales. Of course, I have to ask the same question.
Yeah.
It was I don't know, man.
Papa, why didn't you tell us how you really feel?
Yeah, that's it. Because, dude, that's the thing. Like, you have to ask these questions, like these hard questions. It feels like you shouldn't ask them. It feels like we should just stroke their ego.
No, no. Not stroking the ego, brother. It's realizing who you're talking to, and they're giving you like the biggest part of sales is listening to the responses. It's not about the question. It's about the answer that's provided through the question. The question is guiding them towards the end route. You can't just jump to questions. You're like punching. Did you hear his tone change a couple times, brother? You have to understand that like you're just. If I could pick it up, I know he picked it up. You know what I
No
mean?
one's gonna ask those questions to him, man.
Oh yeah, you can ask those questions, brother, but you just don't have to come off as so.
Yeah, you
And this
do.
is all from
You
a place of
do.
love, Bilal. I love
You
you.
do have to come off like that sometimes. Otherwise, they'll never get it.
Sometimes, yes, I understand. Sometimes, but in this circumstance, I think you went about it the wrong way, brother to brother, out of love.
Okay, stop saying that. I hate that, man. So stop saying all that love stuff.
I, you're an emotional guy, so I try to spare your feelings.
No, man, don't you kill. Just love. I love you, and then you say something. Just freaking say it.
I'm being nice. I don't have to be.
No, man.
You
You
should
being nice
appreciate that.
doesn't suit it. You just have to be yourself and just tell me.
That is myself. I'm being nice. Myself is nice. That's my nature.
Dude, I could have done at the end. Maybe I could have listened more, but I felt like shit.
Yeah.
I
I
felt
mean,
like
you should always
what
ask
could I have
yourself.
listened to it? What could I have said? What could I have listened to more? He told me that he's been he told me he does a whole bunch of stuff and he's really busy. Like he's doing this, and he's like he wants to learn. Like I listened to that, and then at the end I made a plan. I'm like, okay, why don't you do this? Why don't you learn with us for 1 week? We cut that time in half, and
That
then
was
at the
beautiful.
end we have a demo. So I listened to him, right?
Yeah, that was beautiful. But I'm saying that along the process, it was your questionnaire seemed unempathetic, and also like you just weren't receptive. Like you were waiting. You know, there's a difference between listening to somebody and just waiting for them to stop talking. You know,
Yeah, yeah, I
that's what
see.
it felt like. And I'm just being honest. You know,
Yeah,
I
because
said,
you get enough information where it's just like, okay, maybe you have to ask this a couple more times.
yeah, I
Hey
get that.
guys, what's up? How you guys doing?
How are you, Anthony?
Nothing. We were just trying to figure out how. Like, I felt like we were trying to like help this guy, and you know, sometimes we have to come to like a breakthrough.
So last year I know I came in. I know Zach. Last year I consulted a company for 6 months, a solar sales company, and the CEO was a young guy. He was about 27. He'd gotten a lot of money really fast. Didn't necessarily know how to scale up a company, pulling the wrong triggers at the wrong time. Um, and one of the things that I emphasized as kind of like his operations consultant was, you have to have a very strong ability to motivate the team that you have right now, but also understand that in solar sales, which can kind of be kind of sleazy sometimes. To be honest, like here in California, a lot of solar sales is like, get the sale now, and there's a lot of negative impact from people that are out there in the solar sale industry. Um, I put a lot of emphasis on him on just like developing relationships with the people that he's selling to, and for his team to do the same. And what that means isn't necessarily like, you know, um, I have to right now close this sale, which a lot of the sellers were really focused on, because they were focused on, just getting another check in and making $20,000 a month, because they would get like crazy ass commissions on those solar sales. But really, at the end of the day, was trying to understand what are the specific pains of each customer, and customers have different segments, right? So there's a segment here in California that buys private solar, or sorry, they buy solar through a lease, right? Through a governmental lease called a PPA, and that's when and that segment is specifically like a lower class, not necessarily really well educated segment. So how do you talk to that person? And then how do you talk to the person who's like, nope, I want to own this solar, and I want it on my house, and I want to pay a loan. And that's kind of like that upper class kind of, I have pretty great credit. So the first thing they had to do was like a long process, and they didn't realize this. They were just too busy trying to just sell, 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 sell. So they had all these pitches. They were iterating all these pitches, but it was specifically just to one, kind of client. The first thing they needed to realize was like, who is my customer? Who is my segment? I will say this, like I personally, I'm bootstrapping right now in L1 blockchain, skills apps, essentially, understanding how we can open source skills data for companies and for individuals as skill identity, as a primitive. If you were to offer me a service right now, I would tell you no, but not because I'm not interested in your service, but because I'm not your segment, because I'm a bootstrapping startup CEO with a team of 7 people already. And we all kind of just believe in that. And you could talk to me in 6 to 12 months from now when we're getting to a point where I pull the trigger on scalable behavior in my company. I would say also don't be too hard on yourself, because maybe Zach is not at that point also with his company. That doesn't mean that he's not growing and he's not making money, but what it means is, maybe your specific target market isn't, the company that's still bootstrapping during a recession in 2022. Like it's just not
Yeah,
the
that
right
makes sense.
time. It's just not the right time for this kind of company. I wouldn't purchase your services no matter how much you try to sell it to me, no matter all of the metrics, everything that you could tell me, all of the things that you could cure. And it's not because I don't want it, but it's because I can't, we can't afford it as a company. We have a lot of other costs to cover. And then B, right now it's just not the time. It's just that I'm an early stage company, right? Get to me when I'm at a growth stage.
Wow.
Yeah, man. That's when I was talking to Zach, I just wanted to like see, it's like I want him to come to the realization, it's like, oh, maybe they can outsource and like it would save time. And that was the idea I was trying to sell. And you're right, timing was everything. And I think Kappa was saying before, like the first 30 seconds I should have known I'm not trying to close him. I just wanted to flesh out some things, and maybe he would come to the realization. But I was really rusty on that. I should have definitely made it seem like I was listening more. But
No,
yeah,
I think where you took it was a stroke of genius, which is if we were, instead of us doing copy for you, if you're looking to learn copy, what if we created a copywriting course and you sold it to the people? Like, that is a stroke of genius.
yeah, he started
Right?
thinking like that. But
Right? It's just one of those things where people are going to have different ways of doing things. Some people will not like the friction. Some people will like the friction. Some people might have a certain level of, oh, we're going above the 75.6 threshold of friction. You know, I look at it all as a messy part of success. I used to try to engineer all of these perfect moments where everyone was happy at all the time, and it's just one of those things where I think no matter what just happened, we're in a better place. We may not have all agree on how things should have went, but we don't have to agree on everything. The greater idea here is we have a Twitter space with a community of practice. We have someone who would like a service, someone I would call a unicorn worth launching, right? And so, is there a way that we can support that while Kappa builds a copywriting business? I think that is true. And I think if we keep that as the objective, for Kappa just getting experience doing this stuff, I think, you got a masterclass today and what it was like to have someone come into the space, talk to you, tell you that they're willing to help you build some experience. We do work within an hour. Then, after the hour and a half, he comes back. We talk to him some more. He likes what he sees, and we're gonna take it to the next step. Write tweets, all that kind of good stuff. And I believe that when we keep delivering on what we said, right, like this copywriting course, which is a great idea, Bilal.
it was my
There's
idea.
an
It wasn't.
opportunity.
It was your idea or his idea.
It's what emerges from the interaction. Digital, go ahead.
I heard copyright. What's the business idea?
Nothing. We're just doing some copy for a guy. But end takeaway was this. So the week, we said that whole week we're gonna do some stuff for him. He's gonna be involved in it, and at the end we could see if we could do an actual structure.
I'm trying to see if and how I can help.
Oh, can you write copy for us?
I need to know what is the idea in the business you guys are talking about. I'm a copyright lawyer.
Kappa, you go.
What's the question exactly? I'm sorry, I just had Amazon woke up.
I was asking what the business that the discussion is surrounding. And
so
what,
the
and
discussion.
what's the gap?
Okay, so the discussion has taken many different turns, but it started as just did he leave? No, someone else left. So basically, just this started as me learning how to get my foot in the door and gain experience doing copywriting for other people. And I think copywriting that you're referring to, you said you're a copyrights lawyer, correct?
So you mean copy? You mean copy?
Yes, yes. Copywriting with a WRITING. Yeah, people often confuse the both. You wouldn't believe how many people are like, "What's copywriting? Isn't that law?" No, it's not this. It's not the same. But yeah. So basically, just putting my foot in the door, getting experience. Because Michael explained to me, no one wants to pay somebody to be their first time writing, right? And I want to know if I'm good or not. And I'm sure that there's so many different areas where I can improve. So my main goal is to write copy and see how well it performs for free. And if it does perform well, I gain a testimonial, someone that says they worked with me and how it worked and how exactly my copy served a certain functionality for the business.
Have you been posting on Twitter?
No, I don't post any copy on Twitter because this account, I'm very confused. So this account, I started NFTs in the beginning of January. Through the process of making NFTs, I fell in love with the descriptive process, writing words, describing things, finding clever ways to use puns to attract attention. And so far, I've heard pretty good things about the way I use certain terminologies, the way I incorporate my humor. But as far as the Twitter itself on this page, no. I do have something new coming. I'm just waiting for the logo to finish before I start that actual Twitter account because I don't want Kappa Crocs Crew to be linked to that. It'll be linked to it, but it'll be a separate style of posting. This is more personal. So for the people that actually know me, that's what the Kappa Crocs Crew is account for. And
Gotcha.
yeah,
I'd suggest speaking to a crypto Twitter member called Hodl, HODL.
I swear I've seen that name.
He writes memes for projects for a living, which is basically copy. Same idea.
Yeah, memes and mixing visual with aesthetic writing. Yes.
Yep.
Okay. And you said his name is Hodl?
Hodl, yeah. Have to just tell him Fidgetal sent you.
Okay.
Good luck, brother.
Thank you, sir. And he said he just does memes. He's strictly restricted to that.
I don't know.
I guess we'll find out.
But he's good at content and understanding audiences and having impact.
That's important. Target audience, avatar, all that.
What's this HODL is? What else would I look up for his?
Let me see what his full one is.
Yeah, thanks.
That's right.
I think that Fidgetal brings up a good point. You know, the ultimate copywriting is a read-write medium, but there's kinesthetic, auditory, read-write, and visual. And so with memes provide like all of those things because they reference back to a show. So it's a great way to encode information. So
it's Hodl Solana. HODL Solana. HODL Solana. HODL Solana.
Solana. Hodl Solana.
Yeah. Yep. He's got a Pepe.
Is it dot? Is it Hodl dot Solana?
No, just Hodl Solana.
I'm not seeing it.
Really?
It's all one word, correct? I'm sorry if I sound stupid.
Yeah, capital HODL and then lowercase Solana at Hodl Solana.
Yeah, it works. I just invited him.
There you go.
No, it's still not popping up.
HODL Solana. Yeah, I'll text it to you one sec. So what happened?
I found it. Is it a goblin?
No, it's a Pepe.
Pepe?
The frog.
Humble farmer, meme lord?
Yeah, I'm sure that's him.
So Fidgetal, what happened was
we figured it out,
Cap,
guys.
So what happened, Fidgetal, is Cap is looking to build a portfolio in copywriting, and Zach just popped in the room magically and said, "Hey, I'm looking for a copywriter helping military personnel and leadership that are in theater provide high-level performance coaching to founders who need to be held accountable." And so that's kind of how it just started. And Zach was here for a little bit, and we're kind of just going to be taking it forward. And so we have a little bit of a small community of practice, and essentially I'm kind of the sales guy, right? And I can,
He's the bridge.
you know, yeah.
It's funny. A friend of mine who's a couple of friends of mine who are huge influencers are secretly starting an agency of for Twitter voices, basically for Twitter brands that you can go to if you need help or you want a certain style of voice for your Twitter.
So our Substack is digitalmercenary.substack.com.
So that's what you're doing. A very similar thing is what you're looking to do.
Yeah, it's just one of those things where I'm a headhunter, right? So I just happen to have a Rolodex that goes back 20 years. So whether it's, a CFO or a smart contract developer, it's all the same thing. We have these small groups together, and we have the CFO as a service. You know the deal. And it's kind of decentralized syndicate that kind of gets together in small 2-pizza teams, gets stuff done, and disbands. So if you know like-minded people, would love to touch base. I'm in Toronto.
Sure, I'll be in Winnipeg next week actually. Give me a follow.
Yes. Okay. Beautiful. Done. I'm gonna send you my LinkedIn.
Can I get
For the
your
you
can I
can
get your
kind of put
social
it.
card too? No, I'm just kidding. Oh man.
Yeah.
Digital, thank you for the resource knowledge and the
Pleasure.
recommendations.
Pleasure. That's what we're here for, right? To help.
Absolutely, brother. I found this at least in the NFT space, bro. It's a wild, wild world. Everyone's like, yeah, bro, we're all out here to help each other, and it's like never hear from anybody again. It's kind of crazy.
Well, again, we went from a bull market to a bear market, so
Oh
it's
yeah.
don't take it personally.
Oh no, I don't take it personal at all. I kind of just stepped back and observed it, and I was like, okay, um, my initial intention, uh, to gain knowledge from these people, was met, and throughout the process, it just became a lot of shilling and stuff like that. So, and they're doing their thing. There's nothing against that. It's just that for me right now, as a young man trying to learn as much as possible, who's passionate and driven, but also at the same time internally conflicted with which route to travel down, if that makes sense. I find it more beneficial to be in your spaces, Michael, because then this is the since January between now, this has probably been the most influential experience yet, because as you mentioned, I got to hear pretty much a live sales call, right? That's what I describe it as, like kind of like the way that Bilal and Zach interacted with each other was that of a cold sales call. Um,
Yeah,
Obviously
it was
he had,
gorgeous. Yeah.
yeah, no, it was amazing, and like I said, I I used to do business to business sales in the roughest area in New Jersey, so I understand what it's like. You can't you can't. I learned that shit real quick because I call everyone brother, and I did that shit, bro, and I almost got jumped, bro. That shit, you can't do that. You just gotta know who you're talking to, and respect people. Because like for Zach, I have the utmost respect for anybody who serves in our military, and the fact that he said he slept 2 hours a night was like, damn, bro, this guy's fucking dedicated, bro.
Yeah, a lot of people say that with their mouth, but it's only a handful of people that you would actually believe that from.
Oh yeah, oh
You
yeah.
know?
That's why
Yeah.
for me, that's why I was getting a little stressed because our initial conversation was that of henceforth value, right? I don't want to charge for anything, dude. I don't want to get
It
paid
was,
for this.
yeah, no, I believe that if you can help people get what they want, you'll get what you want,
Mm-hmm.
right? So, Digital, the interesting thing about Zach's business is that for the first time in theater, military leadership are able to bill for professional services for civilian duties.
Is this a
That's
new
the
law
first.
change?
Sorry? Yes, a law changed allowing them to do that. And so, him being a military personnel and so is his co founder, they're kind of on the bleeding edge of this legislation in terms of monetizing the implications.
Interesting. It's kind
It's
of
a
like
beautiful.
I'm doing a project in the NIL space. Similar situation.
What does NIL stand for, if I may ask?
Name, image, and likeness. The fact that college students can monetize now.
Like personalizing brands.
Oh, you talking about NCAA players getting money for their shoes?
I'm talking about a decentralized marketplace that connects brands of all size to college and high school players of all sizes.
So you're saying LeBron James, when he's dunking in kindergarten, can get signed with Nike? Wow.
Exactly.
Wow.
And smaller brands can it's matching. Right, there's a lot of smaller players that would match with small brands, but the cost of and the desire of brokers or middlemen to even do those deals is not worth the time. So it's helping all layers of kinds of athletes, so that they hopefully can build brands and build business, even if their sporting career ends for some
It's
reason.
funny because, like, I see all of these crazy dunkers on TikTok, right? And I'm like, I wonder if they're signed, right? This guy's like doing behind the back, through the legs. And it's like Vince Carter on drugs, and it probably is. God knows what they're doing. But The market is ripe for that.
Agreed. Go ahead.
I've seen so many. Sorry, Fizz.
Dude, imagine you could have imagine in an era of, essentially it's kind of like And One,
Exactly.
right? Remember And One brought up all the best street ballers? I used to watch that shit all the time.
Yeah, dude. I played college ball. They used to call me White Chocolate when I was a kid. I learned all my I learned all my moves from And One and Jason
The
Williams.
professor.
And,
The professor is still breaking ankles.
Yep.
Man.
Used to be able to do all that shit. The idea is using decentralization to get rid of brokers in general. So this is one use case, but democratizing and making money more efficient.
Yeah, it's kind of like allowing for an athlete. Correct me on my perception. It's allowing an athlete to explore other avenues without necessarily jeopardizing their career. One, two, also allowing for them a path that, because as I'm sure you're fully aware, there's a minimal rate compared to the total amount of people or applicants that try to get into like the major leagues of things, and they dedicate their whole lives to this sport, sacrificing relationships, time with family, opportunity for financial growth. They sacrifice it all just to pursue this one avenue. Speaking of somebody who did that in high school, I tossed away everything, football all fucking day, all night. I threw footballs at trees for a living, for crying out loud. And I've known so many people who who did the same thing, put their heart and soul into it, ended up suffering an injury, and next thing you know, all you have in life is this unique skill that's no longer of use because you can't get into a major league that'll pay you for that skill.
Correct. And the project goes deeper. Also, one of my avenues of business is real estate investor and developer. So it's also providing the opportunity for whoever can earn enough money to create a charity that does kind of what their mission is, and also invest half the money into traditional asset portfolios, so that they have money being saved and earning, as well as if they can make it a successful project, they have a job and a career afterwards, running the foundation and putting their money to good use.
Yeah,
financial literacy, all that stuff.
Yeah, so they're becoming multi-dimensional in their functionality as a human.
Correct.
Wow, that's amazing, bro. I really do wish you the best of luck. If you ever need any writing or anything like that done, I definitely wouldn't mind helping you for a testimonial or anything like that.
Sure, shoot me a DM. I'm launching 3 projects within the next 2 months, so we always need content.
Yeah, like I said, completely free. Because just like I said, I won't come up here and tell you that I know what I'm doing, because I don't. And at the end of the day, it's a process. So trial and error. Some of the best copy in certain niches wouldn't necessarily translate over to a different niche. So it's always an experience. And I thank you. I'm gonna shoot you a DM.
Yeah, check out SW3 NFT.
SW3, is this an account on Twitter?
Yeah.
SW3. Hopefully we don't go through the same thing we just went through with Huddle.
I don't. Oh no, you'll find it. SW3 NFT.
NFT. Oh, yep, found it. Give that a.
Think of some copy that you might.
Absolutely.
And DM me.
Absolutely. Tonight I'm going to. Tonight I'm probably going to be off the internet for the rest of the evening. Going to visit my friend.
There's no rush. It's a weekend.
Oh yeah. Just got out the hospital. Good guy. Follow. Back to there.
I got to bounce. DM me and have a great weekend, everybody.
Okay, thank you so much, Fidgetos.
Nice to meet you guys.
It was a pleasure meeting you.
Cheers, guys.
Cheers. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're listening, this is the SquareSpace, where we hold Degen conversations in a broadcaster's voice. Today, we have learned a whole bunch. We have spoken with many, many individuals and taken this subject matter to many different realms. But one thing has been consistent amongst all subjects, and that is we are all learning. And to not say I love you to Bilal, he does not like it too much.
We love you.
Yeah, like I said, it's just who I am, bro. Especially when I care about people, and I perceive, everybody's got their different things. You know, what I mean, certain people can take information a certain way.
Yeah, I tried to interject too. So.
Yeah,
He said,
I felt when he said
I
I
tried to
tried.
give them Arkansas analogies, and none of them worked.
I was hoping that he was. I mean, hey, at the end of the day, I can't discredit it. Like his the finality of that conversation definitely did not go like without purpose. Um, Especially seeing the end result. I just felt like personally, and maybe it's just because I understand what's happening. I don't know, but I just felt like it was just way too. What's the best way to put robotic?
I mean, I think it's amazing that you got another copyrighted client potentially.
Yeah, I thank you, Michael. Like I keep saying it, I'm gonna keep saying it and demonstrate it through my capacity to perform. That just this platform, being able to be here, and you extending the knowledge that you possess that took you years to get, and sharing that with me. That's something people go to college and school for,
Yeah, I'm gonna be sending you a bill. What do you think, motherfucker?
Yeah, I'll pay you in the currency
Yeah,
of life,
I'm
brother.
gonna tokenize my time. You can buy fucking Ethereum. You freeloading asshole.
Oh my
Just
god.
put it on the book.
Yeah.
Charge it to the game.
Yeah. By the way, Kappa, you owe me $6,000.
Yeah, exactly. But
I'll send reach out in 10 years. You're successful. You look like you're doing well for yourself. That's great. Where's my cut?
yeah. Fuck, you didn't read the small print when you entered into space? This is
Yeah.
K-pop, BTS, and cryptocurrencies.
We've never talked about like half of those subjects. It's
Yeah, I know, right? It is all kind of a song and dance. Wouldn't you agree?
Absolutely, brother.
But here's the thing that I think was the most impressive to me was when you were talking to Fidgetal and you said you didn't have any experience. That didn't hurt your sale. Did you notice that? You didn't care.
No.
Right?
In this form, see now it would change if I was doing a cold call to some business and was trying to make myself or the perceived value of my services exaggerated, But in this situation, I always find these Twitter spaces to just be open, honest, transparent. If I think about what I'm saying too much, I'll get caught up. And honestly, bro, that's attributed to you and your reaction to my words because you poke holes in the shit that I say, which exposes those holes. And I look back and I say, well, why the fuck did I even say that a certain way? And it's because I'm so accustomed to driving this perceived value that I don't even notice that I'm talking like I know what I'm doing, but I don't know what I'm doing. So I should probably just fucking lead with that.
I think it's amazing that you were able to tell him that you didn't have any experience and he was completely fine with it.
Yeah. That's either a testament to my honesty or a testament to his character. The future.
And it happened twice, actually.
Yeah.
In a room full of people where they're telling everyone they're an expert, maybe the person who admits that they don't know what they're doing actually has a unique opportunity. Hi, my name is Kappa. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing, but I'm willing to do it for you.
That's my fucking mission statement, bro. Oh my gosh.
Would you? Are you willing to have me make mistakes on your brand?
Are you willing to lose it all?
Yeah. I'm going to make a lot of mistakes, and I'm also going to tell you that you know what, we're probably not going to be all that successful. Are you still there?
Are you still there?
Yeah, the one thing is are you willing to lose it all to win? Because that's the piece that I think in the end, drive them over the end, they'll be happy. The money will come.
Mm-hmm.
It's good. It's good. It's a good use case because a lot of people, and the thing is, I haven't really published any of the meta of what we've been doing here. Does that make sense? The meta is that one, you can go from zero to a community of practice, and two, you can generate value in the form of statements of work and paid gigs with that community of practice. I haven't written that up, but that's exactly what's happening. You know, and we have an ecosystem, and sometimes lions don't like the way cheetahs act, and sometimes jaguars get upset at lions. And to me, it's all a part of the wonderful mess.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't have to be clean for it to be effective.
Absolutely.
You know, there's if you can get comfortable with the good cop, bad cop, right? The Bilal approach is useful, right? Right? You know, I just look at it as good cop, bad cop. You know, you did the good cop. You know, Bilal gets to ask all the tough questions. Ask away. Beautiful. So now we understand where he's coming from. We have more information than we did before. And if anything, all his answers tell me that this is still an unexplored opportunity. Now, I say unexplored when quotes. Jocko Willick is doing this better than anyone. He has the whole website all created, right? So, you know, what Bilal, brought up was gold, right? We found out who was doing this better than anyone else, right? So it's very, very valuable.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, the questions, questions induce answers. Answers produce insight.
Dude, it got me itching though. I started looking back into my old job. I'm like, man, I gotta definitely do this again.
He's not about to pick the old phone
The
up.
only thing is, who's writing the copywriting course below?
I don't know, man. I'm just thinking about like I remember the days like when I would like do like 8 calls like this a day, and then like getting the breakthrough is like when they give the it's like you're helping them a lot. Like when
No, but I want to know who's writing the copywriting course that you offered him.
I didn't offer him that. Like I didn't. I swear to God, it wasn't my idea.
No, you actually did. You said, "Hey, in a week, we're gonna talk about this copywriting course that you can use to train your military
Like
leadership."
what I
Who's
heard
writing
from
that?
him, he's like his excuse for not starting right now was like he wants to learn about all this, so he wants to do it himself. He's a do-it-yourself type person. You know, that's what he did for all his life, and he's doing everything. And he wants to see if it's like, if someone's bullshitting him. So it's like, you guys just do everything, like the website, the demo, like do a little chatbot, whatever, and like walk it through him, like all the lead generation and A/B testing, whatever it is, and at the end be like, all right. So it's like, this is what we could do for you, and our retainer is like $500 or whatever, and like give a solution that like, because like you could learn all those pain points after like a week or whatever, and that's it.
No, but we told them that we were gonna. You said that you talked about the copywriting course, right?
I
With him.
swear, man, that's what I meant. That like,
Yo, this guy's talking so fast he can't remember what he promised the client. What the fuck?
I promised. I said that
Yo,
like
you
we're gonna.
promised this guy
I said
a
that you
copy.
guys. First of all, it's gonna be you two. I'm not doing Jack. It's gonna be.
I know.
So you
That's what I
solicited me,
wanted you to
motherfucker. Oh
vocalize.
yeah.
I
So
wanted
I
you to
vocalized that in the
vocalize that.
conversation. I'm like, yeah.
Yeah.
These guys are gonna do this.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes.
So, so just one of those things where, again, that's why I wanted to talk about it.
Oh yeah.
Who's doing
Oh,
what?
dude, I thought that was clear.
Yeah, it was like Bilal was standing there like, get in this jail cell. He was like, well, let me think about the jail cell for a while. Bilal was like, no, get in the fucking jail cell.
No, man, I was the warden.
Yeah.
Dude, I'm watching this Kappa. You gotta watch this. Well, I mean, it's Web3, a libertarian dystopia, and it's just like it just makes me realize everything about like Web3. It's so weird.
What's it on? Is it on TV, phone?
It's on YouTube. It's this girl. She's kind of cute too. It's like
My wifey was wondering why you were so why you were using the language and talking the way you were on the call with Zach, and I'm like, oh, Bilal's going through an existential crisis where he's realizing the true nature of power. Don't worry.
Oh man.
I can see it from the tweets that you've been going down the rabbit hole, and it's
But
you know,
the thing is, I'm not in the rabbit hole. You'll never see me in the. I'm never in the rabbit hole. I'm not in the rabbit hole. I am, because if you stay in the
that's
rabbit
nice.
hole, then you're fucked.
That's,
I'm out of the
yeah,
rabbit
that's nice. Bilal. We see it. It's okay.
I'm out of the rabbit hole.
It's okay. We see it. It's good to be in the rabbit hole.
I'm not
for
in
you
it.
to see
I'm not in it
all the
though.
things.
I'm
Okay.
I'm not in the rabbit
No, you're right. You're right.
Does it look like it? All you guys have seen me do is like try
Yeah, man.
my best to help somebody out, and then afterwards, that's it.
It's okay. It's okay that you're in the rabbit hole. It's fun.
But I'm not in the rabbit
It's
hole.
good. It's good.
Not in the rabbit hole.
It's good for you to be seeing these things.
I
Right?
don't look schizo in the freaking in my Twitter, right? I look normal.
Yeah, you do.
No, I
You
don't.
look like you're fucking insane.
No, I don't. I look
Dude.
normal. I'm very in my Twitter. I'm very normal. Web3. Am I normal on my Twitter?
I'm telling you. I'm telling you right now.
Web3.
Yeah. So it's just one of those things where like we've all gone down that rabbit hole. All right. Like that's why I interviewed people about the Bitcoin civil war and why they deleted opcodes from the original implementation and how we're not following the white paper. Like, believe me, I've seen it.
Dude, these are all your things, and you're thinking these things because I inspired that. I was a spark.
Dude, I was a financial advisor in 2007. Okay. I was a licensed. I'm the only person probably in all of these rooms who's actually sold investments. Right. So,
That's true.
you know, it's just one of those things where it's like, yeah. Oh, that's nice. Oh, you're discovering the retail guillotine. That's cute.
Oh man.
You know,
but it's cracks. There's like cracks in the system. We operate in a very very like the systems that we operate in are just like corrupt in nature, right?
Yeah, this is the same thing. Like if you look at the Kanye West interviews, you'll see him realizing this and trying to tell people, and he's yelling at people in the interview. I love it. It's good. It's a good thing to go through when you say, you know what, fuck all of this bullshit. I can't touch nothing of this. I'm gonna work on affecting my corner of the world where I can interact with people because I can't control a lot of this shit.
Dude, I got it. Like, there was on LinkedIn. I got a job, like not an offer, but like somebody was reaching out to me, like, "Oh, hey, we need a community manager," and it was for like this like metaverse company, and like I just like looked at it, and I was like, I felt like throwing up, man. I'm just like, man,
It doesn't it feel like disgusting and dirty? It's like, yeah, you want me to use my powers for this bullshit? No way.
But then no, I'm not like that on my Twitter. I don't look like that on my Twitter. I look normal on my Twitter.
It's all good. We've all been there. Like I said, it's one of those things where I think we landed in a good place, right? All we have to do is figure out who's going to write this copywriting course for the military.
I swear it wasn't a copywriting course, but like the thing
No,
is,
it's not. But it's what we said we would do, and well, no, what you said we would do. The reason I'm joking around about this is because I can write this on the back of a napkin. The copywriting course, so that's not a problem. You know, it's just the magic in writing a copywriting course for military people to deliver is that it's not the copywriting course, it's their military leadership that will transform that Socratic dialogue, right? Because everyone has a course on, who is your product avatar and what is their demographics? You know, that shit's already written. We don't have to redesign the wheel. We just have to parse it and design pattern it into the military profile. Goals, objectives, plans, strategies, tactics. I know this shit because my mentor for 20 years is a military personnel going back 3 generations.
That's awesome. I'm glad, man. I really like. Yeah, I'm glad that it was like that. I honestly thought that it was supposed to be like you guys would just be doing like the website and the like a little demo for everything, and then like kind of like giving you a peek all along
Here's
the
the
way.
thing: what they want is different than what they need.
Yeah,
And if they trust you and respect you, they will tell you what their goal is. And that was the biggest thing. He told us what the objective was. And now that we know what the objective was, which is like a Tinder-like B2B or B2C marketplace, matching up coaches from the military with people who need specific types of coaching, then that's fantastic. Imagine getting a military-grade copywriter from like the NSA doing your copyright. Fuck an AI. Let's hire the guy from the fucking FBI to write your copy. That'd be crazy,
Oh yeah.
right? You know. So the opportunity there is, you know, it's one of those things. If the idea is bad, I want money. If the idea is good, I want equity. Right. So it's I always keep that in the back of my mind. So when I'm sizing up the opportunity, I'm like, is this good enough for me to want a piece of the action? And if it is, let's make sure that we understand what's at play. And Bilal, you helped us understand the lay of the land. And we all did. And it doesn't need to be, again, it doesn't need to be emotionally clean the whole time. It's just one of those things where now we're in a better place of understanding. And that's good enough for me.
Sorry.
Nothing to be sorry about. There's nothing to be sorry about. Right? We all have our individual strengths.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and invariably when our strengths are different, we're going to perceive other people's strengths as weaknesses or maybe not as important, but it's all part of the soup, the minimum viable ecosystem. Yeah, the copywriting course.
Yeah, I mean,
Just
I can
confirm with them. Just like sum it up in a whoever Kappa. You did it right.
Yeah, I told him, I said thank you for stopping by. What I'm gonna do for you is I'm gonna draw up a couple tweets for you. And send you some fascinations that you can play with on the website. And insert.
I would create memes for him. Fidgetal had the right idea. It's not copyright.
I'm
if
not
you
good
can
with
create memes,
Wait. What was Kappa saying? Sorry, Michael.
Oh, I was just saying. I just said I was gonna do. I said I was going to draw up a couple tweets, maybe even emails for his email list, and fascinations for his product in general for just for free. I told him, I said I'd rather just do that for you for free, and send that to you. So this way he doesn't think like, oh, this guy's not
Yeah,
even gonna
exactly.
do it.
Like show him in the week, just like like everything that for everything to learn basically, and at the end, like have like a proposition. That's it.
Yeah, that's my strongest area. That's my weakest area. Part of me, is the I always had a problem, especially in B2B. Was my biggest problem was the assuming the sale. Right. I always felt like I was too either sympathetic or empathetic for a person to just kind of use my knowledge to, force that action. But sometimes I acquired it later on as I walked the streets of Paterson, New Jersey, in a suit, tie, and pocket square. Yeah. You ever get a chance, go look up Paterson, New Jersey. You'll see why I take pride in not being killed out there and getting sales. Shit was tough, bro. I had people come up to me, man, and they'd be like, good people too. I think it was just a reflection of my energy, to be honest. They come up to me and they were like, yo, man, I'm just gonna let you know, don't walk down that street, bro. Like that. Bro, do you know how the fuck am I supposed to go on after that? I just go pitch somebody like my life's not in jeopardy.
Man, we shouldn't even be exposed to places like that. Like it shouldn't even be like that. I think that the weirdest things are so normal for us, eh? Like the weirdest things in like everything in life, if we normalize it, it's like shit. Like That sucks.
No, it's just a testament to my kind energy, you know? Like I believe that all of our emotions to some degree distort the frequency that we operate at. And I think that the world reacts to that and people react to that as well. And I understood fully where I was. I understand fully the possible probabilities and consequences of being there. And especially being dressed the way that I was dressed, you know. People I mean, my outfit was probably worth less than $100, but just the appearance of a suit and tie makes people think, "Oh, that guy's got money. Let's go get him," you know. And thankfully, you know, albeit if it was the Lord or just my energy, you know what I mean. Something watched over me out there, and like I said, I didn't run into any issues. I had many people stop me, and out of the kindness of their heart, kind of just tell me which areas to avoid, which areas to not walk down, at what time I should probably leave the area, which was really, really cool. And I think that it may be arrogant saying that, but I think it was just a reflection of my kindness and my nature, and I was running into people that were subconsciously reacting to that, if that makes sense. I remember sitting down on the side of the street, talking with some kid who got kicked out from his grandma's house for his political opinion. And I sat down and I was talking with this kid, younger than me, and very smart, driven individual. And it was like a trap spot, dude. It was like fucking like I seen people coming in, coming out, slinging handshakes, all sorts of weird shit. And I was just with this homeless kid right there, just chilling, talking. He was saying what's up to everybody, so it's kind of like it was like one of those situations where it's like who you know, and I ended up knowing somebody that the people in that immediate community respected, and they saw me with him, so they didn't try anything, you know.
No, man, having good energy is just like it's everything.
Yeah. Now, granted, I'm not saying if I walk through Iraq, I'm not going to catch a stray bullet, but
If you walk through, you maybe you can, like the way you just do. You could just walk through. Like there must be people. I don't know. It's possible if you have that swag.
yeah, and I think it's just being focused on a certain thing and not allowing the environmental circumstances / probabilities get into your head, because I think the more you focus on a negative outcome, the more probable a negative outcome becomes, because you're putting that energy into the universe. Like it's gonna react.
100%, man. Yo, for like 10 years, I felt like my energy was like disrupted because like I probably told you this, right? Like the fillings in my teeth, the mercury. It's like that metal. It just like interfered with like my electricity. It just was like a toxic thing. It just like it corrupted it almost. So like subconsciously, like all my thoughts would just be like producing a negative outcome in the matrix. Like it would just like having that like I kind of know like which thought processes were like good for having that good outcome. Like being able to do what you did. And then like I would just notice like it would be disrupted. And like ever since I got the mercury removed from my teeth, things have changed. So like I feel are like how you have that good outcome. Something is like affecting us as like a population. Like they're tuning us as a frequency so that we don't have that feeling. They take it away. If that makes sense. Does that make sense?
No, yeah, because negativity attracts negativity, and if you want to transcend that to the frame of the mind, right? I think that if you think negative, you believe negative, negative happens to you. How are you going to perceive the world through a positive lens? You know what I mean? It's like negative, 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 positive. Like, nah, that's not. It's just not how it works. It's law of attraction. I know some people interpret that as, if you think a certain way, you're going to attract people that do think a certain way. I think that throughout this process, like of me just naturally doing things without really cognitively processing them as like a game plan. Like when I come into these spaces, right, I'm not like, oh, I'm gonna go into this space. I'm only gonna be in this space for this amount of time. And my objective of joining this space is this. I just kind of free flow naturally, and then as I free flow naturally, I think I attract other people that free flow naturally. And what I find is that their energy aligns, right? Like it's not we're all in different niches, doing different things, but the energy at which we're trying to pursue something for a certain goal, it's all pretty much aligned, almost to a scary correlating degree.
Bro, now that you're on that thought process, I want you to. Okay, I think what us in this space, like we were actually like productive. Okay, and that was like one. I don't know. It was a very. I felt like that was rare. And now go through the spaces, and then just like look at the titles, and then notice like what's being generated at the end, like what's the output, like is there something being accomplished by like this collective of people all in a room, right? Like all this mind power, like what's it being used towards, like what's the output, right? Just like notice that and then go through it and just tell me what you think. Just a thought experiment.
Yeah.
And then because like I came to this realization, like the whole Bitcoin stuff, right? It's been around for how long now?
Since like what, 2012?
2012. So like 10 years, 13 years?
Yeah, roughly around that range.
So, and like Bitcoin, it's like a very energy consuming thing. It's like, you know about that? Like how much?
Yeah. It's not good for energy. It's more so of a consumer.
Like yeah, exactly. And it's like all this like all the thought power, like we like people thinking about it, like what came out of it, kind of like what came out of it.
It's to a certain degree, I'd like to think that it's kind of worship to a certain sense, right?
Yeah, like it's like totally like it's like the thing. Like I used to work like I definitely understand like Bitcoin. Like it stands behind freedom. It stands behind autonomy. It's like it's all
I
that
wouldn't.
stuff.
Sorry. No, I was gonna say that Bitcoin. And like I said, I'm fairly rough into the experience, but from what I understand, which is minimal at best, Bitcoin isn't. It's not gonna be. It started. Bitcoin was like the old 1940s aircraft, and throughout life, they showed us that you can go and you can fly, right? But as we start to realize the errors in that plane, we're going to start to develop new technologies to help assist that plane's main goal of functionality. Yeah, I think that's the best way to say it. But Bitcoin, to me, is not the cryptocurrency of the future. In fact, I agree with Dan Pena's assumption or assessment, which is that when the world finds out who created Bitcoin, people will not be able to run fast enough to sell it.
Yeah.
He knows more. He's a billionaire, dude. He knows what you and I can only dream of. Like the networks he has, bro. The people he knows. If he says something like that, bro, like you should read into it. Like you should probably fucking be like, yeah, it's not bad to hold some Bitcoin, but don't make that like this is like what I'm betting my whole savings on. Like I wouldn't do that.
Yeah, I mean, and like it's always been about like education for like years and years and years. Like anytime it's like a cycle, it's like we gotta educate the new people, and it's like we gotta tell them about Bitcoin and how great it is. But it's like if it were like so innovative, like shouldn't like we be on to it by now? Like shouldn't it be a thing? But it's always like I don't know.
No, it's what I acknowledged initially as a mob mentality, and this is somebody who's been in rallies. I've been in different political settings where I saw the climate change as the population that was partaking in these events changed. And at the end of the day, like you said, it's education, right? Like, but the problem with that education is that you have to be weary of your teacher and weary of the lectures they're teaching you, right? And you have to ask yourself, what does this person stand to gain from teaching me this or teaching me how to view this in a certain way? And if someone's teaching you like, yo, Bitcoin's the way, Bitcoin's the only way, like I thought that's why people were like against religion nowadays was because of how like down the throat it was, how cultish it was, right? Like, yo, like you need this. If you don't have this, like you're a piece of shit. You're not really supporting the movement. Like, no, you should be educating people on the principles and functionality and where it's wrong, like lead by where it's wrong, and then tell people by like what the goal is, right? Like, what is the goal? If you can't tell me the goal or the end vision for something, then you probably shouldn't be educating me on it. Yeah.
Yeah, man. That's so refreshing to hear. Like you kind of put my thoughts together in words. Yeah, man. Like it's just like it's like this input, all the input that we're putting in, it's like into this thing. And what do we sorry, what do we produce? Like something decentralized, anything like that? It's like no, that wasn't built. And nothing. Yeah. Do you? What else would you do? Do you see? What about in, like other things, like businesses, like innovation stuff? I don't know.
Well, I think that merchants, when Bitcoin first started, I remember seeing something about it at like stores and stuff like that, right? Like they were like, "Oh, we might do Bitcoin, we might not." Da, da, da. But I'm starting to see a lot of merchants go with different cryptocurrencies, which tells me that Bitcoin is not going to be Bitcoin, in my non-professional opinion, and this is just an assumption too as well. So if you're listening, don't take this as fact or legal advice or financial advice. I can see Bitcoin becoming the digital version of gold, something that becomes rare in the future due to its circulation, and then other other cryptocurrencies becoming more regular. So just like how we have the dollar, and then we have a $20 bill, we have a $10 bill, we have a $50 bill, and then we have a $100 bill. I think that Bitcoin will be that $100 bill, and other cryptocurrencies that serve as the dollar and $10 and $5 and $20, they will be more so mass, like in mass, I guess. Like what Solana's doing, like crossing the merchants and stuff like that, getting merchants to accept it as a form of payment. I think that's the most proper route. I haven't heard or seen anything from Bitcoin itself, like regarding that department. And like I said, I'm minimally educated at best, so my opinion is just merely that.
No, it's good to have that. Yeah, the cryptocurrencies too. Cryptocurrencies is just like who's making them. And it's like, I just feel like there should be just like a privacy one, like Monero, and then like Chainlink is there too, and like all the others. Like what is cryptocurrency doing?
Well, all it's doing really, right? So it's like kind of breaking it down to a local region. It's almost like, so like I live in a town that's a part of a city that's a part of a state, right? So it's like this town, it's like me and Billy trading on a currency that we created, right? And then that currency is going to change in its value when we start trading with the city. And then that currency will change when the city starts interacting with the state, and then so on and therefore. One cryptocurrency I always tell people to look out for, and this is just a hunch, and my intuition usually doesn't run me too far astray from reality. Is XRP. I think
Ripple.
XRP and Ripple is the
Yeah.
is going to be the most. It's going to be corporatized, and it's probably going to back whatever digital system actually gets implemented.
Yep.
From a governmental standpoint.
Yep. And guess what? That's just centralization. Is just going back to that, right?
I mean, it always was, right? Decentralization was just a ploy to get many people into it, right? Become reliant on it.
It was
So it's
just a
like
scam.
Apple. So it's like Apple saying, "Oh, you need this, you need this, you need this, you need this." Now it's gotten to a point where you either have Apple or Android, or you're like you just don't have nothing. You know what I mean? Like it's they made it see they created a perceived problem. They proposed a solution. They drove the perceived value of the solution up to make it seem like it was something socially demanded. Like, yo, it's decentralized. No, bro. Like, you have to understand. Like, if you want anyone who understands a free market understands that even in a free market, there's still central powers. You know what I mean?
Yep. Dude, that's so perfect. You said it nicely. Because like everything that we're seeing, what's it based off of? It's like the marketing, It's like pump and dumps. It's like Ponzi's. It's like someone knows more information than the other. It's like these influencers, like they're literally telling us in our face, like, oh, my toxic trait is dumping on followers, on my followers, and
Yeah.
everyone's just like, we're just like staring at it like it's like, oh yeah, it's like,
And yeah, I mean, I've never in my life, like I've made NFTs, right? I've never actually bought an NFT because I don't, and this is no disrespect to anybody out there busting their ass to build a project. I just don't see them as a digital asset. I don't see them as something that's actually worth something, you know? Like, and it's also something that can be stolen. Tell him, yeah, that
I'm going. Anthony, we go there when he's done eating.
but yeah,
yeah, it's like a file. It's like, yeah, yo, the problem, like the reason why NFTs got so popular, it's like they were solving the problem. Oh, sorry.
No, it's okay, Bilal. I'm sorry.
No, it was solving. Everyone was just lonely during COVID time, and like NFT just brought people kind of together, and it was like a community thing, and then blah blah blah. Yeah, but then it just like, what was it actually doing?
I mean, I think a lot of people. I think the intention between so the main market driver, I think, in NFTs, and many people might disagree with me on this, is hype. And when hype is at the forefront of your marketing strategy, people are no longer looking at things for their value. What they're doing, right, is they're looking at, oh, an influencer bought this, I should buy this. This is gonna mean something. Oh, this person bought this, I should buy it. It's gonna mean something. And then word of mouth travels like a small little fire on the driest day you can imagine, it covered in dead leaves, and it just expands and people and it's FOMO, right? They're taking two of the most important aspects of marketing and putting those at the forefront of all projects, which is hype and FOMO. If you don't buy this, you're early, you're this and that, right? If you look at the verbiage of it, it's all just soliciting a promise. It's like a project, it's like a business pitching somebody for funding and saying, well, you're early. We're going to be something. How are you going to be something? Well, we're going to do this, this, and this. How are you going to do that? With the funding you give me. What? Like, you know what I mean? Like, what do you mean? Like, it doesn't make any, from a business analytical standpoint, I struggle to find the importance in that infrastructure and how that even helps people. It doesn't help.
Infrastructure. Yeah, yo, good point. Infrastructure. It's like the infrastructure. There's no decentralized infrastructure, and whatever, like, we didn't build anything. We didn't build jack. Like the whatever Bitcoin nodes that people talk about. It's like there's a collective of people that run those miners. It's like China has like a huge portion, and then we didn't build out any type of infrastructure, and like the internet is totally like what I think it's like we could have built like a mesh network like all together as something and make something decentralized like that.
But
it's tough. Go ahead.
What leads me astray is that people, when I got my start in NFTs and cryptocurrencies, everyone put such an emphasis on, oh, it's decentralized, no government regulations, and I'm like, wait, you do realize how fucked up this is gonna be? This is like a free, chaotic environment where people are just allowed to go sell shit, tell people it's gonna be this, this, and this, and it's not, and then they lose money.
Who profited from that? Who profited from the, like that? When people that profit off the no regulation is those big players in the first place. They're like, oh, what the hell? We could do this, and they manipulate us so nicely.
Oh yeah, because they understand what's coming. They understand that once corporations and the government gets involved, which was always the goal. I don't understand how people could look at this I'll use the word again, this infrastructure. I don't understand how people could look at this and say, "Oh yeah, we're all going to self-govern ourselves. We're all going to live autonomously. We're all going to do this. We're all going to function as single individuals. We're going to control our own this and this." Like, bro, it doesn't work that way in the real world. What makes you think that would transfer into the digital world? Decentralized is just a protocol in the tech from the technological standpoint. It's not. People tried to make it up. The sales pitch was, well, decentralized means no central power. There's no government. Well, wrong, because you still have mob mentality, right? If fucking Yuga Labs turns around and says, yo, this project shit, guess what? Everyone that's a part of their community is going to say that it's shit. It's eventually going to reach your community, and your community is probably going to fucking abandon you. Will it most likely happen? I don't know, but I'm saying that the mob mentality of these bigger projects, they serve as central entities. If you want to call them entities or powers or whatever the terminology is, they still have control over the space.
And then you know why we do that? Like, why do we like cater to corporations? Like, why do we listen? You know, like, dude, it's been conditioned. Like, this was the plan. It started from education, bro. They conditioned us like ever since we were kids. It's always like we have to appeal to authority. Like we have to like this is how it is. Like they made that dynamic. They established it. That's why it's so easy for like that to happen, and these corporations having such a big say because like we want to be told kind of like
Yeah, we want to be most, and I'm sure you've learned this in sales, right? Assuming the sale is pretty much just telling somebody what to do, right? It's like, okay, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna schedule this call, and you wait for the rejection. If the rejection doesn't come, you go ahead with it, right? So it's just asserting yourself over somebody. Most people, I mean, look at Twitter, right? You have followers, right? People are following you, and when people follow you, more often than not, they look to you as a guider, as somebody who's leading them down this expedition into uncharted territory. And if you can, what I learned throughout this copywriting process is you don't necessarily have to know more than the next guy. You just have to sound like you know more than the next guy. And with that, you're gonna get hundreds of people coming in and saying, okay, this guy knows more than I do based off of the assumption of his assertiveness and certainty. And then that person does what they do, whether it be good or for bad. I think that if you're just like, yo, Bitcoin's the way, Bitcoin's the only fucking way, like, yo, bro, calm down. Like, Bitcoin's probably not gonna be something in the future, bro. Like, it's gonna
we
be
have
other.
stopped critical thought. Like we're not capable of critical thinking, yo.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
I'm guilty. Like I'm like I don't
Me
want to say
too.
I'm guilty, but because that's like you know what I know. Magic is words,
Yeah.
So I don't want to say, but like yo, um, nothing.
And not. I mean,
Go
critical
ahead.
thinking.
Yeah.
It's a great point. Um, no one comes into something from the investor standpoint. They look at things, right, and they've done a very good job at telling people, oh, this is a community, right? When you come into a community and you perceive things from a community, you're not going to think about it the same way as you are as if someone's like, this is an investment, right?
I agree, man. Like the communities that were being built, like these communities were not like a people that were all together having a problem solved. Like it wasn't like that. It was just like they're in it together. Like it was just yeah, they're like a tribe. But
Yeah.
yeah. So that's that. Finance centralization.
Yeah, but if I pitch the idea of a community, right, you're naturally not going to perceive that under the same scope of skepticism as if I said, "Yo, I'm here to sell you on something." You know what I mean? Or showed up to your door knocking with a suit and tie on. You know what I mean? Instead, I come to your door and I'm like, "Hey, man, you want to eat some chicken with me? Oh, come over here." Then I pitch you through my verbiage and my assertiveness and talking about something.
These guys are masters of language, masters of communication.
Nah, they just propose it. You know, they just make themselves sound it. You know, it's kind of like the same. I equate it to like, I think I lost the metaphor in translation, but like a bear. Like if a bear's running at you and you just stand up and make yourself look taller, bears.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
So that House of Cards is like I think coming down now. Like just people are asking questions. I'm talking about general in life.
Oh yeah.
Just what's happening around the world. Like what's happening like in like Netherlands, the Dutch farmers, and like Sri Lanka.
Oh yeah. They keep all that shit hidden unless you look for it or you have friends that are sharing it that are knowledgeable themselves. You're not hearing about it.
Yeah, people are like realizing. It seemed like it was such a lost cause because there's so much resources just put to kind of like having us like herded. Like it starts from education. Like all right, just make them kind of subservient. Like not critical thinking. Like educate them this much, but not too much, and just have like a system and just get conditioned to like not get conditioned to like bad environments, like just like what you were saying, walking down like a bad street and like having to fear that your life is in danger or whatever. Like it shouldn't be like that. Like people brag about it though. I used to brag about like, oh yo, I'm from the hood. Like oh that's like yeah, I'm like my head's like better. I'm not better, but people. It shouldn't be like that. That's not normal. That's just one example, and just there's so much things around us that are not adding up. That it just doesn't seem normal. Like even our vehicles should be a lot more efficient. Obviously, uh, the food like it shouldn't be like that. It seems like there's more effort like being put to keep us in place. Like being a proper like Atlantean type society, I think it would be like we could do it as a society, but like something is keeping us held in place. And these we
Yeah.
like yeah, like the health's fucked up. Media is fucked up. What else? Education is like when you really look at it, it's like fucked up. Like
Yeah.
finances, like the central, like the working in the finance system, like we're working in corrupt systems, inherently corrupt systems, and it's like you could be good at it, but it's like that's great. Like I know, but it's yeah, it's just
Yeah.
weird. It's just weird. Like it.
It's an attack on all fronts.
Super strange.
Yeah. Like I said, it's an attack on all fronts. Our health, multiple other avenues. And once you start to see that, right, you start to find the law of averages between people. Like, okay, like you run into 100 people, fucking like 90 of them don't even think for themselves. They've been programmed, and their thought processes have been programmed to view the world under a certain lens. And this is due to right, all sold under the cloak of kindness. Well, let us make your experience better for you, sir. How can we make your user experience better for you on this platform? We can make it so that you see content you only want to see, right? Oh, you want to learn. Let's make sure that you get just those things on your feed, right? And what that does is it isolates us into a bubble. We don't travel outside. We don't interact with our neighbors. When we do, we look at them under the lens of, we judge them by their apparel, and other things, which is natural. You know what I mean? Anybody who says they don't judge people is a fucking liar. It's you have a control to your reaction to the judgment. Like, okay, I see this person. Like, let's not pretend. Like, if you're walking down the street at 11 at night, and some man is walking towards you with an aggressive body posture and is wearing a mask and a black hoodie, you're gonna perceive him as a potential to be a threat. I don't care how honest you are. I'm like one of the most kind people in the world, and I still would fucking almost immediately square up with a person like that because it's like, yo, bro, my mind and my body and my gut is telling me you're a threat because you're you've cloaked your identity. You've done all these things, and you're walking a certain way. And now we're seeing the byproduct that in America, at least, we're seeing it play out. It's just you can't cater to everyone's feelings. You can't put people in a bubble and expect the world to form around that bubble. Like you're competing against the most powerful force we've ever known to exist, which is nature. You can't do that, and you know what I mean. We fought in a good chunk to get here, and a lot of what we understand we obtained by very obscure methods and done terrible things to understand shit, like especially from a mental health standpoint. I mean,
We haven't done it.
We haven't. We
got
haven't. No.
yeah. They did it to us.
Yeah, the byproduct. We just consume the byproduct. But there's an expression that says you are what you eat, and I say to match that and elevate it, I say you are what you consume. And consumption is not just a bodily thing, it's also a spiritual thing. You have to be careful on the people you listen to, the way they talk, and who you choose to surround yourself with, and how you react to certain information,
Yeah.
Yeah, it's an attack on all fronts, like I said, but I feel like the people that are the most genuine, it's like, I don't know. It's just a hunch of mine. I feel like nature gives birth to a certain probability of people that operate under a certain like just method of thinking and process of thinking, and now that process may not be the same, but I believe we achieve the same end result. Um, and here in America, we've lost our respect for elders. We've lost our understanding of nature. We no longer care about it. We have our phones, right? So, this is the only world I know.
Mm-hmm.
Can you guys hear that?
What? No.
It's the world's smallest violin. Yeah. Oh, you're worried about what? The bad people are doing stuff? Yeah. What else?
The
is
bad
it?
people. The
Oh
bad
yeah,
people.
the bad people, huh?
The human traders. The human traders.
Let me guess. They're doing stuff? How long they been doing it? 5,000 years. Oh, okay. Yeah. So what are you gonna do? Talk about it online? Okay.
Hey,
You know what I
listen,
mean?
we're stuck in the infinite loop of raising awareness, Michael.
No, it's gonna be
I
over.
can give it to you, but what are you gonna do with it? What are you gonna do with all this awareness? You're gonna
Dude,
stare at
I
it?
know how to write.
No,
I learned how
exactly.
to. Sorry, go ahead.
No, you go ahead. I was done.
Oh, I learned how to write an article that it's gonna awaken the DNA. Man, it's gonna alter the DNA. If somebody reads it, it's designed to do that. Michael, it's gonna be nuts.
Look forward to seeing it. I'll share it, like it, and tag it, or whatever.
I tried making a virtual vaccine.
A virtual vaccine,
Bro.
That's another thing. I know that people can perceive it from two sides of the spectrum with like the vaccination stuff. Like I got vaccinated as a kid. I didn't necessarily have a fucking choice about it. You know what I mean? There's like, oh, you're getting this fucking shot. Oh, okay.
That's crazy, right? The moment we get out of our mother's womb, they just start fucking us up, bro. They start fucking us up.
Yeah.
They're like, oh, they get this vaccine, da da da, pa 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 pa, and they take away from mom, and this, and then like the songs that we get sung to, like what does that mean? Crazy.
Oh yeah. It's you could see it from two sides, right? So you could see it as well. Nature and viruses were whooping our asses for thousands of years, and our technological advancement provided us a way to secure at least a certain percentage of good quality life that didn't get hindered by this virus, right? But you could also perceive it as we're relying off of artificial methods to deter natural features and fail safes that nature has. And like, if you take a certain amount of animals and you force them to live in a certain environment, and that population continues to grow to an unhealthy balance, what happens is viruses will come in and new things will develop, because it's basically like nature saying, yo, calm the fuck down. And when you deter that factor, that natural population control factor, which is viruses and other things, you start to run into a problem. I think this is why we had so many wars in the past 100 years, as far as like World War I, World War II, Vietnam War, and so on and there forth in other countries as well. It was like us trying to build a dam around the floodgates of nature's just natural response to our population growing. And the more we vaccinate ourselves, the more we start to rely on this technology. And I think to a certain degree, we kind of already have to, you know what I mean? Because our parents took it, you know what I mean? And we've relied off of it for so long now that it's basically like our shield from nature. And if you start removing that, people are going to start dropping dead, and that's a tough conversation to have.
Yeah, good that you brought it up though.
Yeah. There's so many different ways to perceive it.
No, you really brought up a good point. It was a good segue.
How do you make sure you're not complaining about the same things in 6 months?
6 months.
Complaining. I would say that if you were complaining, you would be expressing it in an emotional standpoint, like you're emotionally hindered by it. You're letting this disturb your individual. It doesn't disturb me. I'm merely just making conversation. This isn't for like any educational thing or anything like that.
No, but I'm asking you, how do we make sure that we're not complaining about the same thing in 6 months? Because if we are complaining about the same thing in 6 months, that means we didn't do something useful, right?
Yeah, very good
absolutely.
point. Very good I'm very. I'm analyzing myself right now.
I always wanted to make sure. I used to go to barber shops waiting for my haircut to get cut, and I would listen to these guys talk about, oh, corporations. I'm like, well, that's never not been the case. Right? What are you going to do? Argue with fucking 5,000 years of human evolution? Yeah, good luck with all of that. I never wanted, I just never wanted to be that guy who was just in a barber shop complaining about how the world has always been.
Oh yeah.
Yo, okay, I know it. I'm good. I have my answer. Okay, Kappa, do you have your answer?
No, you go first.
Okay. Yeah, dude, I'm good. I know what to do because I'm doing it. Because I finally feel like I know what to do. Like I have a purpose. Like I have a goal. Like it's quantifiable. Like it's not me just complaining it all the time. It's getting those homeschool signups. That's it. It's a pretty good.
That's the way you change the world. That and only that.
That's the only thing. Cause like
that's the scoreboard. Everything else is irrelevant.
Yeah.
But
I
yo,
think there's
before
also
I didn't have that. Like I couldn't. I don't think so. Like I really didn't. Like I would always just be like, well, I wasn't aware. I wasn't aware of how bad everything was until recently.
It's very sobering, right? But after you, like, time plus tragedy equals comedy, right? So, although it's tragic, we can laugh about it. But now that we've done laughing and crying about it, what exactly are we doing now? Because I don't want to be in 20 years, forget 6 months. I don't want to look back in 20 years and say,
well, we did nothing.
well, I did. So, when your kids ask you, hey, so what'd you do about it? Oh, I just fuck all.
Yeah, because
Oh,
they're gonna
okay.
talk in history about this moment. Like not this moment, but like
Yeah,
these times,
dude,
yo.
you're not wrong.
You're
You're not wrong, right? And I want to know that if someone asks me what I did, I'm gonna be able to be like, yeah, this is what I did, and I'll be able to lift my head high.
Yeah.
Yeah. I hope you're not in jail though. You know what I mean? That's why. Is that why a lot of people don't do it? That's why I don't do it sometimes. But like now I know what to do. That's not gonna be like a jaily thing.
If you speak, you die. If you don't speak, you die. So speak and die.
Well, I think it's a lot more serious than that. I think a lot of people understand that the repercussions that come, like people have families, people have people that they love, they care about, and when you speak up about certain shit, you're not necessarily only jeopardizing yourself, you're putting people that never signed up for a cause to die for, and you're putting them in the crossfire. I think that that's something I came to terms with, is that I have such a big family, I have a lot of loved ones. If I make a choice to trust me, I can make the choice. I could go the old-fashioned route and start in the streets, but I think that it's more than just, okay, what am I losing, and like, am I willing to sacrifice my life? It's not as simple as that. I think a lot of people understand that their family, everybody they love, everybody they've talked to, everybody gets brought into something, and they do a good job on making that weigh heavy on the good man's conscience, because no matter how good you think you are, if push comes to shove, you're going to take care of your family.
Yeah. So how do we get to a position where there's
we don't
that repercussion is not going to be like a thing, and it's very tough. It's very challenging thing to think about.
Yeah, I think honest to God, I don't mean to sound pessimistic, but I think the cycle shall carry forth no matter who tries to insert themselves into that cycle. It's already in motion. The wheel's rolling down the hill, and you'd be a fool to throw yourself along with your family in front of that obstacle rolling downhill.
Yeah, but like now we're getting to a point where people's families are getting affected, right? Like people's actual families are getting affected in things, and that is what's gonna cause the dominoes to fall.
Yeah, that's what's going to push the threshold, because once you start attacking people's families, and then you already make that threat of possibility of perceived reality, that's when people will start to do it. But from an American standpoint, like just looking at my fellow neighbors, people only care about, and I've been grown and programmed to view it the same way, right? Is you look after your own, right? You don't put other people in the issues of your personal issues, and would I love to do these things? Yes. But I also understand that personal interaction is probably one of the most infectious things in the world. Word of mouth it's a popular marketing strategy for a reason, because when people start talking about shit starts to flood around. But then you also don't want to get stuck in the infinite loop of raising awareness, so to speak. It's a fucking tough thing. But I think the wheels in motion. The past, you want to say 5,000 years, Michael, they've been pushing the wheel up the hill. Now the wheel's at the top of the hill. It's coming down. And just matters on how many people can link together to stop that force.
Michael, this is called the Kali Yuga. If you heard about it.
You mean the million gajillion years of the cycle?
Yeah, and it's coming
The
to an end.
opening and the closing of
People
the
have been
eye?
riding the wave. Yeah, it's just...
Yeah, man. Yeah, believe me, like, it's one of those things where I've seen so much, and it really goes back down to Wittgenstein, whereof we cannot speak, we should remain in silence, right? Because, that's what the Tao Te Ching and all these books are pointing to, right? Where
Dude, silence is a thing. Silence is power.
Sunyata is what they call it. Emptiness. Shikantasa. There's a lot of names for, in the Western world we call it praying. But, the idea is just to sit there and shut the fuck up for a little bit.
And give power to somebody else. That's what praying is. And that's what, these other deities, they suck us dry.
Yeah.
So what are we going to do to make sure that we're not complaining about the same thing in 6 months?
Get it out my system now.
Man.
I never believed in none of this shit. Once I saw the relationship between Bitcoin and Tether, I was fucking out. You understand me? I was like, oh, that's how it is? All right. So I'm going to build businesses in the real world because this shit could go sideways at any time. And then something that I think it was Morpheus said, that Bitcoin had never faced rising interest rates. And I was like, oh, fuck. And I was like, you know what? I'm just going to build businesses in the real world. Like, to me, this copywriting thing is more real than 99.9% of these shitcoins.
Absolutely.
Yeah, man.
Right?
Absolutely. That's why in the beginning of January, I really thought that crypto was like the future, right? And I was like, oh man, I gotta work, put money in this. And then I was like, wait a second, bro. Wait a fucking second, bro. I'm not going all in on this shit, bro.
Just hold on one darn second, bro.
Yeah, I prefer real skills. Like
That's it.
Diversify your bonds.
Diversify your bonds.
Yeah. You have to have multiple jack of all trades, master of none beats the master of one. Do I have some money in crypto? Yeah. Do I have all my money in crypto? Fuck no.
Yeah, I do not look at my wallet. I could give a fuck what's in there. That's like a long-term 5 to 10 year play as far as I'm concerned. I'm not checking that shit on a daily basis.
Yeah, when I first started, I was, and I saw the trap. I experienced the firsthand experience of like what it was like to see the markets move up and down and be like, oh my god, I should have bought, oh my god, I should have sold, oh my god, I should. And I could see where people get lost in that emotional investment cycle where they're just relying off of like numbers and like what's green and what's red. But I think that I had the proper guidance to understand that, you buy in the red, you sell in the green. Like you don't fucking, I don't know. It's different.
The thing is, what people don't realize is Jack Bogle's thesis from Princeton in the 50s. And Jack Bogle did the math and he realized not one of these hedge funds could beat the index over a time span of 15 years. And so he said that all I'm going to do is invest in the S&P 500. If it's on the S&P, that's what I'm going to do. And he made almost $5 trillion with a T with that strategy because he wrote the paper saying that stock picking is a way to go bankrupt. But if you can use other people's money, you can make a lot of money, right?
Yeah.
They're not using their money. So just one of those things where it's like, now that you see it, right? Now that you see it, what are you going to do? Now that you look behind the curtain, what are you going to do?
If we're talking cryptocurrency,
I'm just talking life in general. Like, where are you going to put your
I thought
energy?
you were asking me a direct question. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, I am. But like, where are you going to put your energy? Forget about, all right?
Copywriting. I want to write. I want to talk. I want to meet people. I
There
want
you go.
to. That's
I
those are
think
skills.
today what it showed was that like um, if you're because you're never gonna understand all of the technology software stuff. That's just someone that a software developer needs to understand. You
Uh
may not understand all of the sales process and this, that, or the other. You don't need any of that stuff right now, right? I think authenticity and saying, "Hey, I don't have experience," and people saying, "Oh, I don't care."
Yeah.
Yeah, right. That kind of vulnerability marketing, I think, is fantastic. And if you can deliver on your promises, I think you'll be in a better space in the next few days, right? But I wouldn't write one or two tweets. I would write 30.
Mm-hmm. Oh, trust me, brother. I always go, I always go above the threshold, especially for writing anything, because I, like you said, right? I don't know if it's good or not, so I want to give more of a probability for something to at least have a higher percentage of success. The more you do, the more likely you are to fail. But in that failure, the more likely you're to learn exactly what's causing this failure.
So to the other guy's point, digital. I'm going to send you a way to make memes because I think that was the best idea that I've come across so far. Because that's the you know
Oh yeah.
what's right. I think it's the most powerful form of copywriting.
Yes. Yes.
So this is a meme generator that you can use with your phone,
Okay. Thank you so
right?
much, man.
Yeah. So imagine you took like images from his website or whatever. I'm gonna put this to the top. So it's the meme generator. You just type in the word, and that's it.
Ah. Yeah, no, when I first started like the NFT project and stuff like that, I was looking at marketing and I immediately noticed that meme marketing was undervalued. Because it combines it's basically like a walking Facebook ad, right? It's like it has the words, the relatability, it as the text itself, text to world, text to you know what I mean? It just connects all these dots in such a simple way in which it's like, if someone grandma cooked them pasta and they're no longer with us, you know what I mean? That pasta fragrance is gonna initiate their brain to start remembering certain things. And it's the same thing with memes. Memes just take something that people understand and consume as content and tie that
Uh,
into something
so
relatable.
let's do this as a competition. Let's see who can create the best meme. I just put it at the
What
top.
subject matter? What were we sticking to a
No,
subject?
for this business right here.
For which one?
For Zach.
Oh, for Zach.
Yeah.
I don't think a meme generator would. Oh, oh wow, you motherfucker!
Yo, did he just scam you? Yo, did you get scammed?
What are you talking about, Bilal?
Did Michael just send you a link and then you thought it was one thing but it was the other?
Nah, you
Oh.
asking if he fished me, bro? Nah, he ain't fished me.
Oh, okay.
I
Yeah,
don't
I thought
click
for a
links.
second he's like, yeah, did you get the meme generator I sent you? Brother.
Oh, nice. Founders, life
Oh
coaches,
man.
lieutenants.
Damn, bro, I'm such in a serious mindset.
All right, I've already developed 2 memes. You better catch up. I'm putting it in the thread.
Text one. Will it pop up as I do it, just so I can see it live? Or it just generates it?
It's in that thread.
Oh man.
Human traders.
How do I post it, bro?
Yeah, just post it as a reply
Post it as a reply? How do I do that?
in the thread.
I said, so I share it?
So hold on. Okay, so do you see the meme generator tweet?
Yep, I clicked that, and then it gave me the image link, the image HTML, and
So all you have to do is save it now.
it says I have to share it. So
Just hold hard, long press on the image, and you can download.
oh wow, yeah, I can copy it.
You can download it. So make another.
Oh my god, dude, I just lost it. Fuck, motherfucker. Oh no, I got it. Hey. It's kind of fucking fun, actually. But oh, we lost him.
Yeah. You create any others?
Yeah, yeah. I just did another one.
All right.
I used the same one you did, actually. Oh god damn
Web3. Can you see the memes?
it. Buzz Lightyear.
I looked at the first ones. I haven't seen the other ones yet.
I'm gonna put it to the top.
Oh my god. Yo, what are you looking at, Odin? You gotta go out, don't you? Yes, you go, boy. Damn it, I fucking copied and pasted the link by accident. You gotta click on the link to see it. Hey, Michael, I actually gotta take I gotta take my dog out for like 20 minutes to play.
No, we're good. Just stay close to Zach. All right. Write those 30 to 50 tweets.
Yes, sir.
Right. And I think we can progressively win his trust and eventually his business.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm gonna get to
And if
work
he
on
says,
that tonight.
if he says "fuck you" the next day, that's fine. If he says
Yeah.
"I love you" the next day, that's fine.
It was a learning
No
experience,
harm
right?
lost. No harm lost.
Nah. You ready, buddy? You're fucking looking at me like a steak, bro.
So you're gonna take us out?
He said what? Oh, am I gonna take us out?
Mm-hmm.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you're listening to this right now, you're probably hearing me get my ass beat by my dog. Um, are we closing it? Am I?
Yeah.
Oh, Odin said his final goodbyes. Okay, sit. All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it has been a pleasure as always. If you're listening to this in the future or present, this has been the SquareSpace, where we hold Degen conversations in a broadcaster's voice. Until next time, ladies and gentlemen.
Later.
Bye, guys. Have a good night.